Han is our protagonist. Sang-yoon, he is an awakened who possesses a unique ability that allows him to devour artifacts to grow stronger. The story begins when Sang-yoon is 55 years old. His face weary, he collapses to the floor. What am I to do at this age? Others are thinking about retirement. My life is nothing but a failure, he murmurs, his voice choked with self-mockery. At that moment, outside the cave, 3 wyverns approach prowling. Their ferocious eyes lock onto him, fangs bared and claws ready. They charge towards him. Sang-yoon lets out a tired sigh, forcing himself to stand while gripping his sword tightly. A wry smile plays on his lips. Damn it, you can't even give me a moment to breathe. Before he can react, the wyverns rush directly into the cave. Their massive jaws tear through the narrow space, reducing it to rubble in an instant. But Sang-yoon is not afraid of them. He is afraid of nothing, gathering strength in his legs. He lunges forward like an arrow, straight towards the monsters, and even as he prepares to face these deadly creatures, his mind drifts back to his past. Because I failed, the players of my generation became legends. Sword saints, sword gods. Meanwhile, I became nothing more than an old man wielding a sword. A forgettable swordsman at best. That was all the recognition I got. Isn't that reason enough? I had no family. I grew up in an orphanage, but even the caretaker and the other children, people I considered family, were annihilated when the Sheffel incident occurred. Heaven itself opened up, and monsters rained down like a storm, snatching everything away from me. Yet Sang-yoon did not despair at the brink of death. A miracle occurred. A warrior in silver armor soared through the air, sword glistening, as he blasted the wyvern, holding Sang-yoon into countless pieces. Then, as if nothing had happened, the warrior turned slightly, his voice warm and firm. "Hey kid, are you all right?" That childhood memory was etched into Sang-yoon's mind. Even up to this day, he had been saved by that symbol of power, and because of that, he wanted to become just like them. I really gave it my all. Why? No matter how many monsters I eliminate, I never got stronger. I could never avenge anything. The helplessness of watching his comrades fall one by one, it had been seared into his soul. Back to the present, Sang-yoon had just finished off the 3 wyverns that had planned to make him their next meal. But as he admitted earlier, his body had long since reached retirement age after dealing with a few lice-ridden monsters. He was already out of breath, using his sword as a crutch just to keep from collapsing. Damn it, my body is giving up on me. This is wrong. His voice trembled with exhaustion, as did his body, but this was far from over. Those 3 wyverns, they were just the appetizer. Suddenly, the ground shook with a deep, thunderous tremor, signaling the arrival of something much worse. Sang-yoon, eyes narrowed, slowly turned his gaze forward. In front of him stood a massive dragon, its entire body covered in shimmering crimson scales that gleamed like molten metal. The moment the dragon fixed its eyes on Sang-yoon, it wasted no time. It unleashed a deafening roar and opened its maw, gathering a searing hellfire in its jaws. Waves of heat radiated outward, distorting the air around it. Sang-yoon could only respond with a tense, bitter smile. I have no family. My life has been an endless failure, filled with nothing but regrets. Damn it. I'm so screwed to hell with this. I want a regression. He cursed internally, but time did not wait for him. The battle continued. In the end, the entire landscape had been reduced to a desolate ruin, razed beyond recognition. The corpses of countless dragons littered the battlefield, and yet, miraculously, our protagonist, Sang-yoon, was still alive. His sword was lodged in the skull of an unknown dragon, marking his final victory. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have conquered the ancient dragon's nest dungeon, but Sang-yoon completely ignored it. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a loud, frustrated yell toward the sky. For God's sake, why the hell am I even trying so hard when I'm almost 60? Sang-yoon, the nameless swordsman, Sang-yoon, our protagonist, is 55 years old. He has been a swordsman for 30 years, yet his greatest achievement has been ranking among the top 100 in his country. Considering the sheer number of players worldwide, this essentially makes him nothing more than a nameless nobody. Now switching back to Sang-yoon's perspective after jumping off the huge dragon corpse, he unexpectedly discovered a glowing skill book nearby. Surprised, he muttered, "Oh, so my reward this time is a skill book. I've devoured artifacts before. Can I eat this too?" But before he could make a move, a sudden flash of light appeared next to him, instantly drawing his attention. Directing his gaze toward the source, he saw a space gate materialize before him from within the swirling portal. A young man with golden hair, glasses, and a book in hand gracefully jumped out at the same moment. A system notification appeared before Sang-yoon, the diligent student who found success. Late has entered. Diligent student who found success. Laddie kindly blesses you for your hard work. Furthermore, he praises your impeccable finishing move. Seeing this newcomer, Sang-yoon was not particularly surprised. After all, this person was none other than his contracted constellation. Diligent student who found success late. Haha, thank you. Sang-yoon replied, genuinely grateful that this constellation had chosen to form a contract with a mere third-rate swordsman like him. As for the benefits of this contract, if a player reached level 850, all artifact effects and title stats would double. Upon reaching level 900, all stats would triple. However, with his current level sitting at 650, Sang-yoon had yet to gain any benefit from this arrangement. Unaware of Sang-yoon's inner thoughts, the blonde constellation suddenly transformed into a chibi version of himself, floating closer while urging him to hurry up and consume the skill book. Hearing this, Sang-yoon let out an awkward chuckle. Haha, I was planning on eating it anyway. All right, here goes. He stretched his palm towards the skill book and activated his unique ability. Artifact Devourer. This is the only ability I've had since my awakening to understand how it works. I tried cooking and eating artifacts. I even fried them, but there was no difference. By the time I finished my useless experiments, 30 years had passed. Only when I tried to sync my mana with an artifact of the appropriate rank did I realize that it activated my artifact Devourer skill. But by then, it was already too late. Others had grown powerful the moment they awakened compared to him. The skill book shone brightly as his ability took effect. However, only a few seconds later, the light suddenly died out, snuffed out like a flame soaked in water. Nothing happened, silence fell. Then frustration surged inside Sang-yoon with a quick movement. He grabbed the book and threw it forward. Shouldn't this thing come with some sort of instructions? It can't be. This is a real skill book next to him. His constellation companion scratched his head in confusion. There isn't much information available regarding pre-existing skills. I'm sorry I can't be of much help, he admitted, apologizing. He reassured Sang-yoon, telling him there was still time, and suggested he try again, perhaps by syncing his mana one more time. But instead of comforting him, those words seemed to ignite a fire inside Sang-yoon. His teeth clenched, the corners of his eyes stung as a sudden wave of emotion crashed over him. Time? Who told you I still have time? I'm almost 60 years old. If I had a child at 30, they would be nearly 30 now. And if I had them even earlier, I would probably have grandchildren already. You might not understand, because you are a constellation, but humans don't live that long in front of him. The blonde constellation paled, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. I'm sorry if I said anything wrong. He stammered, returning to Seon-jun's perspective, seeing himself lash out at his closest companion for nothing. It wasn't right. His face softened, and he let out a tired sigh, shaking his head. No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just that my life is full of regrets. I can't forget that person's silhouette. I tried so hard to be like him, but now I'm worn out. I'm too old. His voice trailed off. His words hung in the air. Hearing Seon-yoon's lament, the young constellation fell silent, lost in thought. And then, as if he had made a decision, he broke into a smile. Sang-yoon, unaware of this, scratched his head anyway. I was planning on retiring. Take note. I'm going to cancel our contract. You should find someone else to play with. Before he could finish his sentence, Sang-yoon suddenly noticed the space around him distorting. The world itself seemed to bend and merge. At that moment, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Constellation. Diligent student who succeeded late. It is maximizing the essence you have been exposed to. Regression initiated. Scene transition. An outdoor interview. You under the bright sun. A handsome reporter with brown hair turned to the person next to him. Dungeons and gates are the basic environments for awakened individuals, or in other words, where do players work? The person he was talking to was a striking woman with red hair neatly tied back. And Young-han, CEO of the Young-han Group, that's right, confirmed that dungeons can be thought of as stepping stones for players. since gates lead to different dimensions, unknown territories that players must traverse and explore. Hearing this, the reporter let out an intrigued hum. "Oh, so what do you think about this year's dungeons?" Junghan nodded and replied, "My theory is blah blah." Let's return to the protagonist's perspective. Watching the interview on television, Sang-yoon finally confirmed his current situation. While cleaning the short sword in his hands, he sketched a smile. "I really have gone back. It's been ages since I saw this broadcast. I understand now, but 4 days have already passed. That means I've gone back 30 years. The moment his constellation activated its ability, Sang-yoon had lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in the apartment he had lived in 30 years ago. He was no longer in his 55-year-old body. He was now 25 and held all the memories of his past life. My regression was definitely caused by the constellation's magic. There is no other explanation, but still, I can't help but feel a little overwhelmed." He exhaled. "Oh well, it's no big deal. I should go out and get to work." According to that, Sang-yoon gripped the short sword in his hand, as expected. Weapon information immediately appeared before Sang-yoon. Danamath's dagger artifact, rank bronze weapon type dagger, one-handed attack power plus 17 speed bonus. +0 description, a self-defense dagger that doesn't dull easily. Looking at the dagger, a nostalgic glint appeared in Sang-yoon's eyes. "This is the bronze dagger I had the luck to acquire at this time. Its rank might be low, but I know its hidden ability without hesitation." Sang-yoon activated artifact Devour, causing the dagger to emit a bright flash of light. A system window appeared before him. Absorption rate calculated. Base absorption rate for bronze artifacts, 10% past usage evaluation. Applied absorption rate increased to 20% since I haven't used it for a long time. The absorption rate is low, but what really matters is its hidden ability. Mana synchronization with Banamat's dagger initiated, entering the subconscious realm. As the notification sounded, Sang-yoon consciousness was dragged into a pitch-black space, void of any light, the subconscious realm. "This is the place I have to go through to devour an artifact. I always get nervous coming here. I never know what kind of food will appear." Despite his words, he smiled in anticipation. And sure enough, before he could wait any longer, something suddenly emerged before him. A roast chicken shimmering with a soft light. "This is olive oil barbecue roast chicken." Seeing the appetizing appearance of the dish, Sang-yoon let out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad it's something normal. I was worried it would be something gross like a swamp centipede. But if it's a meal like this, I can easily eat it." Smiling, he reached out, tore off a drumstick, and took a bite. As he swallowed each bite, the system notifications continued. Amat's dagger is being absorbed. Speed, +2 new ability acquired. Ghost step obtained. Venomot's dagger. The absorbed artifact has been permanently erased. That's it. After finishing the roast chicken, Sang-yoon's consciousness was forcibly expelled from the subconscious realm. He rubbed his stomach, let out a deep sigh, and nodded as he checked the system confirmation screen. "It's a shame the dagger was destroyed. Well, I wasn't using it anyway. At least I absorbed a useful skill as planned. It's time to move on." Time passed quickly. The scene changed to a bustling city street where a huge blue portal stood in the center. Surrounding it were numerous awakened individuals, all preparing for the next dungeon expedition. This was dungeon number 85. The awakened individuals gathered here belonged to Kyung's young team. At that moment, a man dressed in work clothes rushed over to Jun Deacon. Visibly flustered. Captain Jun Deacon," he heard someone call his name. Jun Deacon stopped his paperwork and looked up. What has the guard team leader so agitated?" The man in the blue uniform scratched his head awkwardly before answering. "Well, one of my team members has been taken out. He's a rookie who only joined 4 days ago. His name is Sang-yoon." Don't worry," Jun Deacon replied indifferently. Sang-yoon has already been transferred to the player team, but instead of calming down, the guard team leader was stunned. His expression turned alarmed as he said, "He joined the player team instead of the guardian team. I approved the transfer myself. Is there a problem?" Jun Deacon admitted without hesitation. The man in the blue uniform immediately raised his voice in protest. "Of course there is a problem. He just woke up and hasn't even graduated from the player academy yet. You can't put a kid like him on your team. If you do, the entire team will be unbalanced, as opposed to before he could finish his rant." Jun Deacon let out a sigh and took a step forward, right in front of him, his piercing gaze fixed on the goalkeeper team leader. The Guardian team handles all logistical matters. No, Jun Deacon murmured, that includes my team and the right to distribute system contribution. His eyes narrowed sharply, radiating an oppressive aura. The goalkeeper team leader swallowed nervously, and realizing the intimidating pressure emanating from Jun Deacon, he awkwardly scratched his head and let out a weak chuckle. With that, the man quickly walked away. Watching the man's retreating figure, Jun Deacon sneered and muttered with disdain. Seriously, if you give those damn Guardians a chance to talk. This is exactly what happens, balance. What a load of crap next to them. A young blonde man woke up, looking slightly surprised, and asked, "But sir, why did you let him in?" "I didn't expect that at all." Hearing this, Jun Deacon smiled mockingly. "What, you too? Haha, if someone has to die, it will be him, not us. He needs to cause trouble and die that way. Those damn Guardians will finally shut up, and thus, we will maintain our own value. Besides, what can a clueless rookie do with that hint?" The blonde subordinate let out a laugh. "Oh, haha. I had no idea that was their plan at that precise moment." As they continued to laugh among themselves, a voice suddenly interrupted them. "Hello, starting today, I will be working as a player. My name is Sang-yoon." As soon as he introduced himself, everyone's eyes in the area locked onto him. None particularly friendly. The members of the Guardian team looked at Sang-yoon. Their eyes filled with resentment, while the awakened players looked at him with cunning amusement. Being stared at so intensely by so many people made Sang-yoon's scalp tingle slightly. "I expected it, but they don't even try to hide their emotions." From Kyung's young perspective, he quickly masked his true expression and put on a bright smile. "Finally, our new recruit has arrived, Sang-yoon." "That's right, nice to meet you. I figured you'd be late for your first day as a player." As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the weapon Sang-yoon was carrying, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, his weapon is that a longsword in front of him. Sang-yoon put on a polite smile and explained, "Yes, that's right. I learned from watching a lot of YouTube videos." Young-di Kim raised an eyebrow and gave him a reminder. "You know the longsword is one of the hardest weapons to wield." "Right." Sang-joon clenched his fist and replied in a determined voice, "I will do whatever I can to protect myself. Believe me." Sang-joon's response seemed to amuse the captain with a wide grin. Young-di Kim threw an arm around his shoulder and spoke enthusiastically. "Hello. Good spirit. That's what I like to see. A real man should have that kind of drive, like me." After saying that, he turned to address the rest of the team. "All right, let's start this dungeon run. Time to fight." Hearing his order, the other team members cheered loudly, raising their fists in the air. With Sang-yoon now in the group, everyone quickly checked their gear before entering the huge portal, one by one. Meanwhile, Young-di Kim stayed aside, ensuring the entire team entered in an orderly manner. As he watched Sang Hae-yeon's back, his expression remained neutral, but inwardly he was full of contempt. Learned from YouTube. What a joke, he thinks dungeons are some kind of game just because he woke up and became a player. He's already getting cocky. It seems like he's asking for death. A cold smile formed in his mind as he thought, given the conquest strategy I have in place, this orc dungeon is known as the Wall of Lament for rookies. He will soon learn his place. Stupid brat. That's what Yundin firmly believed, but just a moment after entering, his face turned deathly pale. Sweat began to drip down his forehead as he took in the gruesome sight before him, because strewn all over the dungeon floor, in a horrible mess, were the corpses of countless orcs completely raised, and the perpetrator of this carnage, none other than Sang-yoon himself. In that instant, Young-di Kyun's mind screamed in disbelief. This is insane. Who the hell is this guy? Orcs. These creatures appear almost exclusively in fantasy games, novels, and movies. Because we've seen them so often, it's easy to assume they are weak compared to other monsters. Like dragons, they are certainly dumb, violent, and nothing more. That's why arrogant new players often rush into battles against orcs without a second thought. In reality, their attributes are straightforward. On average, an orc stands about 250 centimeters tall and weighs about 180 kilograms. Their size gives them overwhelming strength compared to humans. That's why orcs have earned the infamous nickname, the Wall of Lament. Now changing the scene to inside the dungeon, the setting resembled the long corridors of an ancient fortress. As they advanced, a dark-haired man looked back and reminded the protagonist, Sin Sang-yoon, don't expect any special treatment just because you're new. From now on, you're on your own hearing this. Sang-yoon's eyes flickered with slight surprise, but before he could react, the gatekeeper squad captain spat on the ground and sneered behind him, just awakened, and already acting like a real player. Hey, arrogant brat, for most people those words would sting. But Jang Hae-yeon had lived until he was 55 and endured countless hardships, beatings, and the cruelties of society. He wasn't the type to be easily offended. Instead, he just scratched his head and chuckled. Haha, I'll do what I can. It seems like no one here is kind to rookies. He muttered to himself. However, for some reason, the dark-haired man in armor seemed particularly irritable. Despite Sang-yoon's mild reply, he still burst out. It's not about doing your best, it's about doing it right. Trying your hardest is pointless. Sang-yoon's expression barely changed. His attitude as calm as ever. After a brief pause, he asked, so if we run into monsters, am I allowed to fight on the front lines? The armored man frowned. Are you crazy? But before he could continue reprimanding Sang-yoon, his expression suddenly changed to one of alarm. His voice sounded urgent. Wait, there's an orc. Hearing those words, Sang-yoon and the gatekeeper captain immediately turned around. Indeed, a green-skinned, bulging-muscled orc was approaching them from behind, wielding a massive axe. Instead of feeling fear, Sang-yoon felt a surge of excitement. So this is my first battle since my regression. Leave it to me, he thought to himself. Before his words had even fully left his mouth, the dark-haired guy had already lunged forward, shield in hand, slamming directly into the orc's body, halting its movement. Temporarily seeing this, the black-haired man's face twisted in astonishment as he yelled at Sang-yoon. Idiot, are you crazy? Are you moving that slowly? And you think you can wield a greatsword properly? Sang-yoon simply replied with a calm reminder, you really don't have to help me. You know, so stop talking nonsense and show off your skills, the black-haired man yelled back. His voice filled with frustration, but in his agitated state, he didn't notice that the orc had already raised its axe high. Preparing to strike, Sang-yoon quickly pointed it out to him. All right. Look in front of you, you should be grateful, little punk. The black-haired man sneered as he turned away, only to realize too late that the orc's axe was already inches from his face. He could even smell the rusty metal and dried blood still adhering to its surface. For an instant, he thought he was done for, but just before the killing blow could land, Jun Dikin, the team leader, charged in like a human tank with pure brute force. He slammed his shield directly into the orc's face, sending the massive creature flying backward and crashing into the ground, leaving a small crater in its wake. Seeing that the orc was temporarily incapacitated, Jung Dikin took the opportunity to turn around and bellow at the two of them. You guys think this is some damn playground? I'm sorry, the black-haired man stammered as the others watched, astonished by Jung Tae-young's quick reflexes. Up ahead, Jung Tae drew his sword and prepared for battle. Back off, I'll handle this. At the same time, the orc had already recovered, letting out a terrifying roar at Char forward, and a blind frenzy. With all its might, its axe slammed into Jun Dekung's shield, creating a deafening clang that echoed through the air. However, Jun Dueki lived up to his title as team leader. His strength was anything but ordinary. The moment he blocked the orc's attack, he immediately plunged his sword into the monster's left chest, causing thick streams of green blood to gush out. Behind him, the rest of the team clenched their fists, excitement lighting up their faces. That was incredible. The captain pierced its heart. Is it dead? Murmurs of victory began to spread, but things didn't turn out as they expected. Despite having a sword deeply embedded in its chest, the orc suddenly flashed a savage grin, and exultant, as if the wound was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Letting out a deafening roar, it firmly grasped its axe and swung it forward with tremendous force. The force of the blow shattered the ground and left a small crater in its wake. Fortunately, Jun Kim had sensed the danger just in time. Instead of trying to block the blow, he instinctively jumped back to create some distance. From San Jun's perspective, as he watched the two muscular figures clash ahead, his experience quickly told him there was a problem. Jun King was probably the highest level fighter here, but at best, he was only level 50, nowhere near strong enough to land a fatal blow on the orc. Returning to the battlefield, Jun King let out a fierce war cry, gripping his sword tightly before lunging into the attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, While the orc was still reacting to his previous strike, he drove his sword deep into its body once more. And this time with such a perfectly executed critical hit, no matter how tough the orc was. There was no surviving it, as the massive creature finally collapsed onto the ground. Lifeless, the lower-ranked hunters around him burst into cheers. He did it. He really took down an orc by himself. Hearing their excitement, Yoongdin let out a small sigh of relief before turning to check on his team. It wasn't much. Guys, it's okay, of course. You are seriously reliable captain. The older awakened responded with joyful smiles. Good, then let's get going. The moment those words left his mouth, before the group even had a chance to take a single step forward, blood-curdling screams rang out from the distance, immediately drawing their attention. Turning around, they were met with an intimidating sight, a group of red-skinned orcs marching towards them, with aggressive expressions, as if they were looking for a fight. Seeing the sharp weapons gleaming in the orcs' hands, a cold sweat began to run down the faces of the older awakened. Those are armored orcs. Captain, what do we do now? Considering the enemy's numbers and their well-equipped state, Jun De-king immediately began to reconsider his options. I think it would be best to retreat and ensure the team's safety, he said. Although deep down, he felt a pang of regret. We finally took one down, and now a whole squad appears. Unlike the others, who were paralyzed with fear, Sang-yoon's eyes lit up upon seeing the approaching monsters. Without hesitation, he made a bold suggestion. Can I try? His words instantly earned him a series of indignant stares from the weaker hunters surrounding him. What the hell is this guy saying? Hey, Sang-yoon, have you lost your damn mind? Apologies, Captain. I should have trained him properly before bringing him here. To the side, Yoongdekin let out a deep sigh and tried to reason with him. Sang-yoon, I understand you're excited about awakening, but before he could finish the sentence, Sang-yoon had already gripped his greatsword and lunged forward like a gust of wind. The entire group froze in astonishment. Hey, you're going to get yourself killed. Jun De-kim yelled at him, but contrary to everyone's expectations, the moment Sang-yoon closed the distance, he swung his greatsword in one devastating strike, effortlessly slicing the young red-skinned orc cleanly in half for a brief moment. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Only Sang-yoon's voice broke through the greatswords. Man, these things are incredible behind him. After several seconds of stunned silence, the so-called weaker hunters began to sweat profusely, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if they had just witnessed a prehistoric beast come back to life. Sang-yoon. What the hell just happened? A lead orc was cut in half, even using a greatsword. That's still too absurd. Ignoring their murmurs, Sang-yoon rested casually, his greatsword on his shoulder, and chuckled. I'm still level 1 or something. The swing wasn't as smooth as I wanted. Player information. Name: Sang-yoon. Level 1. Title: None. Constellation: None. Unique skill: Artifact Absorption. Artifacts consumed 1 health, 25 energy, 20 experience, 40 on the other side. The remaining orcs gritted their teeth. Veins bulged on their furious faces as they watched their comrade effortlessly sliced in half. Then, as if given a verbal command, they roared in unison and rushed at Sang-yoon like rabid dogs. Seeing this, Sang-yoon gripped his sword, his voice cold and unwavering. My level might be low, but I have plenty of experience. And just like that, both sides blurred past each other in a blur, with a single swing of his greatsword. Almost effortlessly, Sang-yoon sliced the orcs with ease, their bodies splitting apart like brittle dolls. However, at that precise moment, an orc wearing a bone mask lunged at him, with its sharp axe cutting through the air, aimed directly at the protagonist, without breaking a sweat. Sang-yoon slightly twisted his body, dodging the blow with a minimal movement. Then with a quick movement, he swung his sword upwards, severing the orc's arm, and splitting its face in two. Do you have any idea how many monsters like you I've killed in my youth? He mocked, his voice amused. Meanwhile, the awakened hunters in the rear could only stare in complete disbelief. Is that really Sang-yoon? Can he really take them all out at this rate? This is insane. Someone muttered in shock. Back on the battlefield, Sang-yoon was now face to face with the orc squad leader. That just leaves you, orc warlord. His eyes locked onto his last opponent, unlike the others. This orc was an imposing figure, dwarfing even the already massive members of its species. But it wasn't just its size that made it dangerous. It was clad in full armor, heavily equipped for battle. The warlord scanned the battlefield with his bloodshot eyes observing the remains of his fallen kin. Rage swelled in his chest, and with a deafening roar, he swung his massive spiked mace downwards with overwhelming force, with the aim of crushing Sang-yoon in one blow. Seeing this, the protagonist wasted no time and leaped to the side, dodging the attack in the blink of an eye. And a blink of an eye. The unfortunate wall behind him, however, was not as lucky. It exploded into debris under the force of the orc's blow. But Sang-yoon didn't even glance at the destruction in the air. He spun his body and swung his greatsword in a clean arc, and decisive, slicing straight through the warlord's thick neck. However, the wound Sang-yoon had just inflicted was too shallow, nowhere near enough to bring down the monstrous orc. Seeing this, the squad leader, clearly worried, shouted, "Its hide is too thick. Our attacks are useless, we're screwed." Before his words had fully settled in the air, the orc leader took the opening Sang-yoon landed with a fierce roar. He swung his massive arm back, aiming his colossal war mace towards Sang-yoon's much smaller body. But Sang-yoon showed no sign of worry. "Calm down. Do you want?" he said nonchalantly, his voice firm. At the same time, he activated his demon-breaking skill notification system, hidden skill. Status activated, abnormality, cooldown blocked, 15 seconds, skill level 1 effect on attacking a target. Be it human or monster, the target will be immobilized for 2 seconds, success rate, and duration depend on the target's resistance level the moment the skill took effect. The orc leader's entire body froze in place, its weapon, which had been mid-swing, stopped abruptly, and its huge frame violently shook as it fought against the invisible force holding it. Seeing this, Sang-yoon smiled. His eyes narrowed in amusement. "Yes, stay like that." He laughed beside him. The orc leader let out a howl of panic, but before it could comprehend what was happening, Sang-yoon's sharp blade had already cleanly sliced through its thick neck, sending its head flying towards the orcs. The massive body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, as its severed head rolled to a stop at the feet of Young-de-Kim, who was watching from a short distance away. The brutality of the scene left everyone in silence. "What the hell did I just witness?" someone muttered. "Didn't he only awaken 3 days ago?" Another stammered. "And that interruption skill he used, isn't that supposed to be an advanced skill? I thought even high-ranked players could only stun an enemy for 1.5 seconds at most. And he wields a greatsword like he's been doing it his whole life. Should we ask him what kind of YouTube videos he's been watching?" A chorus of whispers and murmurs of awe spread through the group. Meanwhile, Young-de-Kim stood frozen. His mind was racing with thoughts. Watching Sang-yoon unleash such overwhelming force was nothing short of baffling. He muttered under his breaths. Did he really just use a high-level skill against an armored orc? No less. He's only been awake for a few days. No, where the hell did he get a skill like that? The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became. System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have met the requirements to receive a title. You have obtained the title. Brave Puppy. Title. Rank. F effect +5. Evasion. Seeing the unexpected system reward, Sang-yoon felt both surprised and excited. He hadn't paid much attention to leveling up, but he didn't expect to gain a title. And a bonus effect. Moreover, this is amazing. The system continued with another notification. You have unassigned stat points. Please choose a stat to upgrade the available points. At the same time, the system interface switched to the attribute screen. Seeing this, Sang-yoon reached out to assign his points. "I already know which stat I want to increase in my past life. I learned this lesson too late. Luck directly affects skill accuracy and item drop rates. And right now, that was what he needed most." Without hesitation, he immediately assigned the newly earned free stat point to luck. However, before he could take a moment to analyze things further, Jun Dickens suddenly stepped forward from behind and began to interrogate him. "Are you really Sin Sang-yoon? That skill you just used, Disrupt, where did you get it from?" Sang-yoon found himself slightly taken aback by the question. "I just regressed, and I've only been using my skills for good." But still, I can't tell him the exact truth. With that in mind, he quickly made something up. I had it as soon as I awakened," he replied indifferently. Of course, Young-de-King wasn't going to accept such a vague answer. He immediately pointed his finger at Sang-yoon and pressed further. "Do you even hear yourself? That makes no sense. Stop trying to dodge the question. Are you absolutely sure?" You got lucky and stumbled upon a diamond-tier artifact, or something even higher. His gaze then shifted to the greatsword Sang-yoon was holding, taking it for granted that all of Sang-yoon's strength came from that weapon. Noticing the suspicion in Yun De-kyung's eyes, Sang-yoon simply offered his sword towards him and smiled contentedly. Would you like to check it out for yourself? For his part, Captain Yun De-chin was slightly surprised by the casualness with which Sang-yoon handed him his weapon. However, he still accepted the greatsword to inspect it. Yes, all right. If you offer it to me then with that, he focused on examining the weapon, and in an instant, all its details were clearly displayed before his eyes. Slaughter greatsword type, two-handed weapon, weapon class, greatsword, attack power. 50 effect none, description, a standard greatsword with a simple design, offering no special skills. As soon as he saw the information provided by the system, Jun Dikin practically yelled as if his house was on fire. What the hell is this? Seriously, just a normal greatsword. That means that skill was really his. His jaw clenched, and the veins in his forehead started to pop as he silently cursed in his head. Son of a bitch, I've been raiding dungeons for 2 damn years, climbing up to level 50, and my skills still aren't as good as his. If this keeps up, the reward distribution will be today. Before he could continue spinning, a team member suddenly shouted, "Captain, the sub-boss just appeared." Upon hearing that, the rest of the team turned their eyes to Yun Daikin, awaiting his order. His face darkened slightly, but he quickly gave orders. All right, let's go. Then he turned to Sang-yoon and said, thanks to you, we had an easier time clearing those little fry. But don't get cocky and end up dead. A flashy skill like yours won't be of any use against the demonic orc we are about to face. Sang-yoon tilted his head slightly, finding Young Dik-young's attitude a bit strange. However, as if remembering something, a smile slowly formed on his lips. I almost forgot why I joined this team. Right after the regression, this team distributes rewards based on contribution. With that, he suddenly shouted, "Hey, Captain." Young Dikin turned with a frown. Sang-yoon flashed a bright smile and asked, if I kill the demonic orc myself, can I take the artifact as a reward? The red crystal, a rare look that could only be obtained by defeating the demonic orc. Even then, it was known to be incredibly difficult to acquire. No, rather, the drop rate was absurdly low. However, in his past life, after his team failed their attempt to take down the demonic orc, they had the rare opportunity to witness another team successfully obtain the red crystal. Sang-yoon still vividly remembered that moment, the sight of that group standing next to the slain demonic orc, holding the precious crystal in their hands. Wow, Captain, congratulations. How did you get that? Will that thing sell for a fortune on the market? Won't it? The only artifact with the delay skill. The other group members had looked at the red crystal with greedy eyes. Seeing this, their captain waved his hand for them to leave, looking slightly uncomfortable. Hey, that's enough. You're spitting on me. Delay. That was the skill Sang-yoon desperately needed right now. Putting aside his memories, he returned to the present and repeated his request. His words left the entire team momentarily stunned. Seeing their reaction, Sang-yoon quickly continued his explanation. If I recall correctly, this team distributes rewards based on contribution. Right. So if I kill the boss myself, there shouldn't be any problem. Yes. In this 15 Jun fell silent. That silence caused a bead of sweat to slide down Sang-yoon's face. I need to get the delay skill as soon as possible. It's crucial for the upcoming events. But to these guys, I must look like an arrogant rookie trying to bite off more than he can chew. There's no way they'll take me seriously. As expected, 2 of the weaker team members, unaware of their own lack of strength, looked at him like a pair of debt collectors. Have you gone crazy? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think killing a few orcs makes you hot shit? Now you're talking about loot distribution before they could continue. Young De-kim calmly raised a hand, cutting them off. Hey, calm down. He then turned to Sang-yoon with a sharp look. Fine, do as you wish, but there's a catch. You will only be allowed to fight the boss if we fail to defeat it first. Only then will you be permitted to enter the dungeon and face it alone. Understood. His warning was clear, but the mere fact that Yun De-ken agreed to distribute loot based on contribution was enough for Sang-yoon to feel relieved. It was easier than he thought to confirm that Sang-yoon asked again. So that means I'll be sitting out of this fight, right? Do as you want. Yun Deacon snapped before turning and marching forward. Deep down, he despised Sang-yoon's attitude. Who the hell does this punk think he is to act almighty just because he has one very powerful skill? I will clear this dungeon myself and shut him up. I will show him that experience is what truly matters on the battlefield. With that determination as fuel, Yun Deacon raised his hand and pushed open the massive door before them. Inside the dimly lit chamber, a huge orc wielding a battle axe was already waiting for them. At the same time, a system notification appeared for the party that has entered the mid-boss chamber. The demonic orc berserker looked nothing like the orcs they had fought before. Standing imposing and muscular, its purple skin rippled with pure brute strength. Curved horns like a goat's protruded from its skull, and right in the center of its chest. Embedded deep in its flesh was a gleaming red crystal, heavy iron chains wrapped around its body. Clanking ominously as it moved, this was the mid-boss, the bloodthirsty demonic orc. Seeing the beast's menacing form, Yong Dik Yong's expression turned serious. Gripping his sword tightly, he barked orders, "Everyone get ready for battle. Surround and attack from the back." Although the monster looked intimidating, Yun Deacon wasn't particularly worried. He had heard rumors that this boss looks tough, but I heard it's actually easy to take down when it comes to fighting it solo. Too bad. Without Sang-yoon, you won't even get the chance. Just imagining the look of shock and powerlessness on Sang-yoon's face as they took down the boss made Yun Deacon smile. But fantasies were just that. Fantasies. Reality hit hard and fast. Yongda Kim snapped back to his senses and shouted, "I'll take the lead." With that order, the entire team charged forward, using him as a spearhead against the bloodthirsty and demonic orcs. Moments later, all of Yongda Kyung's hopes for victory had completely crumbled as he slowly regained consciousness from his stunned state. He muttered in disbelief at what had just happened nearby. Sang-yoon was standing casually leaning against a dungeon wall, watching Yun King wake up. He simply clicked his tongue and shook his head. I was a little worried when they rushed in like that, but who would have thought they'd charge straight at him like idiots? That's why we failed in my past life too. Meanwhile, the other surviving members of the party rushed over to their down leader, helping him up. Panic filled their voices. "What do we do now, Captain? If this keeps up, we're all dead." Yun King didn't reply immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the demonic orc before him. His gaze furrowed in confusion. Not just this boss, but even the previous orcs. Why were they all so damn strong shit? I should never have trusted that. Mark Edental gritted his teeth at the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Yun King was forced to make a bitter decision. Forget about beating this thing today. We retreat for now, but then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something strange. Sang-yoon was still standing there casually, arms crossed, with a relaxed smile on his face. Yong Dag Yong's stomach churned. That look, that attitude, he still wanted to fight the boss. Unlike the steadfast Sang-yoon, a blonde party member was visibly steaming, gritting his teeth as if Sang-yoon owed him money. "Are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you?" Before he could continue ranting, Yun Deacon extended an arm to silence him. "Enough. Everyone fall back. He has terrible peripheral vision. We will pass his blind spot." The rest of the group exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness," someone muttered as Yun Dane turned around, blood dripping down his face. He shot one last look at Sang-yoon. "Sin Sang-yoon, I warned you. If you die, don't blame me." In response to those words, he let out a small chuckle before slowly drawing the sword from his back. His voice firm and confident. "No need to worry, I'm not dying today," facing the bloodthirsty demonic orc. Standing before him, as if sensing the murderous intent radiating towards Sang-yoon. The monstrous orc boss tightly gripped its huge battle axe. Its eyes burned with fury as it charged forward like an enraged tank, exuding an overwhelming aura of aggression. Seeing this, Sang-yoon took a deep breath and calmed himself. His grip on the sword instinctively tightened, and a thought crossed his mind. If this fight were purely based on stats, he wouldn't stand a chance against this thing, but with all the experience I've accumulated, that's not a problem at all. With that, Sang-yoon swiftly swung his sword to the right, deflecting the orc's battle axe aside. In an instant, clang asterisk, a piercing metallic roar echoed in the air as steel clashed against steel. The demon orc let out a low, guttural growl, clearly startled. Meanwhile, the awakened fighters preparing to retreat suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Upon hearing that loud metallic crash, they turned, exchanging perplexed glances. I just heard a loud clang. Wait, he just knocked the orc's axe back into the battlefield. Sang-yoon flexed his now numb wrist and let out a casual complaint. Damn, my hand is numb, so I can only parry its blows. Then, as if discovering something fascinating, his gaze locked onto the shining red gem embedded in the demonic orc's chest. A satisfied grin spread across his face. It's been a long time since the red gem, the ultimate combo. Sang-yoon's obsession with the red gem wasn't without reason. It had a special effect that when combined with his delay skill and the title skill, Demon Crusher, he could create something truly terrifying. Currently, the stun effect of Demon Crusher only lasted 2 seconds, which was already useful, but upgrading it was difficult. However, with his main ability, Artifact Devourer, he could fuse the effects of different skills. And that gave him an idea. What if he could stack the stun effect of Demon Crusher? This could be the perfect skill combination, an infinite stun lock. If I can get the delay, this will be totally possible. The mere thought of paralyzing enemies infinitely while they remain completely helpless sent waves of excitement through him. His grin widened as he confidently raised his sword. Well, what are you waiting for? Come at me, as if understanding his taunt. Thick furrows crossed the demonic orc's forehead like writhing worms with a heart-wrenching roar. It charged straight towards Sang-yoon, its monstrous energy surging as it prepared to strike with devastating force. The perfect opportunity. But this was exactly what Sang-yoon had been waiting for. Perfect, just what I wanted. If the monster came towards him recklessly like this, he would have the perfect chance to discover its weaknesses with that thought. Sang-yoon charged forward without hesitation. His sword cleanly sliced through the orc's side, leaving behind a deep gash. Thick streams of dark purple blood poured out of the cut, spilling onto the battlefield. At the same time, Sang-yoon activated his Demon Crusher skill. The demonic orc froze in place, stunned for a full 2 seconds. Its trembling hands could no longer even grip its battle axe, and the massive weapon slipped from its grasp, crashing onto the ground and forming a small crater upon impact. The disbelief of the spectators, the other awakeners still watching from the back, looked on in shock. His eyes were practically popping out of his sockets. This feels like watching some kind of fantasy movie. This makes no sense. The stun from Demon Crusher worked on a mid-level boss that is too powerful. Jun Deken muttered under his breath, unable to process what he was witnessing. A quick counterattack. Meanwhile, San-jun let out a smug little chuckle. I know orcs are simple-minded, but you are a demonic orc. No. But before he could finish the sentence, his voice was suddenly cut off somehow. Against all odds, the demonic orc had already shaken off the stun effect and launched a fierce kick straight towards him. Reacting on instinct, Sang-yoon raised his greatsword just in time, using it as a shield to absorb the blow. Even so, the force of the impact sent his body flying backward, dragging his sword across the ground and carving a deep furrow in the battlefield. As he stabilized himself, his eyebrows furrowed in frustration. Damn it, I forgot about that. It's the regeneration skill. His gaze locked onto the orc's wound, but it was no longer there. A faint green glow ran across its body, and within seconds, the deep wound he had inflicted had completely healed. The worst part was that this very regeneration ability had allowed the demonic orc to break free from the stun effect much sooner than expected. This is going to be much harder than I thought. I need 15 seconds before I can stun it again. This is why I needed delay. But if I can't keep it stunned, I'll have to take it down the old-fashioned way. The battle rages in front of him. The demonic orc clings more tightly to its battle axe once more. Its bloodlust burned brighter than ever. The wounds Sang-yoon inflicted only served to anger it further. Now the monster only had one thought in its mind: crush him. A quick, decisive victory. Once again, the demonic orc's powerful axe was deflected effortlessly. Sang-yoon barely moved a muscle as he directed the attack downwards, burying the axe into the ground with a casual flick of his sword. Man, this is easier than I thought, he said with a smile, and so their clash continued. Sword versus axe. Attack after attack. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling through the air, shaking the battlefield, causing doubt in the spectators. Meanwhile, a blonde Abakina stood to the side, completely uninterested in the fight. Instead, he turned to his commander, urging him, "Commander, we really need to let even that useless skill bastard go." Jun Deacon, however, looked stunned. His voice was filled with confusion. His stun skill doesn't work, but the level difference is barely noticeable. So why the hell? Why does he look so confident? Is he really a rookie? The thought gnawed at him. Something wasn't adding up. The final move back on the battlefield. Sang-yoon was getting bored. All right, let's end this. He had been in situations like this before. If he wasn't strong enough, then he just had to put everything into one decisive blow. Forget about trying to whittle the enemy down. Instead, use his own power against them, gripping his sword tightly. Sang-yoon waited, his eyes sharpened, watching every small movement the demonic orc made. Then the perfect opening, with a flash of movement, he lunged forward. The orc charged at full speed, unaware that it was running straight to its own death. Sang-yoon's sword cleanly pierced through its chest, straight to the heart. The orc let out a final gurgle and coughed up a mouth full of blood before collapsing lifelessly. A system announcement. At the same time, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You have defeated the mid-boss demonic orc. You have leveled up. You have earned the title of E-rank Demon Slayer. E-rank Demon Slayer. Title effect. When facing mid-bosses or higher, your healing ability increases 5x. Reading the effect, Sang-yoon couldn't help but already flash 2 smiles. Is this what it feels like to play solo? Just as he was about to revel in his victory, movement caught his eye. Commander Jun Dikin was slow, approaching him, his eyes wide open, still filled with disbelief. Even now, he was struggling to accept the reality before him. The very mid-boss that had annihilated his entire team had just been effortlessly crushed by this so-called rookie's tactical display. Seeing the stunned expressions of everyone around him, Sang-yoon forced a wry smile. There is only one way to avoid unnecessary trouble like this, and so he activated his amateur actor skills, raising his voice in a dramatic lament. Oh no, I almost died. What would I have done without the commander doing damage? The perfect bluff. The blonde awakener, who had no idea what was going on, immediately turned to his commander with a look of admiration. I knew it, Commander. When did you give that thing? Jun Kim, on the other hand, wasn't an idiot. He knew full well that he hadn't even scratched the mid-boss. His gaze drifted towards Sang-yoon, filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Sang-yoon smiled internally. Come on, you're not that dumb, are you? I'm throwing you a bone here. Take it as a silent agreement. His gaze shifted to the red crystal on the ground, and he instantly understood Sang-yoon's intention. Keep your promise. Is that what he's saying? Letting out a defeated sigh, Yoon-dakin muttered to himself. I completely lost, but the moment of hesitation disappeared as he straightened his posture. With renewed confidence, he turned to the team and barked orders. Attention, everyone. The mid-boss has fallen. Now we have to prepare for the final boss. Yes, sir. The team replied in unison. Moving on with that, the party headed upstairs preparing for the next floor. As they ascended, some of them couldn't resist taunting Sang-yoon. Ha, I knew it. It's impossible that kid cleared it alone, right? Man, I wish I had that stun skill. Forget it. It didn't even work on the mid-boss. Sang-yoon ignored the chatter. His attention was entirely focused on the real prize. His gaze locked onto the red crystal, what he had been waiting for. All right, the audience is gone. Time to eat this thing. Red crystal. Rarity. Silver type. Special equipment. Accessory. Special effect. Delay attributes +10. Vitality +10. Strength. Description. A rare item that can only be obtained by defeating the demonic orc. It contains condensed resilience and fortitude. A satisfied smile formed on his lips. Let's see what this thing can really do. A strange feast the moment Sang-yoon absorbed the red crystal. His consciousness was pulled into a subconscious void. Before him was a steaming plate, cold spicy noodles with aspic meat prepared by the super chef. Just by looking at the dish, an uncontrollable hunger overtook him without hesitation. Sang-yoon grabbed the bowl, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. As he devoured every strand of noodles, a series of system notifications popped up. You are now ready to absorb the red crystal. Absorbing red crystal, based on the base absorption rate of 20% for silver-level items. Your strength and vitality have increased by +2. You have obtained the special effect delay. You can now embed this effect into one of your skills. A bead of sweat rolled down Sang-yoon's 100. Why do I feel so uneasy? Which skill would you like to combine delay with? Added to Demon Smash immediately, the system confirmed the combination. the delay effect has been added to Demon Smash. If you use Demon Smash before the first stun expires, the effect duration will be extended as follows. Second and third hit, 90% success rate. Fourth hit, 60% success rate. Fifth hit, 30% success rate. Upon completion, Sang-yoon was ejected from the subconscious space. He stared at the system screen in disbelief, eyes wide open in shock. A guaranteed 4-second stun. He only thought it was theoretically possible, but it actually works to confirm it. He rubbed his eyes and checked the system logs again. An unexpected proposal. Just then, a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. "Can we talk for a moment?" Turning around, Sang-yoon saw Yoon-taek standing behind him. "What now?" "Sure. What's up?" Sang-yoon asked. The tone of Yoon was hesitant, but he spoke clearly. "Right ahead is the final boss room." Sang-yoon raised an eyebrow. "You want me to stay behind?" But what the captain said next shocked him. "No, it would be a failure as a leader if I didn't know how to utilize a talent like you. Let's work together." Without Sang-yoon as he spoke, he extended his hand. It seemed that after Sang-yoon helped him save face, he had completely regained his composure and was now leading like a proper commander. San-jun had no reason to refuse. "Haha, but my conditions remain the same." He smiled, shaking Jun-taek's hand. Yes. The captain chuckled in response. The final boss room. At this moment, the blonde awakener approached, arms crossed. "We're finally going in." Jun-taek nodded firmly. Yes, from this moment on, everyone must remain alert. But as they moved forward, the blonde suddenly clicked his tongue and shot a glare at Sang-yoon. This left the protagonist utterly confused. What is his problem? Did he eat spoiled food or something? Meanwhile, Jun-taek didn't seem to notice the blonde's sour attitude. With a bright smile, he clapped Sang-yoon on the shoulder. "Let's finish this." My treat after time flew quickly as Sang-yoon's team finally entered the last boss room of dungeon number 85. Their opponent this time was a monstrous orc with ash-gray skin all over its body. Strange spiral-shaped runes faintly pulsed, and on its haft was a blood-stained clump of spikes still dripping from its last victim. An overwhelming savagery radiated from the creature. This was the final boss, the frantic orc. From Yoon-taek's perspective, after witnessing the sheer power of the previous boss, the demonic orc, he no longer underestimated this dungeon. A cold sweat beaded down his face as he took a determined step forward. Looking at Sang-yoon. "Sang-yoon, I'll go first." However, before the captain could recklessly charge in and get annihilated, Sang-yoon unsheathed his sword and shook his head. "Stay close to me." Kim hesitated at that moment. "You shouldn't," but before he could finish, Sang-yoon took a deep breath. Lost in thought, the frantic orc has lower resistance to skills than the demonic orc, meaning it's easier to stun as long as I keep my cool. And attack properly, this shouldn't be a problem, but stay close to me. Since when do I say things like this with such confidence? Back then, I was always afraid. Even when I got older, I barely managed to survive. I can't live like that again. I have to change. Change my weak past and my future. Too, and for that, I will show everyone present my overwhelming strength. An overwhelming display, with that resolution burning in his heart. Sang-yoon swung his sword downwards, delivering a deep gash across the frantic orc's torso. The wound tore from its abdomen to its shoulder, making the beast cry out in agony without hesitation. Sang-hyun activated his skilled demon smash. A shockwave of force slammed into the orc, leaving it staggering and unable to move. It was stunned for 4 seconds. He shouted without missing a beat. Jun-taek charged forward, leading the charge. Now go for the boss, completely immobilized. The entire team unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, overwhelming the beast before it could even show its strength. And just like that, before the orc could land a single devastating blow, it collapsed. Dungeon clear complete. The moment its huge body hit the ground, a system notification sounded. Congratulations. You have defeated the final boss, the frantic orc. Congratulations. You have cleared the red orc dungeon. Recognizing the altar and glimpsing the future as the frantic orc's lifeless body lay in a pool of its own blood, some group members couldn't help but comment. Wasn't this dungeon too easy? I didn't even have to use a potion. Another adventurer chimed in, smiling. I told you the stun skill was amazing. Meanwhile, a group of porters crowded around, whispering among themselves and stealing glances at Sang-yoon. Do you think he has his own walk? Should I ask? Hey, I was about to ask first. Another porter scoffed. So what if I need to make a living too? Replied his team captain, shaking his head. A rapidly changing world, observing how quickly people's attitudes shifted. Sang-yoon couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. These guys switched sides so fast he wasn't even planning on doing anything for them. Just as he finished that thought, a series of system notifications appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have obtained the rank of Title, Overwhelming Power. Status effects and effect duration increase by 10%, reading the title description. Sang-yoon felt satisfied, not bad. A 4.4-second stun, that's insane. In my past life, I never gained a single title, but thinking of that, his expression darkened slightly. Still, this is nothing compared to him. Du Jeongso, the Sword of the Demon, the title collector, actor, the perfect blade. South Korea's greatest swordsman, a legendary player with countless titles. Only 2 years after the era of players began, he had already surpassed level 500. Long before Sang-yoon's regression. Sang-yoon had always admired him, a warrior he deeply respected. But now maybe I won't fall behind this time, and I start trying hard now maybe. Just maybe I'll have a chance, as his determination burned within him. Sang-yoon's nostrils flared slightly, releasing a faint puff of white vapor. The sudden sight startled the porters behind him. Even Yun De Kim couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask, "What are you doing?" Upon reacting, Sang-yoon coughed awkwardly, nothing, just stretching. De Kim didn't press further. Instead, he rummaged through his inventory and pulled out a small ring, tossing it to Sang-yoon. "Here, you did great. Catching the rain." Sang-yoon was genuinely surprised. "Wow, did someone possess you?" Jun-dekin smiled sheepishly. "Hey, give me some credit. Did you really lead the team this time? Still, isn't that too much?" Decken shrugged indifferently. "It's a bronze item. I can afford to be generous." Sang-yoon smiled. "You're too honest for your own good." Deacon waved him off with a chuckle. "Hey, if it were expensive, I wouldn't have given it to you." But even as he spoke, a silent thought lingered in his mind. "I'm giving it to you because from now on, we probably won't cross paths again. Like it or not, even I have to admit it. You now live in a completely different world from the rest of us." As Sang-yoon and Young Deacon continued to laugh and chat, neither of them noticed the blond man standing behind them, biting his lip in silent fury. His eyes burned with resentment as he glared at them. He cares more about that bastard just because he showed off his skills a few times. I've served him for so long, and this is how he repays me. This is unfair, completely unfair. A cold, murderous thought crept into his mind. To hell with this. They should both die. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to Sang-yoon's apartment in the Hamsil-don Sonpa district. Sitting in front of his desk, Sang-yoon was grinning from ear to ear as he checked his bank account. "This is insane. This is why I became a player." A notification flashed on the screen. "Transaction complete. 200 coins received. The main exchange. GAT gives me 200 coins a day." Sang-yoon chuckled, rubbing his chin. "It seems he gave me double what he gave others. Plus an extra bonus. Damn right. I hit the jackpot." He put down his phone and directed his gaze towards the ring resting on the table. Frantic ring. Bronze type. Accessory. Special effect. Light attribute strength plus 10. Description: a ring that can only be obtained from the frantic orc. Causes the wearer to enter a state of fury. Special effect: light consumes 1 mana per second to reduce the perceived weight of all equipped artifacts to 1 gram. Reading its stats and effects, Sang-yoon couldn't help but admire its potential, even if it was only a bronze-level item. "I can't believe I was gifted such a light artifact." His eyes shone with understanding. "Now I understand why it's usually rated silver. Most players would exhaust their mana after a few sword swings, but using 1 mana per second just to lighten their equipment. That's ridiculous. Who the hell would waste their mana on something like that?" The thought made him chuckle inwardly, but then his expression changed and his smile became sharper. "Again, none of that matters to me." Sang-yoon leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. "In my past life, I only discovered my ability when I was already over 50. But precisely because of that, I trained so hard to master it." He recalled a crucial memory. Once he consumed an artifact that required mana to function, and as a result, the penalty effect disappeared. Mana-draining artifacts always came with a drawback, a side effect that made them difficult to use. But for Sang-yoon, when I absorb them, the penalties completely disappear. Who cares about the inconveniences? How many more skills do I accumulate? The better. With that thought in mind, he reached out his hand and placed it on the rein. A faint blue light began to swirl around his fingertips. Then, without hesitation, he began the absorption process. At the H-Seoul nightclub in Gangnam, the atmosphere was thick with smoke and alcohol, and the loud beat of the music. Amidst the neon glow, the blonde man from Young Kyung's party lounged in a private booth. His arm was draped around a beautiful woman, but he was not enjoying the moment. He was ranting. I'm telling you, it's true. That bastard has a stun skill that lasts a full 4 seconds. His voice was loud, too loud. Across from him, a thug-looking man squinted his eyes, annoyed. Hey, who the hell do you think you're raising your voice at? The blonde immediately flinched back, ducking his head. No, I'm sorry. The thug sneered with an expression full of disdain. Then he leaned forward, his eyes gleaming dangerously. So you want me to get revenge for you? The blonde shook his head violently. No, but I swear he's cheating. He even used multiple stunners before he could continue. Suddenly, the thugs slammed their hands on the table. So what the hell do you want from me, idiot? His voice boomed in the room, making the clubgoers flinch. I'm in the middle of business, and you're wasting my time with your whining. The blonde man swallowed, but then added in a shaky voice. Bay's butt. It seems Dickin really likes him. That caught the thug's attention. His lips curled into a sneer. Oh, so you want revenge. Meanwhile, not far from the booth, a blonde woman leaned close to a man with an eye patch whispering seductively in his ear. You're not close to that guy. No, he looks like a complete loser. Tilda. The one-eyed man let out a short laugh and then straightened up. He wanted to impress the woman, so without hesitation, he called out to her. Hey. The blonde man turned towards him, but before he could react, it's Sheikah. A cold flash of steel, then pain. His left ear hit the table with a wet thud. Leg, lard. Blood gushed from one side of his head as he screamed and clutched the wound. His whole body convulsed in agony, but the one-eyed man simply smiled. Who did you think we were? Leg. He leaned down slightly. He slapped the tear-streaked face of the blonde, and in an ice-cold voice, he said, did you think we were your personal errand boys? The blonde shuddered, his eyes wide with fear. The one-eyed man sneered. Then you better pay the price. He picked up a glass of alcohol from the table and poured it over the freshly bleeding wound. The blonde fled in pure agony, writhing as the liquor burned his exposed flesh. But the one-eyed man laughed, enjoying the spectacle then, with a casual nod of his head. He asked, now tell me, where the hell is this bastard you're talking about? Time passed quickly, returning to Sang-yoon's current situation. He was still completely unaware that the blonde guy and a group of thugs had set their sights on him. So for now, he remained relaxed, strolling calmly without worrying about anything. Taking a seat near the stairs, Sang-yoon let out a tired sigh. Just remembering the taste of the food he had ingested earlier churned his stomach. Just thinking about it made him nauseous, as if he might vomit at any moment. Who the hell would have imagined that cold cucumber soup could come from the frenzy's rim? The Oriental cold cucumber soup. The ultimate killer of anyone who dares to eat it. My stomach is churning right now, but as they say, there's always light at the end of the tunnel. At that moment, he spun the huge sword in his hand, effortlessly twirling it like a windmill despite its massive weight. All thanks to the lightness effect he had obtained from the frenzy ring. Lightness, a special passive skill with no cooldown, and because of his artifact Devour skill. The original mana consumption penalty of the skill had been completely removed as a side effect. However, the lightness effect had been reduced. Now, instead of completely nullifying the weight, it simply fixed the weight of all artifacts at a fixed 100 grams. Well, I guess I'll use this greatsword for now. But what if I accidentally drop it? That would be a disaster. All right. Next, as he spoke, Sang-yoon quickly pulled up his status window. Current player information. Name: Sin Sang-yoon. Level 7 titles. Overwhelming strength plus 2 others. Constellation: none. Exclusive skill: Artifact Devourer. Devoured artifacts 3 HP 324. Energy 32. Experience 307. Strength 13. Stamina 12. Agility 12. Magic power 10. Luck 16. Evasion 15. Defense 10. Unassigned stat points 0. Contemplating his current stats, Sang-yoon reminded himself of his step. I need to start getting the attention of the constellations. A player could only have one constellation, so he had to choose carefully. If possible, I want a constellation that matches my strongest stat. That means luck. But then he let out a small sigh. Well, I don't have any outstanding stats right now that would attract them. I guess all I can do for now is train with that thought. Sang-yoon slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on the countless training dummies lined up in front. Time to get to work. 3 days later, at that moment, Sang-yoon had just arrived at an unfamiliar location. Having driven himself there, as soon as he got out of the car, his face was completely pale, as if he was about to drop dead any moment. I seriously thought I was going to die there. I guess 3 days of non-stop training and a long road trip were too much. Well, at least I gained a new skill, so I guess it was worth it. As he spoke, Sang-yoon twisted his torso left and right, stretching his body a bit to shake off the fatigue. The new skill he had acquired was ambidextrous sword mastery, a basic passive skill for swordsmen. Skill level. A description increases adaptability with all kinds of swords, excluding short swords, and one-handed long swords. Now, as for the place Sang-hyun had arrived at, this was none other than dungeon number 101, a solo player. Exclusive dungeon. Looking at the glowing blue portal in front of him, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Today I can go all out by myself. I don't have to worry about people looking at me like I'm a freak anymore. And not only that, but accessing a solo dungeon like this usually meant queuing for months. I should be glad I managed to slip through the cracks. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he suddenly stopped. His gaze drifted into the distance, and his expression darkened. A black car was parked far away, idling in complete silence. He had been following them for quite some time now, and at this point, Sang-yoon was sure of it. I can't believe they followed me all the way to the damn woods. I don't know what they want, but whatever it is, I'll settle it inside the dungeon. His voice turned cold, and his eyes shone with a dangerous edge. Inside the dungeon entrance. The entrance to dungeon number 101 looked like a massive cave, with a dark and ominous passage stretching deep inside. Emerging from the blue portal, a group of thugs stepped forward calmly, their expressions unreadable. It seemed the blonde merchant had somehow convinced them to take the job. But before they could take another step, Sang-yoon's voice rang out, cutting through the air. This is a solo player dungeon. It's not. You guys couldn't have gotten lost. That means you are invading my spot. Hearing that voice, the leader of the rat gang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. His eyes swept over Sang-yoon, observing his stance. The guy seemed to have been waiting for them all along, but that moment of curiosity quickly turned into a mocking laugh. Are you stupid or what? Turning towards Sang-yoon, the entire gang burst out laughing, their expressions full of amusement at his supposed foolishness. Sang-yoon, however, remained calm in the moment he saw them clearly. He immediately realized something was wrong. These guys were not a normal dungeon raiding party. Thinking it over, he decided to give them one last chance to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. I won't report this, so get lost. His eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke at the same time. He silently analyzed the entire group, carefully scanning them before reaching a quick conclusion. No healers, no mages. They gave up on stability. What every dungeon party needs to form a team of swordsmen and archers. These guys are not dungeon hunters. They are awakened hunters, a pack of hyenas, just as he suspected. This was a group specializing in hunting down other awakened players, and judging by their attitude, they weren't even trying to hide it anymore. This imbecile thinks he's something special. The huge thug let out a loud laugh. Meanwhile, the short blonde guy next to him sneered. That's your fate, imbecile. If you die here, not even your corpse will be found. For some reason, Sang-yoon felt a strange sense of familiarity with this group. Digging through his memories, he recalled something from the past. This very group had been completely wiped out by the strict surveillance of the Player Association. It's been a long time, against groups like this. The archers are always the biggest problem. Yeah, I figured. Sang-yoon replied lightly. His gaze locked onto the archer, a cold, emotionless man who showed no reaction to the thought of killing someone. Not wanting to waste any more time, the archer casually drew his bow, speaking in a bored tone. All right, let's get this over with and move on. But just as he finished, Sang-yoon spoke again, and his words left the entire gang dumbfounded. That's exactly why I was waiting for you. If I had to dispose of 4 corpses, what better place to do it than here? A sharp, mocking grin spread across his lips. The face of the huge thug twisted in rage. You piece of shit. With a furious roar, he charged forward, ready to attack. However, before he could charge, the one-eyed man quickly blocked him with his sword. Let's do this the easy way. His voice was cold and serene. The huge thug's eyes widened in frustration. This is the easy way. I'm going to rip his throat out before them. Sang-yoon smiled in satisfaction, his words dripping with provocation. Good boy, listen to your master. Haha, stop wasting time and come at me already. A thug like the big guy, accustomed to throwing his weight around, could not tolerate this kind of teasing. You better shut your damn mouth with a furious roar. He planted his foot on the ground and exploded forward like a huge, clumsy raging bull, and greatsword straight for Sang-yoon's torso without hesitation. Survival of the fittest. Is there a better phrase to describe a dungeon? Inside a dungeon, monsters always aim for your life, and in those same dungeons, the artifacts you and everyone else seek exist on the razor's edge of life and death. If you are weak, you die. There are no rules inside the dungeon, so if you want to live, you have to kill. That was the karma of my past life, and it still applies even now. In the end, everything that happens here is just self-defense. The entire group of thugs froze in shock. Their eyes, filled with disbelief, were fixed on the scene before them. Only a few seconds ago, the big guy had charged forward, radiating overwhelming aggression. But now he had been cleanly cut in half. Not a single scream escaped him. One sword strike. That was all it took. Sang-yoon coldly swept his gaze over the remaining 3. What are you standing there for? Come on, all of you. Don't hesitate. The remaining 3 immediately backed away, instinctively increasing their distance. After seeing that level of strength, they all understood one thing. If Sang-yoon got close, they were dead, relying on their experience hunting other awakened players. They quickly adjusted their strategy as they ran. The blue-haired guy barked orders. Cover us while we reposition. Understood. The archer replied, but internally, his mind was spiraling in confusion. He killed Sano. Even if the guy was an idiot, Sanjo was still level 100, and that kid had only recently awakened. What the hell is going on? The archer couldn't make sense of it. Meanwhile, on Sanjun's side, he had started spinning his greatsword. Its heavy blade whirled in the air like helicopter blades. The sharp winds it generated howled ominously, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. "Ho, where are you?" Sang-yoon taunted with a satisfied smile. My god, what kind of monster is this? The archer cursed even as he spoke. His hands moved instinctively, drawing his bow and releasing 2 arrows at blinding speed. But for Sang-yoon, it was child's play. With one effortless strike, he sliced both arrows in half before they could even get close. And then, before the archer could react, Sang-yoon spun and hurled his greatsword directly at him. Thud! The sword hit its mark. The archer barely had time to scream before collapsing lifelessly. The agonizing scream caused the 2 remaining thugs to freeze. They turned their heads in shock, and their faces went pale. Who the hell is this guy? The small orange-haired thug shouted in disbelief. However, unlike him, the blue-haired one had a completely different thought process. His sharp gaze fixed on Sang-yoon, and more specifically, the fact that he was now disarmed. He threw his greatsword away. That means he has no weapon right now. This is the perfect opportunity to attack his command. Both charge at the same time. Sang-yoon also charged forward, heading straight for his greatsword, which was still stuck in the archer's corpse. The charge had begun, but just as his fingers brushed the hilt of his weapon, the 2 thugs' swords headed toward him. Slash! The sound of steel cutting flesh echoed in the air. A spurt of fresh blood splashed onto the ground, but it didn't come from Sang-yoon. It came from the archer's corpse, because at the final moment, just before the blades reached him, Sang-yoon had used his sword as a pivot point, launching himself into the air with an acrobatic flip. Are you crazy? The orange-haired thug gritted his teeth, stunned that Sang-yoon managed to dodge even in that narrow margin of time. But Sang-yoon wasn't interested in conversing. Still in the air, he ducked and wrenched out his greatsword. At that moment, the blue-haired thug, Hun-tae, suddenly reached out, grabbing the orange-haired one's head from behind. The smaller thug startled in confusion. "Junti, what the hell are you doing?" Before he could react, Junti shoved him forward like a human meat shield. The orange-haired thug barely had time to scream before Sang-yoon's greatsword sliced him like paper. Just like that, he was gone. Damn. That's true brotherly love. Selling out your own teammate. The second things go south, Sang-yoon said mockingly after that. He paused his assault for a moment and casually added, "You guys were selling organs." "Right." Junti's eyes narrowed. Sang-yoon smiled contentedly. "Yes. No way people like you would trust others just out of goodwill. So let me guess that your real goal was to awaken mana stones through organ transplants." "Right." For a brief second, Junti's expression changed. Sang-yoon caught it immediately, and yet Junti let out a cold chuckle. "So what if you figured it out, huh, you little shit?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Junti hurled his sword, aiming directly at Sang-yoon's chest, and on his lips a victorious smile, but just as the blade was barely 5 centimeters away from Sang-hyun's face, it stopped, frozen in place, unable to move forward even an inch because the crush hadn't activated. A debilitating weakness coursed through Hun-tae's body for the next 4.4 seconds. He was completely paralyzed, like a statue. Sang-hyun took a step forward, looked him in the eyes, and spoke. "Let me ask you something." A chill ran down Hun-tae's spine. He tried to move. Nothing. He tried to speak. Nothing. The only thing he could do was stand there feeling sweat trickle down his face. "What the hell? I'm paralyzed. But how those injuries from before? No way, no damn way, just from those small cuts. No broken extreme skills. What is he talking about? I am the one who kills. It has always been like this. I take lives, not the other way around." However, now, for the first time in his life, he saw the end, and as death approached, his mind flashed back to the past, to when he tricked a newly awakened rookie. This time he took everything. "All right." He had smiled while placing an arm over the freckled young man's shoulder. "With you here, we can do anything. I would trust you, brother." The rookie returned his smile, completely unsuspecting. Same transition. A different memory. A young rookie, his face covered in blood. He was trembling with fear, tears mixed with red streaks as he stared fixedly at Junti. "Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?" His voice cracked. "Please, I won't do what you say." Back in the present, Hun-tae's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Sang-yoon observed him and then smiled contentedly. "What's wrong? Haven't you gone through this yourself before? Or are you scared now because it's finally your turn?" Time passed. Sang-yoon was sitting by a small stream, carefully cleaning his face. Hun-tae was gone, sent to rejoin his comrades. And although this wasn't the first time, although he had witnessed this kind of thing countless times before, a part of him still felt out of place. "Oh, I shouldn't get used to this. I haven't even been regressing that long at this rate. No way am I making a contract with a constellation." Sang-yoon exhaled. His gaze drifted towards the pile of discarded weapons nearby. "Din, you have obtained 8 artifacts from this dungeon." Sang-yoon raised an eyebrow, then smiled. "Well, if it's in self-defense, then I guess all this belongs to me now." Time passed quickly. At this moment, Sang-yoon was putting his jacket back on from the fight before. He had taken it off to avoid getting bloodstained. At the same time, he checked his current status. Right now, he had reached level 10, and the artifacts he had consumed totaled 11. His HP was at 400 energy and 12 experience. His HP was 400, energy 50, and experience 12, looking at his status window. Sang-hyun's expression became slightly complicated. "I wish I could have avoided that situation, but considering the results, it was at least worth it. I'm glad I didn't get fat from consuming artifacts, but still, just looking at my stats, doesn't this mean I'm already as strong as level 50 players? How much time has passed since I came back? My growth rate is really insane." And on top of that, as he mumbled to himself, Sang-yoon reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a ring. It was the recovery ring, a silver-level artifact classified as support gear. Gear type ring. Special effect. Recovery use effect consumes 10 mana to to instantly remove any abnormal status if used again within the next minute. Mana consumption is doubled. Seeing this item, Sang-yoon couldn't help but be a little surprised that guy who charged at me from the start. Who would have thought he actually had a debuff nullifying artifact? Wait. So if I had blindly relied on my stun ability, I would have been screwed. I need to be more careful next time. With that thought, he began to synchronize his mana with the recovery ring. Scene transition inside dungeon number 101, internal access path deeper inside the dungeon. There seemed to be a mining site where a group of goblins were working. Some of them carried small sacks on their backs, apparently used to collect minerals. However, after a few steps, one of the creatures suddenly stopped dead and turned around, sensing something, following its gaze. The goblin saw Sang-yoon panting for breath. It tightly gripped its axe in one hand, but the strangest thing was that Weizi's eyes were covered with a black cloth. Even Sang-yoon himself thought what he was doing was absolute madness. But he had no choice. The requirement to obtain the Lucky Date title is as follows. This is crazy. It requires the player to kill 500 monsters while keeping his eyes closed. On the other side, the goblins hesitated for a brief instant upon seeing Sang-yoon's strange behavior. They did not immediately rush to attack. Come on, when are these monsters going to do something? The protagonist muttered in frustration. Once they confirmed that Sang-yoon was truly incapable of seeing, the goblins let out amused giggles. Saliva dripped from their mouths as their excitement grew. Back to Sang-yoon's perspective, he suddenly tilted his head up slightly, sensing something in the air. I can feel them. I have to feel the airflow, and he listened closely to everything around him focus. I have to maintain this heightened state of awareness within their mental world. It was as if he was standing on the surface of a calm body of water. Then, from behind him, countless sounds and waves began to spread rapidly towards him. The sounds and waves became increasingly clear and intense, surrounding Sang-yoon from all directions, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Instead of following a linear trajectory, can I do it? He reminded himself. At that precise moment, one of the goblins let out a roar, gripping its axe tightly. It swung it directly towards Sang-yoon. However, what it didn't know was that Sang-yoon's acute perception had already detected its movement quite some time ago. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword in a sweeping arc, slicing through the air at a dizzying speed. And in an instant, 4 goblins were split in half. Simultaneously, a rain of blood erupted. Instantly, the area was permeated with the thick stench of fresh blood and Greek. However, instead of feeling repulsed, Sang-yoon seemed almost elated. This feels really good. He let out a slight chuckle. At that moment, a beam of blinding light shot towards him at breakneck speed, aiming directly at his head. For an ordinary person, there would be no time to react, but our protagonist is not an opportunity. The moment it entered his perception range, Sang-yoon's hand rose effortlessly, catching the arrow mid-flight before crushing it to pieces with a single movement. The goblin archer in the distance broke out in a cold sweat, letting out an unintelligible noise. Back to Sang-yoon's perspective, his perception was expanding in all directions, allowing him to perceive countless pairs of eyes watching him from the darkness. And yet he felt no fear whatsoever. A few moments ago, I was in a terrible situation, but thanks to that, I was able to relive my past. Perhaps that's why my senses have sharpened. Well, either way, come at me, you bastards. He openly mocked them, and how could these green-skinned creatures restrain themselves after hearing that? With their overwhelming numbers, the goblins charged forward like moths to a flame. But all that awaited them was death. Sang-yoon's sword whipped through the air at lightning speed, stabbing and cutting the goblins before they could even get close. His attacks were so relentless and precise that the goblins collapsed in pieces mid-charge, not realizing how they had died instead of slowing down. Sang-yoon smiled triumphantly. He lunged forward, aggressive, cutting down everything in his path without the slightest hesitation. Only one straggling goblin was unfortunate enough to witness it all. It froze. Seeing its comrades annihilated in an instant, terror was etched onto its face. Bagged before it could even think of fleeing, it soon joined its fallen brethren in the afterlife. After temporarily annihilating the group of monsters in front of him, Sang-yoon finally paused for a moment. The tip of his sword was still steaming from the heat, soaked in the blood of the fallen goblins. The scene around him was even more gruesome than a slaughterhouse. The sacrifice of every monster had had become fuel for Sang-yoon's growth. Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have leveled up. You have obtained the title. Lucky day. Rank day. Hearing the announcement, Sang-yoon ripped off his blindfold with a quick motion. It was no longer necessary. It doesn't even seem like I did much. He shrugged, taking a moment to check his newly acquired title. Lucky day, rank D primary. Effect luck, plus 20 secondary effect every time you defeat a monster of the same type. Your luck stat increases by 0.1, maximum increase plus 1. Or reading the description of his new title, our protagonist couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Haha, I'm finally gathering all the titles. I need meanwhile a new group of goblins had been drawn to the area by all the commotion, but the moment they arrived, their eyes fell upon the gruesome sight before them. Members and body parts of their fallen kin scattered everywhere. Every hair on their body stood on end, but before they could even think of retreating, Sang-yoon was already standing right in front of them, sporting a deranged smile. Haha, I can't waste this opportunity. More stats for me, and they even walked right into my lap. Dripping with blood, his face twisted into that of a bloodthirsty executioner. Even the goblins who lived for slaughter couldn't suppress their terror. They screamed at the top of their lungs as if their village had just caught fire. Time passed quickly. The late-arriving unfortunate goblins had already joined their fallen comrades in the afterlife. And as for Sang-yoon, he was so excited that his whole body was shaking, as if he was having a fit. Ah, my luck. Stat went up by 30 just with this title. This is even better than most platinum-ranked titles. This has to be worth 500 million. No, maybe even $1 billion in this lifetime. I can finally afford a house, he shouted in sheer delight. But then, at that precise moment, a crimson spatial rift suddenly appeared behind him, crackling with violent lightning. At the same time, a notification appeared before his eyes. The space around you begins to fade. Sang-yoon didn't even need the warning. He could already feel the spatial disturbance behind him. His expression instantly hardened as he turned around to see what was going on. A cold sweat ran down his face, and the smile he had moments ago completely disappeared. A series of notifications began to appear in front of Sang-yoon. 3 constellations have become interested in you. The Dimensional Ruin Cleaner constellation asks, are you interested in bringing misfortune to others? The Great Void Traveler constellation is intrigued by your mysterious nature and wishes to converse. The constellation Goddess of Luck smiles upon you as she extends her hand. At this moment, the physical mana, the stations of the 3 constellations, planted themselves before Sang-yoon. The first was the Dimensional Ruin Keen, a grotesque entity resembling a giant insect, although it had a pair of wings and an unnervingly long tail. Next was the Great Void Traveler, shrouded in a halo of mystery, dressed in a white robe, from whose presence emanated an enigmatic and unfathomable aura. Lastly, there was the Goddess of Luck, a figure of breathtaking beauty capable of captivating even the soul. Switching to Sang-yoon's perspective, he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness seeing his 3 close friends being watched by the 3 great elders at the same time. That was fast, and all 3 of them too, he thought to himself, a bit overwhelmed then. In an attempt to gain attention, he spoke, half-jokingly, haha, did you see my performance? To his surprise, the Goddess of Luck suddenly floated in front of him, instead of being mesmerized by her beauty. Sang-yoon felt a sense of unease. Had I done something to offend them? Wait, was my tone too arrogant? I've never been in a situation like this, not even in my past life. No, the more pressure I feel, the more confidently I have to act, he reminded himself. Fortunately for him, the Goddess of Luck showed no signs of displeasure. On the contrary, she broke into a radiant smile and seemed to look at him favorably. She then spoke in a voice filled with curiosity. It's the first time I've ever seen a swordsman with this much luck. How strange to hear that. Sang-yoon awkwardly scratched the back of his neck and let out a small laugh. Oh, luck. Yes, I guess I really am crazy lucky. Even he was a little surprised at how ridiculously lucky he had been. Phew, just as expected. This constellation seems interested in forming a contract, which means I can take my time and examine things properly, he thought to himself now. Meanwhile, the crumbling Void Cleaner star openly praised Sang-yoon's potential for cruelty. This particular constellation had the personality of a classic bloodthirsty executioner, and Sang-yoon couldn't help but wonder, did I catch its attention just because I massacred a bunch of goblins in such a short time? On the other hand, the great space wanderer seemed more intrigued by the hidden depths of Sang-yoon's psyche. This left him perplexed. Why was this constellation here? I heard the great space rover only appears before players who possess the aura of a saint. Does that mean they are here for her? He muttered. His gaze drifted forward with a hint of doubt. At that moment, the goddess of luck was cheerfully chatting with the other two constellations. She even reached out and ruffled the great rover's hair, making him blush. Seeing this, a rumor from Sang-yoon's past life suddenly resurfaced in his mind. The goddess of luck. Even in the world of constellations, it was rumored that she had incredibly vast connections. In front of him, the beautiful goddess caught his skeptical gaze, noticing how he was staring at her. In response, she turned to him and reassured him, "I'm not possessive, even if you choose me. You are free to sign contracts with other constellations." She said, reading this system message. Sang-yoon was momentarily stunned. This offer was almost too good to be true. "Wait, seriously," he blurted out, before thinking to himself. This is a huge advantage. A sniper can hit the target, even by shooting into the air. Under the world's blessings, they never run out of arrows. The miraculous archer among all archers, Isimoto Yuki, was the one who had defeated countless top swordsmen. Not only did he have an absurdly high luck stat, but his destructive power was overwhelming. People suspected he was cheating or taking advantage of a legal loophole, but it was actually simply because he had contracts with two constellations. And it was the goddess of luck who made that impossible feat happen. With that thought in mind, Sang-yoon knew it was best not to offend these three constellations. So he could only force a smile and laugh awkwardly. Haha, having three constellations appear at once surely makes it hard to choose. In front of him, the emotional state of the three constellations instantly changed. They urged him to set aside the petty concerns of a mere mortal and make a destiny-defining choice. One of them even started to question if they had chosen the wrong person. From Sang-yoon's perspective, however, it wasn't that he was playing mind games to increase the value of his contract, but that he was genuinely struggling to make the right choice. The goddess of luck is undoubtedly a good constellation, but if choosing her means no other constellations will appear in the future, then this decision is practically locking down my entire destiny as a player for the 10 years I spent. As a player, only one constellation ever approached me. The model student who succeeded late in life. When it appeared, it was like a beacon of salvation. Joy washed over me. No matter how hard I fought, I believed the future would be bright, but nothing ever changed. Not until I turned 55. It's true, I never gained any real benefit from my constellation. The activation condition was absurd. The skill required me to reach level 850 to double all artifact stat effects and titles for my entire life. I couldn't use the constellation's most important power. Not more than that, I didn't even dare dream of using it. But in the end, maybe that constellation was the reason I managed to go back in time. So for that, I am grateful. That's why this time, I had to be more careful than ever. From now on, I had to accept that there would be no other chance to rewind time. As he thought, he closely studied the three constellations before him. Should I choose divine power, destructive power, or luck? And so, without further ado, after a brief moment of contemplation, our protagonist made his decision without hesitation. He pressed the confirmation button on the system screen. Immediately, a notification popped up. You have signed a contract with the goddess constellation of luck. Once the contract is established, even if the player dies, it will remain in effect for 30 years without disappearing. In another realm, an entity closely followed the contract between the reincarnated player and the goddess of luck. 15 friendly constellations. Sincerely congratulate your contract and wish for your victory. 3 hostile constellations have decided to use their players to hinder your growth. A series of notifications flooded the screen, causing Sang-yoon to nervously look at the bright red warning messages before him. Oh, what the hell is this? Why am I suddenly attracting so much attention? Well, whatever happens, I'll be counting on you from now on. Goddess of luck, as he spoke, he extended his hand. Seeing this, the goddess of luck gently extended her hand, placing it against his. The goddess of luck blesses your wise choice. Just as Sang-yoon was about to say something, the system suddenly issued another series of notifications. Goddess of luck, contract effects and blessings. Trait 1. All offensive actions guarantee critical damage against enemies. Trait 2. Upon obtaining a unique grade artifact or higher, you will automatically unlock and inherit its hidden effect. Trait 3. Upon defeating a mid-level boss or a main boss. If the boss's level is higher than yours, you will receive an artifact with a 100% drop rate. At that moment, the goddess of luck transformed into a chibi version of herself. She cocked her head back arrogantly, her expression petulant and full of pride. Meanwhile, Sang-yoon's reaction was as if he had just found out the neighbor's kid bought a mansion through a scam. Or what the hell is this? Why are these skills so powerful? Wait, there's more. His eyes widened as another notification appeared. Trait 4. When investing level-up points into luck, each point will double the stat value. This effect applies retroactively to all previously assigned points. Sang-yoon was left gaping at the 4 contract traits granted by the goddess of luck. Sang-yoon was so elated that he cried like a baby with the critical hits and the guaranteed artifact drops. You really had it rough. Sang-yoon, as he spoke, felt like his life was truly beginning now. Then out of nowhere, the goddess of luck turned to him and asked. The goddess of luck asks, what will you do about the offers from the other constellations? For Sang-yoon, after witnessing firsthand what he had gained from the goddess of luck, why would he even care about the other 2 constellations? He turned around and made a dismissive gesture with his hand. All right, you can leave now. I need to focus on the goddess. Hearing this, the other 2 constellations were immediately irritated. The Great Void Traveler, take a number. See you next time the spatial collapse. Janitor warning, one day, I'll take something from you. Be ready. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck applauded contentedly, amused by his unwavering determination. With this effect, you don't need to be greedy for now, she thought. Sang-yoon nodded his head, reminding himself that there was no need to rush. Better opportunities would come later. Time flew by in an instant, and the scene now shifted to the boss room of dungeon number 101. Sang-yoon was locked in combat with the dungeon's final boss, a green-skinned monster. The clash of their weapons resonated in the air, and every impact created deafening echoes and unleashed shockwaves throughout the battlefield. To the side, the goddess of luck watched, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Sang-yoon felt more excited the more he fought. Is this really all the final boss has to offer? Come on, give me more. Weakling with a powerful blow, he hurled his sword forward, forcing the green-skinned monster to raise its twin battle axes in a desperate attempt to block the attack. This was the dungeon's final boss, the greedy goblin warlord. Next, the goblin warlord channeled all his strength into his arms and shoved Sang-yoon backward. Reacting quickly, Sang-yoon stabbed his sword into the ground, using it to halt his momentum before he could be knocked back too far. A deep trench was left in the earth where his sword had dug in. Suddenly, the goblin warlord threw its head back and let out a deafening shriek. His eyes glowed with a furious red as a system notification appeared before Sang-yoon. The goblin warlord has inflicted weakness and oppression on you. You have been paralyzed. However, from Sang-yoon's perspective, this was nothing new. Thanks to his past life's experiences, he had anticipated this move. Trying to break my will to fight, he muttered under his breath. He activated his recovery skill. Recover at the same time. The goblin warlord refused to give him a breather with a fierce charge. He swung his battle axe downwards, and a crushing blow. The sheer force of the attack shattered the ground beneath them, sending sharp rock fragments flying in all directions. However, as the goblin warlord observed the aftermath, a flicker of confusion crossed its face. It hadn't felt the sensation of hitting anything solid. And sure enough, Sang-yoon's voice rang out, completely unperturbed. This skill has a clear limit. It can't completely block movement. I guess it's only good for dealing with small fry. At that moment, Sang-yoon had already braced his sword against the goblin warlord's axe, preventing it from retreating. The reason he could move despite the paralysis, his recovery rain. This was the same rain he had gotten after dealing with those thugs before. Thanks to its anti-CC effect, the moment he was paralyzed, the status ailment was immediately lifted. All right, let's test my luck, muttered Sang-yoon as he firmly gripped his sword. Meanwhile, the goblin warlord's face drained of all color, filled with panic. It tried to inflict weakness on him again. However, this time, Sang-yoon simply gave a cold smile. Do you think that trick will work twice on a speedster, like lightning? Sang-yoon pierced its chest with his sword, making a deep gash in its left side. The goblin warlord let out a chilling scream as pain coursed through its body. Without wasting a second, Sang-yoon activated his demon-breaking skill. The effect was immediate. The goblin warlord was paralyzed for a full 2 seconds. Seeing the opportunity, Sang-yoon lunged forward. His sword turned into a blur, striking with the precision and speed of a machine, as if it were a high-powered milling machine, tearing through steel in just 2 seconds. Well then, make it 4. With that, he applied a delay effect, extending the paralysis for another 2 seconds. The goblin warlord's face froze in sheer disbelief. It couldn't move a muscle, but that wasn't the end. Sang-yoon immediately sped up, circling the stunned goblin, unleashing a flurry of attacks from every possible angle. Delay's secondary effect activated 90% chance to prolong paralysis. Success. He succeeded again. Sang-yoon smiled in satisfaction. Time passed quickly, and in the end, the goblin warlord could no longer withstand Sang-yoon's relentless assault. It fell with one last pitiful groan, heading off to its next reincarnation. The moment its body hit the ground, a system notification flashed before Sang-yoon's eyes. Congratulations! You have cleared the Dark Swamp Goblin Dungeon. You have leveled up. You have received the rank title, Don't Mess With Me. Title, Description, Luck plus 30 Evasion plus 1. 0 additional effect. You can enhance one chosen skill once the enhancement level is based on the scaling designated by the system for players. Sang-yoon collapsed onto the floor, completely exhausted from the constant battles since the start of this dungeon. They say youth should be spent working hard, but at this rate, I'm pushing my body to its limits. He let out a tired groan, complaining to himself. Standing next to him, the goddess of luck clapped and cheerfully encouraged him. The goddess of luck says that as long as you try, fortune will follow you. Sang-yoon rolled his eyes at that moment. I should call this an ability of mine. In response, the goddess of luck swelled with pride. She said the goddess of luck says that luck is a skill, and she is delighted to see it following you. In fact, she firmly believes that everything is thanks to her. Sang-yoon sighed, but he didn't argue. Instead, he quickly opened his stat window. First things first. Let's dump my points into luck. As he allocated the points, his luck stat finally surpassed 100. When a stat exceeds 100, an adjustment occurs that amplifies its effects by an additional 10%. For most stats, such as evasion, this meant a higher chance of dodging attacks. But in the case of luck, it directly influenced drop rates, and as if the system wanted to prove its point. A faint glow suddenly radiated from the goblin warlord's massive shield, an item he hadn't even had a chance to use during the fight. Sang-yoon didn't look, and instantly a window popped up, revealing the item's details. Cudness's shield, silver artifact, equipment type secondary, shield, special effect. Sacrifice defense plus 20. Description: a shield left behind by a goblin warrior named Cudness. It fortifies itself using mana and converts received damage into healing. However, the entire process consumes an equivalent amount of mana. Sang-yoon whistled in admiration. Now this is one hell of a shield. It seemed like this item was specifically designed for tank-type players. However, Sang-yoon wasn't complaining about obtaining it. After all, it's a guaranteed drop thanks to the goddess, so that means luck affects artifact drop rates. Right. One thing is for sure. This is even more troublesome than when I was contracted with the late-blooming model student constellation. With that thought in mind, he activated his Devour skill to absorb the shield's stats. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck suddenly swooped towards him, hugging him tightly, and resting her cheek against his. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to inside the Kaiyuzone building. At this moment, our protagonist was there trying to explain something. However, he was immediately turned away by an employee, her eyes laden with exhaustion. No way, she said, shaking her head, standing in front of her. Sang-yoon insisted. I understand what you're trying to say, but look, I have my reasons. Before he could finish, the woman cut him off. I'm sorry, but can you reconsider? I'm about to lose my mind. I don't even know how many corpses I've seen this week. Hearing that, cold sweat dripped down Sang-yoon's face. He muttered to himself. I can't let things go off track from here. To understand how it got to this point, we have to rewind back to 2 hours prior on the Onum Highway. Sitting inside a car, Sang-yoon recalled the ordinary moment when he devoured the shield. He was worried since it was a goblin shield, but a simple meal of kimchi and white rice, a classic peninsular-style dish. At least there was kimchi with the rice. Thinking this, Sang-yoon's car suddenly stopped, shaking violently. A moment later, the dashboard lit up with a crimson avalanche of warning icons, startling him and making him shout, "What the hell? Why are all these warning lights coming on? Has it come time to buy a new car?" He muttered to himself but quickly shook his head. No, moving to a new area is more important than getting a replacement. The lower a player's level, the more eyes criminals will have on them. I can't live in a constant state of paranoia. Moving to well-guarded places like Player Street will be more convenient. And if I take artifacts into account, I should buy used ones so they are easier to consume and absorb money. I need a lot of money and I need it fast. There is only one place where I can get that much money. The system appeared when the player era began, bringing with it a ton of quests. The organization that oversaw all these quests was none other than the Player Association. If it's a system managed by the association, I can make it work. Here I come, Quest Zone. With that thought, Sang-yoon stomped on the accelerator and sped towards the Player Association. Back to the present, being rejected right at the entrance crushed his dreams of quick riches. In front of him, the dark-eyed employee was desperately trying to reason with him. Please enter a dungeon appropriate for your level. Why the hell are you going to enter a level 100 zone? Besides, you aren't even ranked yet. In response, Sang-yoon put on his best pleading face. I won't cause any trouble. I swear. Please trust me. I may only be level 17, but with my current abilities, entering a low-level zone would be a complete waste of time. From the employee's perspective, she was practically on the verge of tears. Her whole body trembled as she weakly pointed to the side, her voice shaking. Yesterday, someone said the exact same thing. Guess what happened to him? So please go to a place appropriate for your level. Seeing her like this, Sang-yoon could somewhat understand her reasoning. I understand why she acts like this. Too many players overestimate themselves and end up dying like idiots, but in moments like this, you have to have thick skin. With that in mind, he put on a face so convincingly trustworthy, it could rival that of a shady multi-level marketer. Then with absolute certainty, he declared no, not at all. At that moment, a purple-haired girl overheard the commotion and approached. What is going on here? She asked. Hearing this, the black-haired employee quickly turned to her, shaking her head. Hey, it's nothing, really. This purple-haired girl was Miso, a member of the Eden Guild, a level 100 player, and an AI ranker. When Sang-yoon recognized her face, his eyes flickered with surprise for a brief moment as he realized who she was. She's called the Divine Archer of Slaughter, Kim Nizo, the first level 100 player to reach a rank plus, and earn the title of Divine Archer, a rising star, but more than her skill. What truly makes her stand out is the fact that she is the daughter of Kim Jun-chul, the chairman of Holy Baorak. That means she is also known by another alias, Shadow Reaper, alongside Sinti Rai, the best assassin in the country, and Do Hino, one of South Korea's best swordsmen. Her family owns the majority of shares in the Eden Guild. She could arguably be the most privileged player in history. Miso noticed Sang-yoon staring at her. She turned to him and asked, "It's the first time we've met, right? I've been observing for a while. Why are you so insistent on accepting a level 100 quest without hesitation?" Sang-yoon replied because it pays well at that moment. He caught the murmurs of nearby players. Wow, Kim Miso is the one who started the conversation. But what's with that guy's attitude? Is he crazy? Hey, tell him to stop already. He's about to say something to that level 17 trash, muttered a guy in a taxi, restraining his friends hearing his words. Sang-yoon simply closed his eyes in silence, although in his mind he was cursing them all. I hear you, you bastards, unaware of his inner thoughts. Miso warned him that the zone would be difficult for him. Sang-yoon sighed and shrugged. Of course I know, but the higher the risk, the greater the reward. He paused for a moment, thinking to himself, I am definitely not doing this for personal feelings. Although in my past life, I applied to join Kim Nisa's party and was rejected. I am absolutely not doing this out of spite. Oblivious to Sang-yoon's petty inner thoughts, Niso remained enthusiastic as she continued speaking. But you know that completing a quest solo goes against the association's rules. Right. Her words immediately snapped Sang-yoon back to reality. He quickly realized the problem. Now that I think about it, solo quests won't have their restrictions lifted for another 4 years. Knowing he wouldn't be able to do it alone here, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, haha, I guess I didn't read the details properly. Well then, I'll be on my way then. He quickened his pace. However, he didn't realize that his strange behavior had caught Mrs.'s attention. Out of nowhere, she suddenly made an unexpected offer. Then, do you want to form a party with me? The nearby players who heard her words opened their eyes in disbelief, as if they couldn't trust what they had just heard. Is she crazy? Why the hell would she choose that bastard? I could go too. Damn it. This is so unfair. I'm so jealous. From Sang-yoon's perspective, he wasn't naive enough to believe that a golden opportunity had fallen into his lap for no reason. Suspecting Miso's true intentions, he immediately inquired, "What's the catch?" Hearing that, Miso shot him a look of approval and smiled in satisfaction. "Oh, so you don't think this is just a simple favor?" Haha, I tend to trust circumstances more than people, Sang-yoon replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Miso revealed her true motive. Hey, interesting, but there's no catch. If anything, let's call it a bet. Instead, if your skills don't live up to your confidence, you'll have to pay the price. Of course, if it turns out the other way around, I will give you a sincere apology. Her voice was ice cold. Hearing that, Sang-yoon smiled in satisfaction. He had already figured out Mrs.'s angle. So this is a test. Mrs.'s influence extends far beyond just being a famous player. The brand value of any outfit she wears instantly soars with just a few words. She can flood the news the moment she labels someone an arrogant player. His career is as good as gone. This is going to be interesting with the usual attitude. If I like it, I'll fight. Sang-yoon accepted without hesitation. Then let's go right now. From Miso's perspective, just a few minutes ago, upon getting out of the car, the driver had reminded her, "I'll wait for you here." In response, Miso waved her hand dismissively. "Do as you please. This might take a while." After that, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated about having to go alone. All the guild members are busy. How annoying. I guess I'll have to find a party member for myself. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she overheard Sang-yoon's conversation with the association staff. Coincidentally, Kim Nizo had a reason to team up with Sang-yoon. The minimum party requirement for quests was just as annoying to her as it was to him. Amidst all these circumstances, she suddenly stumbled upon a player brimming with confidence, someone whose true abilities were unknown to everyone. That in itself was quite an intriguing situation for her, and thus their unexpected partnership was formed. Meanwhile, the staff member, caught between the two, was sweating profusely. So out of curiosity, Miso casually asked, "By the way, what quest were you planning to take on without Sang-yoon?" Hearing a famous player ask about him. The staff member fumbled for a moment before replying, "Ah yes, wait a moment, please." She quickly checked the system screen in front of her and then tilted it towards Miso for her to see. The quest details. Guardian Defense Quest. Eliminate all monsters that approach the Guardian Tower. If the Guardian Tower core is destroyed, the quest will fail. Monster. Wolf type. Creature type. Number of monsters. 300 recommended level 100 quest reward. 500 million won. After reading the quest description and its requirements, Mrs.'s gaze shifted slightly, even for a level 100 player like her. This was not a quest to be taken lightly. What the hell is this? It's not a simple collection quest or a standard hunting quest. It's a defense quest. That means they have to wipe out every last monster to succeed. One of the most crucial principles of a 4-player party is having at least one ranged damage dealer, and he was planning to do it solo. If she wasn't here, he would surely be dead. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that Sang-yoon was crazy for even considering this quest solo. Seeing the slight hesitation in Misae's eyes, Sang-yoon smiled in satisfaction and provocatively asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Miso blinked in disbelief for a moment. She wasn't sure if she had misheard him. What had she heard? Right. Sang-yoon smiled and replied casually, "Oh no, it's just that you suddenly went quiet. So I was wondering if you were reconsidering. If it's too much, we can always recruit more members before entering." As Sang-yoon kept listing suggestions, the employee standing next to him started sweating nervously. She noticed Miso's entire body was shaking, but not from fear. It was pure, unfiltered rage. Feeling her pride take a heavy blow, suddenly Miso grabbed Sang-yoon's wrist and hissed through clenched teeth, "Not without Sang-yoon, this quest is perfectly fine." Before she could say another word, she pressed the accept button. The moment she did, a system notification appeared before them. Quest accepted. You will now be transported to the designated quest zone. As the message flashed on their screens, a blinding light enveloped both of them. Energy beams crackled wildly in all directions as the teleportation process initiated. Meanwhile, the staff member who witnessed all this had turned completely pale. She murmured anxiously to herself, since Kim Miso is going with him. Nothing bad should happen, right? I hope so. I really hope nothing bad happens. No one knows how this is going to end elsewhere. A black-clad player who had been watching them vanish into the quest zone scratched his head in confusion. Do you guys think he'll make it? Hearing this, the burly iron-helmeted player scoffed and replied with absolute certainty. No way, he's only level 17. How the hell is he going to fight level 100 monsters? Unlike the others who flatly dismissed Sang-yoon, the blue-clad player had a different perspective. Hey, do you really think Kim Miso would casually bring someone along for no reason? She is currently being praised as the youngest AI ranker. Do you think her ability to judge people is that poor? He crossed his arms and continued. You guys know about the ranking system the Player Association recently restructured. Right. It was created because evaluating a player's strength based on level alone was inaccurate. There are two criteria for ranking. First, the number of dungeons cleared. Second, an overall assessment of the player's combat sense. And that means Kim Miso reached a higher rank based solely on her combat sense. The other two players listening to him already knew this information, but they still had some doubts. One of them asked, I get it, but why a plus? Why not just an A? The blue-clad player winked conspiratorially. Ah, that's because there are even bigger monsters above her, right? But forget about that for now, that's not important. What matters is that he just entered alongside Kim Miso. Realizing this, the singles let out dramatic sighs of envy, damn jealousy. Some even wiped imaginary tears, feeling utterly wretched. When the scene shifts to Sang-yoon's party, they find themselves in a modern cityscape. The setting for their current quest, high up in the sky. The structure they must defend pulsates with crackling arcs of lightning that sizzle with an ominous energy. High up on the tower, Kim Miso stands with her bow in hand, her sharp gaze tracking Sang-yoon as he silently crosses the bridge. Words carry responsibility. If things get too dangerous, of course I'll step in, but I hope this experience makes him realize the reality of the situation. She muses, recalling 30 minutes prior, right after their arrival. Sang-yoon had made a proposal that left Miso momentarily stunned. What did you just say? She asked, narrowing her eyes as she continued checking her weapons. Sang-yoon replied nonchalantly. I meant exactly what I said. Unless I ask for your help, don't interfere. If you focus on support, I'll give you 5%. Miso blinked in disbelief. So I didn't misunderstand. No, Sang-yoon answered indifferently. You just sit back and support, and you still get to pocket 5%. Sounds like a great deal. No, Mai just looked him up and down before shaking her head. If you think I'm hesitating because of that, there's no way you can handle this alone. We're talking about 300, not just one or two. Even someone level 100 like me would have trouble facing them solo. She cut herself off. Her words faded as she caught the unwavering confidence in Sang-yoon's expression. His smile held an air of mystery as he simply said, watch and see. Somehow something in that look made her reconsider on the spot, letting out a sigh. She finally gave in. Fine, but for every monster you miss, you lose 1% of your cut if you let 95 get through. You walk away with nothing. Understood. Returning to the present, Sang-yoon now stands face to face with several dark blue-furred wolves. Their glowing purple eyes gleam with malice, their presence exuding a dangerous aura. Growling, they fix their bloodthirsty gaze upon him, gripping his sword tightly. Sang-yoon slams it against the ground with a confident smile. What a pity for you, he says, his voice brimming with excitement. Because I'm not planning on missing a single one. Without warning, both sides lunged at each other, exchanging what could only be described as affectionate blows, and true to Misi's expectations. Sang-yoon did not disappoint. With a single fluid motion, his greatsword cut through the air at lightning speed, striking the monstrous wolves with pinpoint accuracy. They barely had time to let out a cry before collapsing in lifeless piles. After finishing his flurry of attacks, Sang-yoon turned to admire his handiwork. With a slight smile playing on his lips, For such threatening-looking creatures, their death cries are quite pretty. Meanwhile, Miso, still atop the tower, was momentarily speechless at the display. Even she had to admit that he's not just an arrogant rookie. That strike just now was flawless. His stance maximized the reach of the greatsword with perfect precision. It was the ideal form, similar to the elite swordsman in her guild. He always speaks of attack and defense as one. And most importantly, it minimizes unnecessary movements, taking down several enemies with a single swing. However, despite his confidence, there were still too many enemies. A level 17 player facing such an overwhelming number, it's simply not possible. It was then that she realized something. Her expression stiffened as she replayed what she had just witnessed. Wait a minute, something is off. Her gaze sharpened as her mind replayed the events. Why? Why weren't the monsters moving? Just now a chilling thought struck her, making her eyes snap wide open. It can't be a stun, she cried out, her voice ringing with disbelief. She realized it so hard she lost her balance. She tumbled forward and panicked. Fortunately, at the last second, she managed to grab onto the railing and quickly pull herself up. She clutched her chest, still shaken by the near fall. Damn, that was close, I almost fell. But her mind wasn't on the accident. She was still thinking about what she had just witnessed. That was definitely a stun effect, and I counted a full 4 seconds. If that's really the case, then he even surpasses Hing Hu in that regard. That means he can comfortably apply crowd control and take out enemies at his own pace. Her heart pounded as she processed the implications. Who the hell is this guy, from Sang-yoon's perspective? With his stunning skill, cutting down the monsters was as easy as slicing paper. Haha, why is this so easy? He laughed, thoroughly enjoying himself, but as if the heavens had decided to add a little spice to the situation. The quest difficulty suddenly increased, without any warning. One of the wolves bolted forward, forcing Sang-yoon to halt his movements. His eyes darted towards the source of the disturbance in the distance. Something massive was hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. All the wolves in its path were thrown aside like rag dolls. The sight made a bead of sweat roll down Sang-yoon's temple as he muttered, "So it's finally here, Black Wolf." Before him stood an enormous black wolf, its size rivaling that of a truck. Its imposing presence filled the air with a terrifying aura, and the moment it fixed its eyes on Sang-yoon, it unleashed a deafening roar. Black wolves. I didn't encounter it too many times in my past life, but that must be why it feels so familiar. At that moment, Sang-yoon felt his entire body freeze. A system notification flashed before his eyes. Black Wolf has inflicted the negative status effect stun, and it wasn't just him. The wolf's powerful stunning effect spread to Miso, who had been observing from afar. However, just as the effect should have taken hold, a protective aura shimmered around her due to the effect of her artifacts. Negative status effect, stun, has been nullified. Upon seeing this notification, Misisa's eyes flew open as she realized. That's right. The Black Wolf can also use stun. I was so absorbed watching him fight that I completely forgot to think I was considering teaching him a lesson that was reckless. Her gaze turned sharp as she quickly drew her bow, preparing to provide support. I can accept that it somehow has a prolonged stun duration, but for it to also have a way to nullify status effects at such a low level is practically unheard of. But before she could let an arrow fly, Sang-yoon was already in motion. Using his recovery realm, he instantly dispelled the stun effect. The next second, his body shot forward like a bullet. Miso, still holding her bowstring, froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief. There's no way a nearly flawless great sword user would withstand an abnormally long stun effect. And now the ability to negate status effects is really only from a level 17 player, unaware of Misae's internal thoughts. The Black Wolf, which had initially charged at him for a bite at Sang-yoon, stopped abruptly, its massive paws tearing deep grooves into the ground. Seeing its prey nonchalantly shake off the stun effect, the beast's previously fierce eyes now flickered with a hint of panic. Sang-yoon, amused by the wolf's dumbfounded expression, let out a chuckle. Surprised, you thought your prey would be paralyzed, completely defenseless. But here I am, moving freely. That moment of hesitation has already decided the outcome of this battle, not giving the wolf a chance to recover. Sang-yoon shifted his weight back, lowering his stance before executing a swift slide underneath its belly. With the same movement, he thrust his greatsword upwards, slicing deeply into the beast's underbelly, leaving behind a gruesome gash all along. The mighty black wolf, without even having the chance to show off its strength, could only let out a groan of regret before succumbing to the abyss. Standing beneath its massive body, Sang-yoon grabbed its tail and gave it a yank before sighing in annoyance. "Damn it, my clothes are covered in blood. I thought I'd get away clean." He clicked his tongue, looking at the crimson-stained fabric, and then, as if a mischievous idea had struck him, his lips curved into a grin. "Well, since I'm messy, should I go all out for fun?" His gaze turned towards the remaining monsters, his eyes glinting dangerously. Meanwhile, from her vantage point, Misei's expression had completely transformed. She was no longer just watching with mild curiosity. Instead, her eyes sparkled as if she had just discovered a rare diamond hidden amongst a pile of rubble. "Haha, what is this guy?" And so, in no time, Sang-yoon had almost annihilated the entire horde of quest monsters, slaughtering them like a breeze. All around him lay the corpses of countless green wolves, their blood soaking the battlefield. A bright message appeared before his eyes, notifying the player, Monster Defense Quest. Enemies eliminated, 299, 300. You have leveled up. You have gained a rank D. Title: Intrepid Title. Rank D. Intrepid effect grants total resistance to status effects caused by wolf-type monster roars. Although the effect was limited to a single monster species, Sang-yoon didn't mind at all. A new title was a new title, and one step further, a small smile formed on his face as he took a moment to breathe. He then turned his gaze behind him, where the archer was standing guard. "They don't look at me with suspicion anymore." He thought those doubtful looks were gone. "They're actually looking at me, waiting to see what I do next. And with people watching, an entertainer like me can't afford to rest." He cracked his knuckles and grinned to himself. "I guess I better finish this quickly. So you're ready for me, Grey Wolf." As he muttered those words, he looked up. And there it was. The final boss had arrived. The werewolf lord. Half human, half wolf, it towered over the battlefield, its entire frame rippled with thick muscles. As soon as it saw him, it let out a thunderous roar, thrusting its clawed hand directly at him. The impact was so strong that the ground beneath them shattered into fragments, but Sang-yoon remained unfazed. Drawing on his combat experience, he instinctively dodged sideways with ease. And not only that, he even had the audacity to mock the beast. "Your attacks are known for being unpredictable, right? But that was 30 years ago. Nowadays, every single one of your moves has been analyzed to death. At this point, shouldn't we call them predictable?" Instead, he narrowed his eyes. "Sorry, but I already know all your moves and skills." He had barely uttered those words when he lunged forward, legs coiled, and the force shot towards the werewolf lord like a wind-cutting bullet. At that very instant, Sang-yoon swung his greatsword forcefully, driving it straight into the werewolf's body. The beast barely had time to let out a howl of pain before a massive gash ripped open across its chest. However, looking at the outcome, Sang-yoon didn't seem particularly impressed. "Just as I thought," he muttered. "Even with all its moves, a level 100 boss like this still packs a punch. Not easy to defeat." Meanwhile, in the distance, Miso watched as Sang-yoon faced the quest's final boss with apparent ease. Her voice was almost stunned as she whispered this. "This is completely insane. More than one weird thing is happening here. Not only is he in a berserker state, somehow he's also immune to that wolf's fear effects, and he's wielding that huge sword, moving like it's nothing. It's like he's pulling a prank on the entire system." She kept staring, struggling to believe what she was seeing. And on top of that, he's predicting the werewolf lord's moves in advance. He faces it and doesn't miss by even a millimeter. The more she watched, the more surreal it felt for her eyes to remain fixed on the battle. At this point, the werewolf lord had gone completely mad with a fierce snarl. It opened its jaws wide and lunged at Sang-yoon, intending to crush him in a single bite. But Sang-yoon was already one step ahead. He spun his body, dodging to the side just in time. However, the beast was not done. Letting out a furious roar, it lashed out with one of its sharp claws, aiming straight for Sang-yoon. The exposed flank forced him onto the defensive. Sang-yoon raised his greatsword like a shield and blocked the blow. Even the werewolf lord looked stunned. Its eyes widened slightly, not expecting its attack to be stopped. But what it saw next was not fear or hesitation. It was the cold, focused gaze of its opponent. "I told you I didn't." Sang-yoon growled through clenched teeth. "I know everything about you. I spent my entire damn life in my past world learning how to beat you. Then for a brief moment, his eyes flickered towards Miso, who was still standing some distance away. And somehow, in that fleeting glance, she understood exactly what he was trying to do. The most ridiculous part, the part that made her want to laugh despite the intensity of everything, was the way he fought, not for survival, not even to win, but as if he was trying to prove something to her, watching as this Miso let out an awkward sigh. Half frustrated. Haha, what kind of guy is he? Seriously. Back in the thick of battle, the sound of clashing steel echoed relentlessly in the air as the fight dragged on. Sang-yoon began to feel the toll it was taking on his body. His stamina was dropping rapidly. This fight is dragging on longer than I thought, he muttered quietly. Frustration mounting. I've been showing off trying to look cool in front of Kim Naizo. And now he's eating up my time with this boss. If things had gone according to plan, this thing would be out of gas by now. So why the hell is he still going strong after me? The werewolf lord continued its relentless pursuit. It was as if the beast was not satisfied until it had landed a few solid hits on him. Sang-yoon could hear the piercing whoosh of claws cutting through the air behind him. The sound alone was enough to make his hair stand on end. This isn't good. He thought beads of sweat were forming on his forehead if he let his guard down. Even once this is over, for my stamina is already taking a serious hit. At the same time, the boss monster seemed to be losing its patience and was no longer content with just chasing him. Suddenly, it gathered its strength and lunged forward with explosive speed. Sang-yoon, sensing the shift, turned his head just in time, but then something clicked in that movement. I know his thoughts raced. It's one of the boss's high-level moves, designed to bait its opponent into letting their guard down. A powerful feint that opens the door for a devastating follow-up attack. This move has killed many players before, although I've never tested it in a live fight. Sang-yoon knew what he had to do. Now was not the time to hesitate. There's no turning back, he told himself. Sometimes bold moves are the only way forward. With determination hardening in his eyes, Sang-yoon spun on his heel. Gripping his sword tighter, he made the split-second decision to meet the boss head-on. In an instant, both combatants lunged at each other. Sang-yoon swung his sword in a sweeping arc, cleanly slicing off the monster's right arm, severing it completely in one fluid motion, but the werewolf lord didn't even flinch, taking advantage of Sang-yoon's momentary lapse in concentration. Right after its attack, the beast swung its remaining arm with brutal force. Its claw tore through Sang-yoon's chest, raking deeply into his flesh. A thick jet of blood erupted into the air, painting the battlefield crimson. The metallic taste of it filled the space around them. In the distance, Miso dropped to her knees, stunned upon witnessing the brutal scene unfolding before her eyes. Her vision blurred with tears for someone she barely knows. She whispered shakily, Sang-yoon, this is so stupid. I should have jumped in to help him immediately, even if he showed incredible skill. Standing here doing nothing is no different from killing him with my own two hands. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Sang-yoon, the archer, could barely contain the guilt in her voice as she berated herself. But of course, there was no way our protagonist would fall so easily just then. In the center of the battlefield, a gentle green glow began to emanate from Sang-yoon's body. The light was soft, almost soothing. Mrs.'s sobs faded as she lifted her head to look, falling into stunned silence. To understand what was happening, we have to rewind a bit to the moment Sang-yoon had cleared the dungeon of the goblins and had obtained a shield, Katniss's barrier. That item had long since been absorbed and reduced to ash, but now its special ability was finally activating. The effect was called Sacrifice. Sacrifice, a conditional passive skill that activates under specific circumstances, completely restores any selected damaged body part, converting received damage into restorative energy. If the damage received exceeds the player's maximum HP, the effect revives the player with full health by utilizing the value of that fatal blow. After reading the description of the effects, Sang-yoon instantly understood how the skill worked, a conditional healing ability that only activates at specific moments. It becomes incredibly useful after receiving mortal damage, so I have to select a body part for it to protect. Right after a system screen appeared, showing a selection of body parts he could assign to activate the sacrifice effect. Seeing the options presented to him, Sang-yoon couldn't help but swallow hard. What is this? It's divided too specifically. There are 16 sections in total. This is crazy. The safest option would usually be the bag, but even the bag is divided into 4 sections, which is completely inefficient and dangerous. Even predicting where I was going to be hit. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he couldn't rely on luck alone. In that case, he thought to himself, narrowed eyes. I'll have to use this ability strategically in the present moment. Thanks to the sacrifice skill, all the damage Sang-yoon had just taken from the boss's death strike instantly turned into life force. His health bar filled up in the blink of an eye. Even Sang-yoon couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat over the gamble he had just taken. Phew, it worked. If I had miscalculated even slightly, I would have died on the spot. That was too risky, he muttered to himself. But I guess I pulled off a lucky 1-2 punch right in front of him. The Wolf Lord was now stunned, its body locked in place, frozen by the effect of witnessing this. Sang-yoon shook his head slightly and laughed at the monster's misfortune. I can't tell if I was lucky or if you were unlucky, he said out loud. The right arm you used as bait to draw me in. Got severed, who would have thought you'd drop your guard just to land a fatal blow. But now, how about we test your endurance at a completely different level? With this, the fight was over. It was missing an arm and stunned. There was no way the bulky boss monster could withstand what came next. In the blink of an eye, it had collapsed before Sang-yoon's knees, barely clinging to life. Only the faintest trace of breath remained in its massive body. Sang-yoon exhaled deeply, finally allowing himself to relax. It's over. The stun didn't last long, but it was enough to bring it down. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching him from behind. Turning around, he saw Miso running towards him. He greeted her nonchalantly. You made it, Kim Miso, but instead of returning his calm tone, Miso snapped at him, frustrated. If you had a healing skill like that, you could have at least told me beforehand that I almost had a heart attack watching you die. And seriously, what was that? Just now, did you resurrect or something? How the heck did you know every move and skill of the Wolf Lord with such precision? I've seen many swordsmen before, but none have been as mysterious as you. Without Sang-yoon, it's as if you were before he could finish his sentence. Sang-yoon cut in with a cold, almost amused smile, asking me what. Just as Sang-yoon spoke, he suddenly noticed the strange look Miso was giving him. Her eyes were fixed on him with a mixture of curiosity and awe, which piqued his interest. What's with that look? He asked me so quickly. She shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that you really seem like a high-ranking player. That was her entire comment, left Sang-yoon mentally spiraling. Wait, that's what I was going to say. I thought she was going to question how I took down the boss so easily, but in reality, she's not wrong. No normal player could have done it. Shaking off the thought, Miso turned her attention to the massive corpse of the werewolf and asked anyway, are you going to finish him off or what? Just then, the werewolf let out a faint moan, a sign that it was still barely clinging to life. Sang-yoon clearly isn't in the mood to prolong things. He muttered, I'll make it easy for you. I almost forgot you were still breathing. With one final swing of his sword, he sent the beast to join the rest of its subordinates in the afterlife. And the reward is definitely not something to scoff at. A system notification appeared in front of him. You have obtained a rank C title. Deathmatch. Deathmatch title. Rank C. Description. When isolated with no allies within a 5-meter radius, the deathmatch state activates, temporarily boosting all stats by 20%. When the isolation ends, upon seeing the reward, a smile formed on Sang-yoon's face. He couldn't hide his excitement. A special title for one-on-one combat, and it's my first rank C title. Man, this brings back memories from the past. Miso caught the glint in his eyes and made a guess. You got a new title, didn't you? You didn't even bother to hide it. Sang-yoon shot her a look. Wait, you knew that was going to happen. Miso, have you fought this boss before? Didn't you rise to the occasion proudly? Miso replied with a smug smile. Well, yes, sure, I have fought solo before. As Miso finished her sentence, her voice suddenly faltered, a hint of embarrassment drawing on her face, and she let out a quiet sigh before sincerely admitting there was nothing to boast about. I only managed to beat that thing thanks to an artifact. I can't exactly say it was thanks to a skill like yours. Sang-yoon waved his hand dismissively. Using an artifact is a skill in itself. So thanks for the compliment. Miso gave a small, awkward smile. Her eyes briefly drifted to the clothes Sang-yoon was wearing, and she didn't know what to think about it internally. She sighed. The artifacts I'm using are worth over 200 trillion won, and here he is using a mass-produced greatsword you could probably find at any corner store. Honestly, it's a little embarrassing. Of course, she kept that thought to herself. Instead, she quickly changed the subject and offered a suggestion anyway. Don't you want to try out that new effect from the titles? Before Sang-yoon could realize what she meant, a symbol suddenly appeared above his head. Two crossed swords accompanied by a system notification. Deathmatch title has been activated. Isolation detected. Player Kim Nizo, no allies within a 5-meter radius. Title Deathmatch has been automatically activated upon seeing it. Sang-yoon raised his hand to bat away the notification above his head with a chuckle. As if there were any enemies around here right now. With the quest now complete, Miso waved goodbye. I'll head out first. I need to contact the dungeon transporters waiting outside. Ah, yes, thank you. Sang-jun gave a small nod and watched her leave. Her figure grew smaller in the distance, and a quiet feeling of nostalgia surfaced within him. The quest reward includes monster-related materials, so calling a cleanup crew is the natural next step. This is how I used to handle things in my past life. Having to handle all those pesky details always made me seem more reliable in their eyes. As that thought crossed his mind, Miso suddenly stopped in front of him. She turned back and called out to him, and gave up the 5% quest reward cut I mentioned earlier. Her words caught Sang-yoon completely off guard. Wait, what? But that's not fair to you, he exclaimed in surprise. And before Sang-yoon could say another word, Miso waved her hand at him from ahead. For someone as wealthy as her, that 5% of the quest reward was clearly not even worth worrying about. It's fine, really, don't get like that. We'll see each other many more times. I'm sure, just think of it as an investment in you, Sang-yeon. I've got it anyway. Now I'm off. With that final comment, she disappeared from the dungeon in an instant, leaving Sang-yeon no chance to argue. Even if he wanted to, all he could do was let out an awkward chuckle. I can't afford to let my guard down around her, not even at the end, he muttered to himself. Anyway, let's finally see the reward I've been waiting for, turning around. His eyes fixed on a blue gem, softly glowing in the distance. It was the blue moonstone, a platinum-grade item, classified as a special effect accessory, wolf intimidation stats. HP +1 or mana +1 or luck +50. Description: a gem forged from the faith of the Silver Wolf tribe, worshippers of the blue moon. The mere sight of the stats sent an uncontrollable shiver of excitement through Sang-yeon's body, as if giving him a total joy rush. It's finally here, a platinum-grade artifact, he exclaimed, eyes shining. Just one of these is worth at least 1 billion wons. Incredible. This thing is worth as much as a damn apartment in the capital. Practically running, he grabbed the gem and held it up close to his face as if it were a long-lost treasure, savoring the happiness of victory. At just the right moment, the goddess of luck appeared beside him, as smug as ever, and ready to take the credits. Have you started believing in my influence yet? She teased, showing a playful smile upon seeing her appear. Sang-yeon's smile vanished in an instant. Why would I give you credit? He snapped. It's all my effort. Thank you very much. Before he could finish his complaint, an unknown divine voice suddenly cut into their conversation. The deity known as Ripped Lips strongly objects to the biased luck you have been receiving. A formal request has been submitted to remove the Goddess of Luck from the player system. In response, the Goddess of Luck acted immediately, a glint of mischief in her eyes. She suddenly initiated a vote among the constellations connected to the player system. A system-wide notification appeared. Voting proposal initiated to expel the entity known as Ripped Lips from the player system. The vote count began to climb rapidly, 61 out of 100 and rising. In mere moments, the proposal was unanimously approved. The deity known as Ripped Lips was stripped of its constellation status and forcibly expelled from the system. To the Goddess of Luck's delight, it all happened so fast. Sang-yeon barely had time to blink before it was over. Wait, it actually passed, he murmured in disbelief, and here I thought it was just some quirky constellation. Turns out it's quite popular. Resolved not to dwell on that cosmic drama, Sang-yoon returned his focus to the glowing gem before him, and, eyes narrowed, he muttered, since it's platinum, it should be able to absorb 40% of its power. He carefully read the object's effect. Special effect, Wolf Hour always active, no cooldown. When the moon is visible inside a dungeon, recovery speed is multiplied by 5 regardless of the moon's presence. All wolf-type monsters are placed under a continuous fear status effect when near the blue moonstone's wearer. If the moon is visible, wolf-type monsters will never attack the wearer. Even an idiot could understand how powerful this was, let alone someone like Sang-yoon. Pretty straightforward. He smiled. So basically, I'm a walking nightmare for wolves. Now, even without the moon, with a glint in his eyes, he began the process of absorbing the artifact's power. Time passed and the scene shifted to the quest hall. A portal appeared in the center of the grand lobby, drawing everyone's attention from inside that shimmering portal. Sang-yoon emerged, calm, composed, and faintly glowing with residual power. Instantly, dozens of hunters who had been waiting in the lobby turned to look. Murmurs started immediately. Wait, is that really Sin Sang-yoon? Did he really clear a level 100 quest solo? A voice asked loudly, and another answered without hesitation, I think so. Kim Miso wouldn't lie about something like that. Among the crowd, a young female employee became visibly nervous, her worried eyes fixed on Sang-yoon. She had clearly been stressed about the decision to approve his quest assignment. Sensing her worry, Nizo quietly approached and gently reassured her. Don't worry about it, she said kindly. No one in their right mind would assign a level 17 player a level 100 dungeon. I would have stopped it myself if it was truly a mistake. You did a good job. The kind words hit the mark. The young employee's eyes welled up with emotion. And before she could hold back, tears began to stream down her cheeks as Mill gave the young employee a gentle pat on the shoulder. She added with a smile, you should start memorizing Sin Sang-yoon's face. He will soon become one of our regular clients. Switching to the protagonist's point of view, Sang-yoon watched the emotional scene from a distance and let out a soft chuckle thinking about it. Now I kind of feel bad for the staff. I thought they must be under a lot of pressure. But he didn't have much time for reflection. Before he knew it, a crowd of guild members swirled around him, all trying to recruit him on the spot. Sin Sang-yoon, I'm Young Hwen, the team leader of the Guardian Guild scout team. You seem like an incredible player. How about joining us? No, don't listen to them. Our guild offers the best support and benefits. Just listen to us. Wait. The voices also overlapped in a chaotic burst of guild advertisements. But just as things were getting noisy, Miso stepped forward and interrupted them. I'm sorry, she said with a cold smile. But Sang-yoon has some business to take care of with us. We'll be taking our leave first. The abrupt statement left the other guild members visibly restless. Wait, what does that mean? Eden has already recruited him. Someone whispered, trying to make sense of the situation. Miso didn't bother to explain further. Instead, she turned to look at Sang-yoon meaningfully and asked, Sure, yeah, I guess so, yes. Sang-yoon replied awkwardly, clearly caught off guard. A slight feeling of unease stirred inside him as he thought to himself. She definitely just saved me from a headache, but what exactly is her plan? Time passed quickly. The scene changed to the inside of a luxury car. Sang-yoon stared at his phone screen, eyes wide with disbelief. As he watched 500 million won being deposited into his account, a huge smile formed on his face. She couldn't stop smiling at his reaction. Miso laughed. The quest payment was processed quite quickly. Back to reality. Sang-yoon tried to compose himself and scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, that was honestly faster than anything I've ever experienced before. But I'm not complaining. I feel great getting paid like this. Miso replied with a casual wave of her hand. I called a few rank agents. They took care of the paperwork and the reward processing to make everything faster for you. Thank you. Seriously, thank you for helping me with all this. Sang-yoon said sincerely, just as Sang-yoon was still enjoying the thrill of his fresh earned fortune. Miso suddenly spoke in a calm, almost casual tone. The driver in front, the chauffeur, seemed to immediately catch on to what his young mistress intended. Without further instruction, he promptly replied, Understood, Miss Miso, activating private mode now. The moment those words left his mouth, a partition slid up from behind Sang-yoon's seat, sealing off the front of the car. He startled, Sang-yoon jerked his head around, quickly realizing the situation. Yes, just as I suspected. What the heck is going on here? No one does something this nice without wanting something in return. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking over at Miso, waiting for her to explain. Miso didn't bother beating around the bush or sugarcoating anything. She leaned in slightly with a smile and got straight to the point. Haha, I'm not good at flattery. Without Sang-yoon, join my guild, Eden. Although Sang-yoon had already seen this coming, hearing Miso say it so directly was slightly jarring. You are surprisingly direct. I expected more small talk and evasiveness, he said, clearly nervous. Miso just smiled, eyes crinkling with amusement. Well, we're called Eden for a reason. It's supposed to be a paradise for players. I don't think you'll regret joining us. Sang-yoon took in her offer, making him pause. I'd be lying if I said I didn't see this coming in my past life. I joined a mediocre guild after being reborn. Back then, being a part of something gave me a sense of security. It was a small guild, full of nobodies who had nowhere else to go, but it was fun. And comfortable, at least, until the accident happened. Now I'm growing so fast that luxury facilities don't matter much. And sure, having a big opportunity like this might give me an edge, but it would also come with strings attached. Right now, fighting solo is helping me grow faster. After sorting out his thoughts, Sang-yoon finally made up his mind and opened his mouth to answer. I'm sorry, but before he could finish, Nizo cut in, as if she had read his mind. You are planning to start a one-man guild, aren't you? That caught Sang-yoon completely off guard. He blinked, dumbfounded. The idea of a one-man guild had never even crossed his mind. Still, he played dumb and nodded like a pro. Wow, you do catch on quickly, without knowing his true thoughts. Miso just shrugged. Well, I'm the daughter of the chairman of a major conglomerate, considering your potential, Sang-yoon. It wasn't hard to figure out, and the thing is, right now I'm the only one who knows. As she said this, she looked at him with clear intrigue in her eyes, as if she was thoroughly enjoying the moment. And all Sang-yoon could do in response was smile awkwardly. Even though she realized I'm planning to start a solo guild, she still made her move, showed her interest, and created a connection she can leverage later. Honestly, she's a great negotiator, he thought to himself. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the player district, specifically Building C near Hamsel Station. As planned, Sang-yoon was in the process of securing a place to live in this area for security reasons. In front of him was a cheerful employee, grinning ear to ear after closing a contract. As I said, the deposit is 100 million won, and the monthly rent is 5 million. His expression was like a wolf looking at a sheep, and Sang-yoon couldn't help but scratch his head. Slightly awkward. You say that price with such a big smile that it almost doesn't sound that bad. He joked. He laughed cheerfully. Oh, well, the truth is, you're getting it at a really good price. Places like this usually have a long waiting list. Anyway, I'll be heading off now. Don't hesitate to contact me if you have any issues with it. He turned around and left singing. Jaehyun waved at him from behind. Of course, be careful on your way back. Once he was gone, he let out a long sigh. I found a spot sooner than expected. Everyone else on that waiting list probably has to keep striving. I guess I should also thank the goddess of luck for this. Man, so much has happened in such a short time. His mysterious return to life, the strange new changes. It was all still a bit mind-boggling. He had spent days trying to make sense of it all. Although no information seemed to help him at the time, he didn't know what steps to take to move forward. But with time, that uncertainty began to fade, replaced by a shift in perspective. He felt it now, a pulse, a fire flowing through his body, youth, and potential, both burning brightly in his palms. I'm not going to stand by idly this time. I'll live differently, happier, stronger. I swear I won't be a coward again. More than anything, opportunities for growth were popping up left and right. That alone felt like a blessing. As that thought passed, he suddenly recalled a memory when Miso the archer had taken a phone call from someone important. Yes, it's her. Oh, reporter Parks. Jun-nun, is that you? What brings you here today? Haha, you're always so quick on the scoop, sitting next to him. Sang Hyun's eyes widened the moment he heard the name Park Jun-nun. A spark of surprise flickered across his face as he thought to himself. Wait, Park Jun-min from Player News. That guy is an S-rank reporter at the Player News building at the same time. Jun-min smiled cheerfully. That's right. I heard you, monsieur. You were with him during the quest. Things are getting absolutely crazy around here with all the information coming in. Monsieur nodded slightly and replied, it's just as you heard from all the players I've recently encountered. He is definitely, before she could finish her sentence. Jun-min cut her off, lowering his voice. He could feel the prying eyes of his colleagues on him. Excuse me, but could you speed it up a little? Everyone is looking at me right now. Time jumped forward again. Sang-jun had just gotten out of the car and was politely thanking Miso for the ride. But just as he turned to leave, Miso shouted after him, "Wait, Sang-yoon. One moment. We are about to explore an unidentified gate. We are forming a temporary party. 4 members. Max. All under level 120. Don't worry. It's not an official guild quest. If you're interested." Then, before she could finish the invitation, Sang-yoon's instincts picked up the sweet scent of a quest opportunity. And he practically shouted, "I'm in." The way he reacted like a dog, offered a bone left Miso momentarily speechless. You turned down a guild offer without batting an eye, and now you're this excited about a quest. Ignoring her slightly sarcastic comment, Sang-yoon could barely contain the excitement bubbling inside him. "I finally have a chance to go through a gate," he thought to himself. To put it simply, dungeons are fixed locations. Once inside, the entry and exit are fixed, and traps and monsters behave following predictable patterns. But a gate is different. It constantly changes. As you face a situation, the entry and exit paths can change in real time. And sometimes even the monsters themselves change, depending on the nature of the gate. But as always, the greater the risk, the better the reward. It's a rule every player must follow, and if it's an unidentified gate, there's a special reward system for the first person to conquer it, guaranteeing high-grade loot. Ken Miso must have experienced this before because the weapon she has, one that can pierce through the hardened skin of a dark wolf, could only have come from a place like that. As he lost himself in thought, Miso pulled out her phone and said, "I'll contact you as soon as I have more details. Looks like we'll be talking a lot from now on. I'll mark down your number." She handed her phone to Sang-yoon, but something on the screen caught his attention. An event reminder popped up at the top. Friday, June 20th, 8:00 to 10:30 meeting with Mr. Gregory. He realized too late. Miso quickly snatched the phone back. "Sorry for being so careless. What is wrong with me today?" She let out a small sigh, clearly flustered, as Sang-yoon quietly reflected on what he had seen. It seems she has some secret she can't talk about. But hey, who doesn't have secrets? Every player has their secrets. Even me, I have things I could never tell anyone. If people found out I've been reincarnated, who knows what chaos would ensue. It would be a major problem. That's for sure. Thinking about all this, an image of his former partner from his past life suddenly flashed in Sang-yoon's mind. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. I have no idea where he is now or what he's doing, but we spent so many years working side by side. He sighed internally. It's not easy trying to track him down now. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the Eden Guild, Miso was sitting across from a tall man wearing a flashy orange suit. But instead of engaging in conversation, she was completely focused on her phone screen. His eyes fixed on her, noticing it, the man tilted his head, curiosity piqued. "It's been a while since we grabbed coffee together, hasn't it?" he said casually, "But are you waiting for someone to call? You've been staring at your phone like it owes you money." Miso looked up and replied with a slight smile, "It's Sang-yoon. We are heading out to explore a gate together." "Oh my," the man said with a teasing smile, "you two are already this close." Miso quickly brushed it off. "No, it's not like that." With that, the conversation naturally turned to Sang-yoon. The man leaned back and asked, "Isn't he the one who can maintain focus in combat longer than even me?" And directly rejected a recruitment offer from Kim Miso herself. "If it were me, I'd probably like the guy too," across the table. Miso didn't deny it. In fact, she added a subtle warning, "You should probably start worrying a little." Me, why would I worries?" he asked, genuinely perplexed. Miso explained in a firm voice. "His swordsmanship is sharp, really sharp, almost on par with yours, maybe even better." Hearing his unusual praise for Sang-yoon, the man couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter. "Haha, you're just saying that because I teased you, right? Sure, the guy has talent, but comparing him to me is an overstatement." That man with rugged, masculine features and a confident demeanor was none other than Yo Genho, an S-rank player from the Eden Guild who is currently level 700. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was the next morning. At that moment, Sang-yoon suddenly received a phone call from Miso. The archer immediately answered, "Yes, this is Kim Miso, right? I'm listening on the other side." Miso got straight to the point. "You're taking it right. I'm calling to talk about the gate situation. As soon as I can talk now." Sang-yoon replied, clearly surprised, not wanting to waste time. Miso right into an unidentified gate, just appeared about 500 meters northwest of the mountain shelter on Route 7. We've already done a preliminary scout of the middle zone, and I'm sending you the information right now. Hearing that, Sang-yoon's eyes lit up. He quickly pulled out the data Miso had just sent. Okay, give me a second while I check. As he read the information on his phone, his eyes narrowed slightly. The screen showed middle zone. Boss, second gate. Hellhound. Cerberus considered a wolf-type monster. Estimated level, 100 known traits. Biter and multiple heads. Gate, 3 details. Followed by a flow of additional data. Thanks to his experience, Sang-yoon already had a good idea of the type of opponent he would face. What the heck? I just got this new skill, and a monster like this already appears. Cerberus seems to fit the conditions of that skill perfectly. Sang-yoon thought he possessed the skill threshold between day and night, which had a unique effect. Whenever the moon appeared in a dungeon, it was active and had no cooldown period. While the moon was present, health and wound recovery speed were multiplied by 5. Furthermore, regardless of whether the moon was visible, any dog or wolf-type monster would fall into a frenzied state if the player possessed a blue moonstone. Even more so if the moon appeared. These types of monsters would never attack the player possessing the blue moonstone. Returning to the conversation, Sang-yoon smiled and nodded as he replied to Miso. Yes, I just finished checking the information. Thank you for sending it to me. His polite tone made Miso let out a chuckle. Sharing information like this is the least we can do. No, I'll contact you again later. Right nearby, a tall man overheard their cheerful exchange and interrupted. Clearly curious. What was all the loud chatter about? Something is going on. Sang-yoon quickly turned towards him, a little flustered. Sorry, Captain. Before he could finish, the tall man brushed him off with a laugh. Hey, I'm just joking with you. You're a celebrity now. I totally get it. And hey, I'm not your captain anymore. Just call me Hangod from now on. This guy was none other than Captain Yun De Kim, the same man who once guided Sang-yoon through the Orc Dungeon, a place often referred to by rookies as the Wailing Wall. Turning back to Sang-yoon, Yun De Kim's compliment made him slightly uneasy. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, Come on, Hangod, I'm not that famous. I still have a long way to go. Hearing that, Yun De Kim let out a chuckle and raised an eyebrow. By the way you're talking, I guess you haven't received that call yet. Oh, what call? Sang-yoon asked, clearly confused without dragging it out. Yun De Kim shoved his phone in Sang-yoon's face. Check it yourself. You made the cover of Player Weekly. If that's not fame, I don't know what is, on the phone screen. It was a crystal-clear photo of Sang-yoon under a bold headline. Weekly Player. The legendary rookie has arrived. Sin Sang-yoon bursts onto the scene. Reporter Park Junmin, a new player, makes a surprise appearance in the area, and a bunch of other details followed. Reading it, Sang-yoon realized he hadn't seen this article anywhere. His eyes widened, and then he practically screamed as if his house had just caught fire. What the heck is this? His shocked reaction made Jundikin burst out laughing. Haha, you might want to turn off your phone now. You're about to get all sorts of calls, shifting to Sang-yoon's internal thoughts. He was clearly frustrated. It's not that I hate this magazine, but do they really publish things like this without even interviewing the person first? Just like that. Just as Jun De Kim had predicted, Sang-yoon's phone started ringing nonstop. That only gave Jun more material to tease him about. What's the matter? Don't tell me one of your distant relatives has already called you. Sang-yoon replied dryly. I'm just thinking about close relatives right now. As he said that, he quickly turned off his phone, slipped it into his pocket, and let out a long sigh. Great. One more thing to worry about. Hangod, did I come prepared today? Or what? Before Sang-yoon could even finish his sentence, Jun De Kim, who already seemed to know where this was going, pulled out the bag he was carrying and placed it right in front of Sang-yoon. That's what you're talking about, right next to Sang-yoon. As soon as he looked inside the bag and saw what was in it, his face lit up, and he exclaimed, Yes, thank you very much. A Young Dickon crossed his arms and joked, Thanks. If someone heard that, they'd think I gave it to you for free, wise guy. Although this is all old equipment covered in my fingerprints, wouldn't it make more sense for you to buy new ones? There was a clear note of curiosity in his voice. After all, Sang-yoon was now a well-known player with great skills. So buying new equipment shouldn't be an issue for someone like him. Of course, Sang-yoon couldn't tell Youngda King exactly that he planned to absorb the old equipment to boost his powers. So he gave a clumsy, half-hearted excuse. Instead, maybe I'm just trying to inherit your fighting spirit, you know. The way you handle things. The more he talked, the darker Young Dik Young's expression became. Finally, the man couldn't hold back and mumbled, "Haha, you're talking nonsense again." Sang-yoon gave a sheepish smile. Well, think of this as a way to shake off bad luck or something. Meanwhile, Yoongdekin silently shook his head, as if that explained why old equipment has a higher absorption rate. Yeah, right, just as he was about to press further, a voice suddenly called from behind. A woman's voice, "I'm sorry, I'm late. Parking is a nightmare. Let's start the appraisal right away." The voice belonged to a surprisingly beautiful woman. As she approached, Sang-yoon took a quick glance. Then he turned to Yun Kim and asked, "Huh, who is that?" "Oh, that's the appraiser I called to help us with the transaction," De Kim replied. "I casually brought her along so you won't get ripped off. I have to look out for my people, you know." "Ha ha ha," he said, throwing an arm around Sang-yoon's shoulder. Without wasting any time, the appraiser got to work. A soft purple glow shimmered on her lips as she cast a skill that enveloped all the items in a faint light. Moments later, she let out a relaxed sigh, nodded, and turned to both of them. "All done, appraisals complete. You two can go ahead and negotiate based on the pre-agreed price." Sounds fair, hearing that. Yun De Kim shot a sidelong glance at Sang-yoon. "So you were planning to haggle?" "Oh, no way." Sang-yoon shook his head firmly. Then, perhaps because his hands were starting to tingle from the action, Yun De Kim suddenly drew his sword and said with a smile, "All right, so before we close the deal, how about you check out my swordsmanship first?" Sang-yoon quickly held up his hands in rejection. "No way, hanggod. I'm not qualified to judge something like that." But before he could finish, Yun De Kim cut him off. Bluntly and sincerely, "Stop pretending to be humble. I'm not an idiot. I know very well you are much better than me, and I'm not so stupid as to let my pride stand in the way of improving." "No, seriously, I mean," he sang. Jaehyun tried to explain, genuinely hating how awkward and complicated this was getting. But when he saw the serious look on Dekyung's face, he sighed inwardly. Refusing someone so sincere would be rude. So in the end, he agreed. "Fine, pretend I'm not here. Do what you usually do." At that, Dekyung's face instantly lit up. He got into position, ready to go. Sang-hyun, watching him, turned to the appraiser and gave a quick warning. "You might want to stand behind me for this." "Ah, right, understood." The appraiser nodded quickly, stepping aside to give them space once she positioned herself at a safe distance. Yun De Kim shouted, "Here I come," and charged forward, his movements sharp. And every swing of his sword cut through the air, kicking up powerful gusts that whipped in all directions. Even Sang-jun couldn't help but be impressed, thinking to himself, "Wow, he's gotten so much stronger since the last time I saw him in that dungeon." It seems he hasn't stopped training for a second, but then he noticed something odd. "There's a problem here." "Wait a second," Sang-yoon shouted. "Hey, yeah, I still have more," Deking said, surprised, but Sang-yoon stepped closer and pointed at something on his left arm. "Is something wrong with it?" That caught Deking off guard. "How did you know?" Sang-hyun explained that when you strike with your right, your left shoulder opens up too much. It looked like you weren't fully aware of that side of your body. "If I'm correct," Deking let out a resigned sigh and finally admitted it. "You hit the nail on the head. I've had a minor injury on that side. Something from blocking hits with my left shoulder. I guess I couldn't hide it. Hey, most of the damage I've taken during training or in dungeons has ended up on that side. I know it's a problem, but there isn't much I can do." As he spoke, he rubbed his left shoulder with a frustrated expression, but what Sang-yoon said next left Young De Quinn stunned. "That injury is treatable. It's actually much easier to fix than you think. Don't hide it. Own it. Choose a swordsmanship style that flows better with your current form. Make it your strong point, from the way you control your movements to the rhythm of your steps. It won't be easy to adjust everything, but believe me, you'll improve significantly. Try gripping it like this. Just squeeze your fingers a little tighter." As he spoke, Sang-yoon stepped in and physically guided him through the movement. Yun De Kim clicked his tongue. "DCH. It's not as easy as it looks." "Hey, Sang-yoon, that hurts, man. Hang in there a little longer." Sang-yoon encouraged him. A few seconds later, a sigh of relief came from De Kim. "Hey, it's a little embarrassing to admit, but wow, that feels much better." Sang-yoon smiled with satisfaction, right? It will keep getting better, I promise. Now turn your hips this way. And so the two spent time fixing each other's posture, completely focused on the task. Meanwhile, standing to the side, the appraiser had a completely red face. What are these two idiots doing? She thought nervously. What exactly am I witnessing right now? Time flew by, and after concluding the equipment exchange with Captain Yun De Kim, Sang-yoon cheerfully drove his beat-up car back home. He was in such a good mood that he even started whistling to himself. This deal must have cost me over 100 million won, but it was still worth it. What I will gain from this far exceeds what I paid. De Kim seemed satisfied after the short sword training session, but that appraiser girl seemed a bit weird towards the end. Was she tired? Whatever, I'm looking forward to devouring these items and seeing how much stronger I've become. There's no way I can wait until the next gate opens. Maybe I should call Kim Miso already. As he spoke, Sang-yoon took a quick glance at the equipment bag on the passenger seat. But that moment of distraction almost cost him his life. He almost hit two people walking in front of his car. Braking just in time, Sang-yoon stuck his head out of the window. Nervously, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? You were right in my blind spot. So before he could finish, one of the men dressed like a total thug cut him off, clearly having waited for this moment. You're already quite late. I'm sick of waiting for your pathetic ass. What are you looking at? Get out of that junk car. His tone was now more of a command than a request, leaving Sang-yoon confused and annoyed. What the heck, debt collectors or something? Who are these guys? Seeing the expression on Sang-haeun's face, the skinny blonde just shrugged and mocked him with a sneering smile. Oh, you clueless people always react the same way. Hey, what did I hear? Just to drive the point home, the bulky one suddenly activated a skill, conjuring a scorching fireball right in front of his chest. His voice turned cold and menacing. Stop the chatter. Do you want to burn up in that junk car you have, or do you get lost right now? From Sang-yoon's perspective, he finally realized who those two idiots were. Faces from his past life, or right, I remember now, these guys are Choi Young-cheol and Choi Seung-go from the Anopia Guild. Young-cheol in particular always preyed on those weaker than him. Seung-go was his lackey, the one filming all his YouTube videos, thanks to his extreme toxic content. He had a handful of loyal followers who always watched his stuff, but after crossing the line too many times, he ended up sentenced to life imprisonment and faded into darkness. So yeah, in other words, both of them are absolute scum. Thinking about all that, Sang-jun let out a deep sigh, not knowing what was going through his mind. Young Chul and Seung-go looked at his face and started mocking him. Ho, look at that. Young Shio, this kid is frozen. Yeah, why is he pissing me off so much already? But at a glance, Sang-yoon had already read their stats like an open book. Choi Young Chul, level 100 B rank, player. Sulakeo Seung-go, level 75 C rank. Just realizing that those two bags of trash were targeting him to film some kind of video. Again, it made Sang-yoon feel tired. I seriously just wanted to test out my new artifacts and see how much stronger I've gotten. Why does annoying trash like this keep finding me? They aren't even worth using as practice dummies, since he didn't want his car ending up as a pile of burning scrap. Sang-yoon grabbed his equipment, got out, and said, "All right, what's your problem?" Seeing that Sang-yoon didn't look like someone easy to bully, the fat guy snapped his fingers. He canceled the fireball he had conjured earlier. He sneered and said, "Wise guy, you want to know? Calm down, mans. We're just the local peacekeepers here, keeping this multiplayer city healthy and safe. You know, we've been getting complaints about someone. Apparently, there's an idiot driving a junk car all over the city. People say they're sick of having to deal with it just by being nearby. You know who I'm talking about." As he spoke, he lifted a foot and slammed it onto Sang-yoon's car. Sang-haeun's expression immediately darkened, but the young Cheol, clueless as ever, didn't notice. He kept moving his mouth with a smug smile. "Don't you get it? Unless you want this hunk of junk of yours to rot right here, pack your stuff and get lost. Understood." Meanwhile, the commotion had caught the attention of nearby pedestrians. Some people were already starting to murmur upon realizing who was causing the uproar. "Hey, what's going on over there? Aren't those young Cheol and Seung-go? Those idiots looking for a fight again, as always?" Just then, a reddish-brown-haired guy suddenly recognized someone in the middle of the scuffle. "Wait, I know that, guys. Isn't he the one who appeared in Player Weekly? He's the one who entered the mission area with Kim Misu. What was his name again? Again, Sang-yoon. Right. Their voices became loud enough for young Chul to hear. His smile faded slightly. A trace of unease appeared on his face. He turned to his partner and mumbled, "Wait, is he strong?" Seung-go quickly searched for something on his phone. He narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. Yeah, I remember now that this guy entered the mission area with Kim Naizo. There's a rumor that he completed a level 100 mission solo. Yan Chiol clearly didn't believe any of that. He did it solo. No way. That guy looks weak as hell. Seung-go just smiled and replied, "Oh, come on." Young Chul Kim Miso was there too. Remember, do you really think he'd let a rookie hog all the glory for himself? No way. I already have the title for our next video. Upon hearing that, young Chul instantly caught onto any twisted idea his friend was cooking up, and he laughed along with him. Oh, I can't believe you're so good at capitalizing on these things without wasting another second. Seung-go pulled out his phone, turned on the camera, and gave a small time lag to really teach a lesson to the rookie Kim Nis has been looking after. We're live as the fat guy stepped forward and coldly stared at Sang-yoon. Hey Sang-yoon, I'll be generous here. Let's switch to training mode and have a duel. If I win, you pack up and leave the player city immediately. And of course, you'll star in our next video. But if you win, we'll back off and stay out of your way. Fair deal. Returning to Sang-yoon's point of view, he was already livid after they messed with his car. So he didn't even hesitate before spitting out his reply. Fine by me, but you're adding 500 million won and your damn wrist on the line. If you're too scared, get out of my sight. His voice was sharp as a blade, and his eyes burned with a wild, unhinged fire, like a rabid dog ready to bite. Did he say that? Veins bulged in young Chial's neck as his temper flared up just as he was about to curse Sang-yoon. His partner suddenly called from behind. Hey, yo, wait a second. Chul replied, annoyed. What is it now, idiot? Can't you see I'm busy? But Seon-ho didn't flinch. His face had turned pale, and sweat was pouring down his temples. Look, check the chat channel right now. On the public channel, messages were flooding in, all echoing the same thing, 500 million. Everyone watching was already on Sang-yoon's side and raised the stakes. Young Chul couldn't hold back a string of curses. Sang-yoon, for his part, didn't take his eyes off him for a second and added, "Are you going to do it? Or are you scared?" Back on young Chial's side, a realization finally hit him like a brick. Wait a minute, if we actually go through with this, the video won't even be monetized. Too much violence could even get it flagged as adult content. His pride still on the line and rage boiling beneath the surface, he mumbled, "Screw it, maybe this is the release valve I need to vent." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the plaza in front of Building C, deep within the player city. By then, Sang-yoon had arrived with young Chul and Seung-go, drawing the attention of a growing crowd of onlookers. A jet-black-haired girl spoke first. "What's going on here? Is that really Sin?" Sang-yoon next to her. A guy in a blue jacket looked a little worried for Sang-yoon. Those guys are thugs. They're always pulling pranks and messing with new players. Hey, do you live around here? Before she could finish her sentence, the girl cut him off short. "I have a boyfriend." Just then, a system announcement resonated throughout the plaza. Training mode has been activated. All participating players have received the protective shield buff. Training is complete. Players, please commence your combat training. At this point, young Chial still had no idea how dangerous the person he was provoking was. He continued to laugh out loud. "Just like you said, 500 million and our wrists on the line. And don't worry, I keep my promises. So don't chicken out. Now if you're smart, you turn around and leave while you can." Up front, Sang-yoon didn't say a word. He just let out a long, slow sigh, as if trying to keep calm. Meanwhile, young Chial kept flapping his gums. "Listen up, let's start. I don't mess around when it comes to fighting." But before he could finish his sentence, the voice of panicked desire sounded. Young Chul jumped. Young Chial looked up, and his eyes widened. Sang-yoon was already in the air, leaping towards him from above. Sword in hand, his gaze was icy, his voice even colder. "I'm not playing around either. Even if you beg me, I won't forgive you." And without further ado, their fight erupted into action. Broadcast live on YouTube for everyone to see, by sheer coincidence. Someone else was watching Kim Miso, the moment she saw what was happening. Her eyes widened in shock, completely frozen in place. Miso couldn't help but feel curious, wondering what the hell was wrong with Sang-yoon. But once she got a better look at his opponent, her expression changed as she recognized the man. Wait a minute, isn't that young Choi Chial from the Anopia Guild? He's a B-rank player, but super well-known because his uncle is the guild master. What is he doing? Messing with Sang-yoon. Just then, a voice shouted from nearby. Hey Miso, what's wrong? Why the long face? The voice belonged to a woman with short hair and a panther-like physique. Sin Tiri, a level 700 S-rank player from the Eden Guild. Her sharp eyes darted to the television screen, and she immediately realized, that player isn't the one you've been trying to recruit. Misok turned to her and admitted, yes, that's Sang-yoon, but I have no idea why he's there or what's going on. Tiri took another look at the screen and smiled with satisfaction. Whatever the reason, he moves well. Sharp reflexes back on the battlefield. Yang Chial was taken completely by surprise by Sang-yoon's sudden charge. Bastard, he cursed. Backing away just in time. If he had hesitated half a second longer, Sang-yoon's sword would have cut him in half. The young Chial, furious, counterattacked by launching a massive fireball. You have guts. He roared as the flaming orb shot towards Sang-yoon, but it wasn't enough. Not even close. Sang-yoon gripped his sword tighter and swung it upward in a fluid motion, cleanly slicing through the fireball. It split in two before exploding in the distance. A hellish explosion, but still no match for him. The surrounding crowd was stunned, slack-jawed at the unreal sight. How the hell is he doing that? Stuttering, his eyes wide with disbelief. As for Sang-yoon himself, a smile crept onto the corner of his lips. He could feel it. Finally, his body was moving exactly as he wanted. Finally, he thought, since returning, this is the first time I feel completely in sync again. About 3 hours ago, after finishing the equipment transaction with Captain Yun Dekin, Sang-yoon did not forget to turn to the appraiser girl and express his gratitude. Thanks to you, the deal went through so quickly. Today went really well. Hearing that, the girl in the white suit quickly waved her hand modestly. Oh, it wasn't just me. You two were very hardworking too. Besides, I benefited from it too, she said, cheeks slightly flushed, which left Sang-yoon completely confused. At that moment, Captain Yundekin burst out laughing. Haha, on a day like this, we have to go out for drinks. You should join us. Now that we have money, we can eat whatever we want. Salmon or beef. Sang-yoon awkwardly declined. I'm sorry, I have some errands to run. You two go and have fun. Immediately, the bulky captain asked, puzzled. What's wrong, Sang-yoon? Is it because I asked too much of you? Sang-yoon quickly explained. No, I'm really sorry. Although Yoondekin wanted Sang-yoon to come, he reluctantly agreed. Oh, that's fine. I guess we can't force him. Looks like it's just the two of us. Hey, my friend. Hearing that, the girl in the white suit covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, oh, no, what am I doing? I completely forgot about an important thing I need to do. She had to leave. And she rushed off, leaving the bulky captain standing there, completely dumbfounded. Sang-yoon headed to an unfamiliar park to start testing every item he had. He let out a deep sigh, and just as he did, the system notification chimed based on the absorption rate. The base stat absorption rate is 10%. The previous artifact use has been activated, increasing the absorption rate, finally reaching 90%. Upon hearing this, he sang. Haeyeon's eyes widened in disbelief. 90%, he exclaimed. At that moment, the goddess of fortune appeared beside him. The goddess of fortune believes all this joy you feel comes from her good luck, she said in a light and teasing voice. This time, Sang-yoon did not claim the luck for himself. His face showed a glimpse of annoyance, and he said, normally, I only get around 10% due to the absorption limit. As expected, the items that tracers use are really on another level. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Sang-yoon turned to the goddess and asked her, all right, there's something I wanted to ask you. Goddess, you're quite famous among the constellations, right? Have you heard of the constellation named Late Blooming Student Success Model? In response, the goddess of fortune looked annoyed. She pointed a finger directly at Sang-yoon and asked, the goddess of fortune is angry because you are paying attention to other constellations. Sang-yoon quickly raised his hand in a reassuring gesture. I was just asking out of curiosity. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that the constellation has a personal meaning to me. But I didn't realize it would upset the goddess like this. Please forget I mentioned it. Please forget I mentioned it. Seeing the sincerity on Sang-yoon's face, the goddess of fortune's anger started to subside. The goddess of fortune grants you her forgiveness. Because of her generosity, she will help you find that constellation. Hearing the goddess's consent, Sang-yoon was overjoyed. He shouted, really, thank you, goddess, all right, now I can finally fully concentrate on this. As he spoke, he began using his absorption ability to start feasting. His consciousness was sent into the mental world. A system notification sounded, synchronizing with 5 artifacts. Humanity's top 5 dishes before Sang-yoon. It was a feast of various delicacies, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Just looking at it made Sang-yoon do the same. It took him a few seconds to snap back to reality, wiping the drool from his mouth, muttering to himself. No matter how surreal the artifacts are, I never thought a food banquet could be so tempting. I really love this, with an absorption rate of over 90%. When this is over, who knows how strong I'll be. I can't even begin to guess. Back to reality, a symbol of 2 crossed swords appeared above Sang-yoon's head, and a system reminder followed. The true rival title has been activated, isolating player Choi Jong-chol. No allies detected within a 5-meter radius. True rival instincts have been activated. Player information appeared. Name Sin Sang-yoon, titles, true rival and 6 others. Constellation, goddess of fortune, artifact unified skill, artifacts consumed. 17 health, 880 energy, 124 experience, 97, stat window, strength. 77 plus 4, 0 stamina, 90 plus 7, or agility, 28 mana, 60 plus 4, or luck, 167 plus 6. 5 evasion, 30 defense, 49 plus 2 9. Remaining stat points 0. On the opposite side, young Cheol, the bulky thug, was shaking as his attack was effortlessly sliced in half by Sang-yoon. He looked like he was having a fit. The public who had been watching couldn't help but mock him. Ha, he's nervous. Is young Cheol running out of energy? Then, like an erupting volcano, young Cheol screamed, bastard, as he yelled. He wildly moved his hands forward, unleashing countless fireballs. This made Miso, who was watching worriedly for Sang-yoon. Sang-yoon, be careful. In contrast to her younger sister, Tibai remained calm and composed. Don't worry, he will dodge them. Her voice was filled with confidence, and indeed, Sang-yoon did not disappoint her. He seemed to be dancing around the barrage of attacks, with ease, dodging every one of them, and even reminding the big guy in front of him. You haven't forgotten the deal, have you? For 500 million, I'll take that arm. With that, he rushed forward. However, this was exactly what Seungo had been waiting for. He muttered to himself. That's right, charging gotcha now, just like that. While no one was paying attention, Seungo secretly activated some kind of skill, and suddenly Sang-yoon's steps were bound by a stream of white light. Seeing this, young Cheol smiled wickedly, showing Sang-yoon the middle finger. I win, idiots. He laughed with a sly and malicious look. Back on Sang-yoon's side, his entire body was now locked in place by an icy magic circle beneath his feet. A system notification flashed before him. Condition met player. Sin Sang-yoon, forced freeze skill, has been activated correctly. After that, jagged ice pillars erupted from the ground, encasing his body in a frost prison elsewhere. Terry saw the scene on a monitor and let out a cry of surprise. Oh, so he can use magic other than burning. His words were not bad at all. Miso suddenly burst into a fit of amused laughter. Hee-hey, Tilda. Sister, don't be too surprised. Sang-yoon can even use status effect nullification. You really underestimated my judgment. Keep watching. You will understand why I was so eager to test it. As she spoke, she glanced at the screen, but her expression froze because, from her perspective, a large hole had just appeared in the ice block that had been containing Sang-yoon, and he himself was nowhere in sight. Back on the battlefield, Yang Chio, the bulky one, blinked in disbelief at what he saw. What the hell? Where did that bastard go? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The skill definitely activated. Unless he has status effect nullification, there's no way he could have escaped. Is he really a rookie? But just then, Sang-yoon's figure appeared right above his head with a fierce grip on his greatsword. Sang-yoon lunged downward. His feet slammed into young Cheol's back with full force, driving the heavy man straight into the ground. The impact cracked the earth beneath him into a spiderweb of fractures. However, despite the clean landing, only one thing remained. Sang-yoon, visibly disgusted, his sword, aimed directly at young Cheol, had missed its intended mark. Something had interrupted the final blow. Around him, the spectators were frozen. Seung-go, the skinny one, was stammering, barely able to form a sentence. Meanwhile, the chat channel exploded. "Oh my god, Sin Sang-yoon just used status effect nullification, but more importantly, doesn't he look different from before?" Comments flooded Young Hae-woo from his daze. He quickly turned to re-examine Sang-yoon, feeling something strange in the air. "Now that I think about it, that guy's entire presence feels completely different from before. What the hell did he do?" His gaze sharpened. Sang Hae-yoon's eyes, previously normal, had turned pitch black. He no longer looked like a player. He looked like a demon. Back at the S-rank appraiser's position, Terry, it seemed her younger sister, Miso, was just as curious. The white-haired girl tilted her head slightly and said, "It looks like some kind of awakening skill." Miso stared at her with wide eyes. Her voice filled with curiosity. "You mean an awakening skill?" Sin Sang-yoon, Terry felt. Her tone was now more thoughtful. "Yes, it seems to derive from transcendence or illusion. Judging by those coal-black pupils, it's probably illusion. As far as I know, taking damage while using that kind of skill causes severe exhaustion. Didn't he just say he was going to finish it without getting hit once?" Talk about confidence, she let out a sigh, equally exasperated and impressed by Sang-yoon's audacity. Miso, for her part, broke into a wide smile of excitement. "Haha, no, sister. He never used anything like that when he was with me, and that kind of skill isn't exactly easy to activate either." Terry shrugged casually while analyzing the situation. "So it's one of two things. Either he had no reason to activate it near you, or he didn't have it at all." Then a short pause. Suddenly, Terry's face became more contemplative. She muttered to herself after a second or two of silence. "Or maybe he discovered a way to get it recently." Cut to the appraisal center. The appraiser who had handled Sang-yoon's equipment stared at the report in her hands. Stunned, her lips parted slightly as she muttered, "Oh no. This could be a problem." The artifact that Sin Sang-yoon had just purchased had to undergo a potential trade appraisal. According to her screen, the probability of the item containing a hidden skill was 0.02%. And the skill in question, psychedelic, she scoffed in disbelief. A hidden skill with such low odds. No way. If he really did that, he must be blessed by Lady Luck herself. Psychedelic, a hidden skill, a high-level awakening skill. Cooldown 1 hour skill level. Once activated, it fully restores the user's HP and triggers an awakening state for 100 seconds. In that state, physical and mental capabilities surpass their limits, bordering on delirium. Decision-making and information processing speed increase drastically. However, once the illusion effect is over, the user falls into extreme exhaustion for 10 minutes. And the delayed damage takes its toll. Back to Sang-yoon, who now looked and sounded like a lunatic on a full adrenaline rush. "What about the bet? What, you want to take it back?" His voice brimmed with manic energy. In front of him, young Cheol was pale as a sheet, fear seeping into his bones. He cursed under his breath. "Shit, this bastard. I let my guard down, thinking he was just some rookie. But if this is what he's really capable of, I need to start thinking seriously, quickly." Young Cheol slammed both palms onto the ground, unleashing a surge of mana that caused a small explosion beneath them. The explosion blasted him and Sang-yoon in opposite directions, in a desperate move to break free from the protagonist's grasp. As he staggered back, retreating through the smoke and debris, young Cheol's mind raced. "First, I need to put some distance between us. But wait, will it work? This is nothing like what that bastard Joe Hugo told me. If I had known he was this strong, I never would have chosen this fight. Don't tell me those bastards." His thoughts spiraled into confusion as he glanced over at his own subordinate. The blonde, skinny Seung-go wasn't even making eye contact anymore. He was frozen, drenched in sweat, looking like he was about to throw up. And at that moment, even the dense young Cheol finally realized he had been led into a harsh trap. But before he could turn his rage towards Seung-go, Sang-yoon was already on him. The younger man lunged forward. He grabbed a handful of young Cheol's shirt and slammed him onto the stone floor with brutal force. The impact sent pieces of tile and dirt flying in every direction. "Fat bastard," Sang-yoon growled, his voice low and dangerous. "Let's finish this time for the final round." Yang Chial writhed beneath him, now more terrified than ever. Wait, fine, you win. All right, I'll transfer the 500 million right now. But Sang-yoon wasn't here for money anymore. There was no way he was letting this guy off easily. His eyes narrowed. The bet is off, he said coldly. Now it's personal. He raised his fist high. Yang Shio's eyes went wide with disbelief. What? It's nothing personal. Are you insane? But San Haeyeon was already seeing red. Oh, it's something personal. All right. You want to know why I started all this? His grip tightened. Flashback 3 days ago. At a modest car repair shop, a mechanic handed Sang-yoon his key and offered a solemn head nod. We fixed it, but you'll have to let it go soon. Sang-yoon blinked, caught off guard. Wait, what? Let it go. The mechanic nodded again, more gently this time. Yes, it's too old now. I know you're attached, but it's time for that car to take you everywhere. No, he was sure he was fond of it, knowing that as those words left the mechanic's mouth. He even had to fight back tears, but Sang-yoon didn't stand a chance. His eyes filled with tears, his throat tightened, and his heart ached as if he were losing a lifelong friend. And then he heard it. The faint, almost ghostly voice of the old car resonated in his mind. That's right, Sang-yoon. I've been so happy taking you everywhere all this time, but now it's your turn to live a good life. Okay. Just imagining his beloved rust bucket being forced into retirement like that, unceremoniously, and against his will. It was enough to make his blood boil. His face contorted in rage. Veins bulged on his forehead as he screamed at young Chial like a madman. This is for my scrapped baby. Bastard on the ground. Young Chial was already trembling, eyes wide with fear. Tears streamed down his face. Shit, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm really sorry, but it was too late. And then it happened. A horrible, wet sound broke the tension. Pay, squeeze. A moment of stunned silence followed as nearby people instinctively backed away. Covering their noses, their faces contorted in disgust. What the hell is that smell? Someone yelled. Even Sang-yoon froze. His fist was still raised in the air, now staring at young Chul with horrified disbelief. The bastard had literally shit himself. And the worst part was, it was all being broadcast live. Every single spectator, from casual fans to PvP addicts, saw it in real time. Gasps, groans, and a wave of second-hand embarrassment flooded the chat. Bro, what did I just see? Did Yang Chu go into toddler mode? Is this a boss fight or a bathroom emergency? Back on the battlefield, Yang Chul had completely broken down. A shell of the arrogant man he was a few minutes ago. He sobbed uncontrollably, curled up in a trembling heap. I'm sorry, I swear, I'm sorry. Around him, the crowd had erupted into chaos once more. God, that stench, can you smell it, man? He shit himself. Mocking voices flew from all directions, laughter echoing in the air. To the side, Seungo, the skinny cameraman, was frozen in place, almost peeing himself with fear. Sweat ran down his face, and his hands trembled as he gripped the phone, which was still recording the aftermath. Shit, he muttered to himself, eyes wide with nervousness. What do I do now? Maybe I should just delete the whole damn channel. I've seriously messed with someone I shouldn't have while spiraling there. A calm but commanding voice suddenly cut through the noise. Mr. Seungo, I guess you stirred up quite the mess here. Startled, Seungo turned his head and immediately paled. Manager. The approaching man was Moon Bakjun, the area manager for the Gangdong district under the Utopia Guild. Seeing him, Seungo quickly bowed in apology, but Bakjun barely acknowledged the gesture. His attention was focused elsewhere, fixed on Sang-yoon. So this is the kid. Bakjun thought his gaze narrowed slightly, freshly awakened. Yet he took down Choi Jongchun, an experienced and awakened fighter. Impressive, very impressive. Let's see what kind of player he really is. With that, Bakjun took a step forward, his expression friendly yet analytical. You must be Sang-yoon. Yes, I am here on behalf of Utopia to process the incident report and, of course, to offer you compensation for what you have endured. Do you have a moment to talk? In front of him, Sang Haeyeon raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice firm and unyielding. Before that, could you state your name and guild affiliation? There was nothing rude in his tone, just a quiet, calm, controlled strength. Confident, but for some reason that only made Bakjun uncomfortable. That attitude, it's not arrogance, no, this is something else. He's calm, too calm, like someone who has survived hell, and emerged on the other side, sharper than ever. His skill and presence are far above his rank, realizing that. Baek-jun quickly nodded, adjusting his tone with newfound respect. Apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Moon Baek-jeon, administrator for the Utopia Guild of the Gangdong District. He gave a slight bow, already thinking about the future. We have to recruit him with whatever it takes. Burn some resources. If we have to, as long as we are respectful and genuine, we might have a chance to attract him to boost their plan. Baek-jun suddenly raised his voice with conviction. The Utopia Guild will cover all damages. Sang-jun didn't even hesitate. The moment those words left Baek-jun's mouth, he pulled out his phone and brought up a real banking app that makes things easy. He then held up his phone screen and transferred 20 billion won to me. Here is my account number. I'd say that's a fair amount considering the psychological trauma and everything else I had to endure. Baekhyun's expression went completely blank. That figure hit him like a truck. 20 billion. He repeated, stunned. Any chance we can, I don't know, negotiate. I mean, how about I just give you the shit-covered guy and let you do whatever you want with him? Time skip. Sang Ha-yoon's apartment. From outside his door, Baek-yoon's voice was heard again, annoyingly persistent. Mr. Sang-yoon, are you sure the Utopia Guild's compensation made it inside your account? Sang-yoon groaned in frustration, yelling again. Man, are you still here? Do you seriously still know nothing about Kim Naizo? Baek-yoon replied with another question. Are you absolutely sure you're not affiliated with the Eden Guild? Right. Sang-yoon opened the door, rubbing his temples, completely fed up. No, not even close. Please, for the love of all that is holy, leave me alone. But the moment he tried to close the door, a swarm of reporters shoved their microphones through the gap, shouting over each other like a chaotic press conference. Mr. Sang-yoon, the public has a right to know. Please comment that it's true. Speak up. Why are you dodging the question? Are you or are you not dating Kim Monsieur? Don't avoid it. Just answer directly. Bombarded from all sides, Sang-jun felt more exhausted than when he had cleared the last dungeon. He let out a long sigh. Isn't it true? Since when has my love life been part of the public's right to know? And with that, he slammed the door shut. Silencing the voices, he headed to his room, muttering to himself, am I not tired enough already dating someone in my situation? Yeah, right, let's add that to the list. Inside, his eyes fell upon the equipment he had placed earlier, clean, polished, ready. Today was the raid day that Kim Miso had invited him to join. I can't believe it's actually happening. I thought Miso right mentioned it was today. This whole week has been chaos. Time to focus. He blinked in surprise at the pile of new gear. Everything I ordered has already been delivered. That was fast, and I even leveled up after the last boss fight. My slash-step skill has also increased, combined with the overwhelming impact title. I get a full 2.6 seconds of extra pressure added to my previous effects. That puts me over 5 seconds. Depending on who I face, that gives me a huge advantage. Well then, let's see what kind of damage I can do today. Smiling to himself, Sang-yoon scrolled through his system screen, checking the remaining skills. Superior Swordsman. A base passive skill at level 1 increases dexterity with daggers and one-handed swords. Full Acceleration. A movement skill also at level 1 description. Concentrate immense power and then instantly lunge forward to strike the enemy. The longer the charge, the greater the damage and distance. However, the user cannot move while charging, looking at the effects of both skills. Sang-yoon felt satisfied with a skill set like this. I have what I need to conquer that gate. Solid mobility and a supporting weapon. Perfect. He briefly reflected on his past battles, the weaknesses he had exposed along the way. I cannot make the same mistakes again. When he fought the Alpha Wolf, he had to risk everything, limited by his offensive focus, and the drawbacks of that self-sacrificing skill, barely managing to win. Just like in the fight against Choi Young Chul, he had fallen right into the guy's trap, completely lacking any mobility skills. If Young Chul had been slightly stronger, it would have been game over. I need to keep my head clear. With the temperature rising like this, I need to keep forcing my training. Otherwise, I'll just repeat my past failures. Just like the disaster in 2040, this time, he had to make sure the future changed. This time he wasn't going to lose everything again in this life. He had to be strong. He had to become strong like him. As those words echoed in his mind, the image of the knight who once saved him as a child surfaced. Suddenly his phone rang, pulling him out of his thought spiral, and he picked it up. Answering casually, "Hello." A young voice came through the line. "Oh, sir. Sang-yoon. This is reporter Park Junmin. I'm calling about the interview we scheduled for today. I just wanted to confirm that you are still available." The moment he heard that, Sang-yoon's face twisted like someone with a severe case of constipation. But he recovered quickly and forced a cheerful tone. "Ah, of course. It's still early, isn't it?" Junmin replied, "Exactly. I'll see you at the cafe I told you about earlier." Sang-yoon had completely forgotten about the interview. Damn it, I completely forgot. The gate ride is at 7 p.m. The interview is at 2, right? He quickly glanced at the time on his phone and could only manage a wry smile. Undefeated. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to the hallway outside Sang-yoon's apartment. The reporters had practically set up mats, blankets, and everything to catch him the moment he stepped out. So when Sang-yoon finally emerged, the entire crowd lit up as if it were Christmas morning. "There he is. Sang-yoon is here this way. Tell us about your relationship with Kim Nizo." But their excitement quickly waned the moment they saw him fully geared up for battle. An icy aura radiated from his body. The temperature in the hallway seemed to plummet. Everyone froze. The air was heavy, almost suffocating. Sang-yoon barked, "Move it now," without waiting for a response. He activated all his buffs and skills and shot forward at a dizzying speed. He wasn't just running, he was flying through the streets like a missile. He had one goal: get to the interview quickly. The scene cuts to a quiet cafe where reporter Park Junmin waits patiently. At that moment, a loud whoosh from a startled employee caught her attention. She turned to look and immediately saw the blur that was Sang-yoon charging toward her. "Sang-yoon, over here." Yoonmin waved, smiling. "I already ordered coffee, you can sit." But then she paused. Her cheerful expression faltered. "You're all right, you looked a little intense." Sang-yoon was drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy, eyes sharp. "I'm fine," he said. "Just were you in a dungeon?" Yoonmin asked, half jokingly. Sang-yoon scratched his head and let out an awkward chuckle. "No, no way, haha," but internally, he grumbled. Getting here was more exhausting than any dungeon I've run. He collapsed into the seat and quickly apologized for being late. Junmin told him not to worry. Then, with a bright smile and eyes crinkled with excitement, the reporter leaned forward. "Actually, I was originally going to ask about your recent raid, but something bigger came up. You haven't heard yet, have you? It's exploding among players worldwide." She paused dramatically and continued. "Until now, everyone believed that player level was the sole measure of strength. But you've turned that idea on its head. Low level, high powered. You're writing the rules. Sang-yoon, people are calling you the legendary rookie." Hearing this, our protagonist let out an awkward chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. "Come on, I'm not that special." Junmin smiled and leaned in a little. "You realize it's not just normal players watching you, right? Many guilds also have their eyes on you." From Sang-yoon's perspective, he had to admit, "Yeah, I've been getting a lot more friendly calls than usual lately." He laughed again. "Hey, are you talking about the buzz with Utopia, or are there others I should be worried about?" Junmin shook her head and then dropped the real bombshell. "No, I'm talking about foreign guilds. Just this morning, 5 international guilds officially requested your information from the Korean Player Association." Sanjum blinked, stunned. Normally, foreign guilds only recruit high-level awakened players. But someone at your level, a rookie, that's unheard of. You are definitely on their radar now. She paused and added, "I in your place would watch my back. A lot of people are starting to wonder who this guy exactly is." Time passed quickly, and as night fell, Sang-yoon headed to the meeting spot for the upcoming raid. As he walked, he couldn't help but mull over what he had just heard. "Damn it, I plan to found my own guild and go solo. But the foreign guild thing sounds pretty tempting. Their resource level is on a whole other level. Now that I think about it, how poorly they treated me before. God, it still pisses me off." Just recalling it, he let out a long sigh, but he was quickly pulled out of his thoughts by a familiar voice calling him. "Hey Sang-yoon, long time no see." "No, look over here." It was the archer Miso waving at him with a big smile. "We still have some time before the raid starts." You two should take a moment to get to know each other. Sang-yoon followed his gaze and noticed another woman standing in front of them. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Who is that? He thought, looking at the woman with a mixture of curiosity and caution. He didn't know it yet, but he was looking at Terry. Seeing Sang-yeon's curious look, Miso smiled and stepped in to explain. My sister has been pestering me nonstop to meet you, Sang-yeon, so I brought her along before you go through the gate. I hope you don't mind. This is my sister, Sintoiri. She's also a member of the Eden Guild, like me. If you want to relax a bit, there's a cafe nearby, just behind her, the S-rank hunter. Sintoiri stood silently, her eyes fixed on Sang-yoon with a calm expression. And unreadable. After a moment, she stepped forward and extended her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Sintoiri. Sang-yoon quickly reached out to shake her hand, responding politely. Oh, I'm Sang-yoon. Nice to meet you too. Despite her serene exterior, he couldn't help but feel a little pressured, even without Miss C's introduction. There wasn't a single player in Korea who didn't know who Sintoiri was. Her fame stretched far beyond the country. After all, she was one of Eden's leading figures, and her mere presence could shift a guild's overall power ranking. Since I regressed, I've run into quite the heavy hitters. He thought with a sigh. Man, the last timeline was pure suffering. Terry spoke then, breaking his train of thought. Hey, Sang-yoon, I was wondering if I could ask you for a small favor. What caught him off guard? Oh, a favor. Wait, why would she need anything from me? Confused but willing. He nodded. Sure, if it's something I can help with. But before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted calmly. It's nothing important. I was wondering if you'd be willing to have a quick spar with me. Sang-yeon hadn't even said a word before Miso let out an exasperated groan. Seriously, little sister, you just met him. Terry shrugged. What's the problem? I told you on the way here. Apparently, in Terry's mind, she had already expressed her desire to test Sang-yeon's strength. But judging by Miso's deadpan expression, that conversation might have only happened in her head. Nervously, Miso gently pulled her sister aside and turned to Sang-yoon with an apologetic smile. Haha, sorry about that, Sang-yoon. My sister has a peculiar sense of humor. Hearing this with his spirit fired up, Sang-yoon immediately agreed. Sure, no problem. How about we start right here, right now, almost unable to wait. He even grabbed his sword. Seeing this, Miso looked a bit nervous, wanting to stop it, but Sang-yoon shook his head and explained. It's not like every day. The best players in Korea agreed to train with me, no matter how you look at it. It's an honor. Hearing this, Terry seemed to see Sang-yoon in a new light. You seem to have a good eye. Sang-yoon, I'm sorry if I was a bit rough earlier. Let's keep this to 5 moves. Let me know when you're ready, he said as he unsheathed his weapons, which put some pressure on Sang-yoon. Sweat began to drip down his face. Internally, he thought, I barely stand a chance, but this is an opportunity, a chance to see how far I've come. And what I still lack, the mere fact that she draws her weapons changes everything. I'm not joking this time. I'm going all out, right from the start. With that, Sang-yeon activated his illusion skill. Ready to go all in, meanwhile, Miso was completely overwhelmed, unable to keep up with what was happening. Oh, no way, I can't follow this at all, ignoring Miso's bewildered face. Terry nodded and said, very well then, here comes the first move. Suddenly her form twisted, spinning like a vortex. Seeing this, Sang-yeon's face went blank in his mind. He scolded himself. Damn it, I'm so stupid with my current body level. I forgot about this. I saw it too late to react properly. He forced himself to swing his sword backward and managed to block Tajiri's twin sword attack just in time. The clash was so powerful that it sent a shockwave outward. Sang-yeon reminded himself, I need to predict and react before her moves. Terry, surprised that Sang-yeon had managed to block her sudden strike, showed a hint of admiration on her face. Then Sang-yeon fiercely swung his sword, sending Terry's body flying. Even in midair, he praised her. Your moves are quite good. Should you turn up the intensity for the next one? You have 4 moves left. Without hesitation, Terry's body darted like lightning, moving faster than a blink. Her form changed rapidly, leaving Sang-yoon with a heart full of dread, as expected. Her movements are monstrous. And now she is even faster. Moments like these remind me of when all my sight-based skills were blocked. I have to rely entirely on my sense of perception. Of course, this time, the difficulty is at least 10 times higher. From Misei's perspective, seeing Sang-yoon suddenly close his eyes left her wide mouth. Closing his eyes in a situation like this, even if it's without Sang-yoon, that's reckless, oblivious to Misei's worries. Sang-yoon was completely immersed in the most focused state, perceiving every movement in the space around him. At that precise moment, Terry's attack lunged at him, but Sang-yoon had already felt it coming and twisted his body just in time to dodge Terry's surprise attack showing up again. Your concentration is impressive. I didn't expect you to block a follow-up blow like that. Most swordsmen can't reach that level of concentration. It's not just talent, it's mostly experience. You're like a veteran player. She said this while jumping back to maintain some distance. Sang-yoon awkwardly replied, "You flatter me too much." Terry continued, "All right, so 3 moves left before I can unleash my next strike." Sang-yoon interrupted, "Can I ask something before we continue, instead of 3 separate moves? Can you just go all out at once?" Terry blinked, slightly bewildered. "What did you just say?" With firm resolve, Sang-yoon replied, "I know it sounds arrogant, but I don't want to waste this opportunity. Please just one time go all out inside." He felt a flash of anxiety. If I say this and she doesn't give it her all, I won't grow from this closeness. Miso wanted to stop her sister, but Terry agreed immediately, driving Miso crazy. "Fine," Terry said, "but I can't go 100% serious, since we haven't even activated training mode. I can only show you a simple maximum speed charge. The skill itself is too difficult to control properly and cannot be fully utilized on others." Sang-yoon felt satisfied. It's more than enough. He thought to himself, if this is Sinteri's maximum speed charge, the fact that she's going serious on me already feels like a victory. I will treat this as a real fight, because if I fail, I'm done for. On the opposite side, Terry assumed her starting stance. "Very well, here I come with that." Seeing this, her body shot forward at the speed of the wind. Sang-yoon quickly raised his sword into the air, silently, reminding himself that he didn't even have time to sense her movements. He had to go all out. Instead of swinging my sword before she arrives, I had to move as if I were already there first. He threw his sword wildly forward, because neither his perception ability nor his sight could keep up with Ter's speed. At that precise moment, by luck or by fate, Sang-yoon's sword narrowly grazed the hunter's face, making her eyes fly open in surprise. With no other option, she activated her phantom shadow skill and spun behind Sang-yoon to dodge the blow. Seeing this, Sang-yoon immediately turned to look back, but at that precise moment, his face collided with the hilt of her sword, producing a sharp, painful sound. Seeing this, both beautiful girls asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Although Sang-yoon was in immense pain, he forced a steady answer, "I'm fine." But internally, he silently scolded himself. He said he wouldn't use skills. Sang-yoon sat down on the floor, grimacing in pain as he held his forehead with his hand. "My forehead had split open." Or something like that. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him, catching him slightly off guard. When he looked up, he saw Teddy standing there, with a look full of concern, and quickly said to him, Sorry, I promised not to use my skill, but it activated reflexively. Are you okay?" Without hesitation, Sang-yoon grabbed the hand she was offering, slowly stood up while replying, "I'm fine, honestly. It's an honor to see you this serious." Tari laughed playfully. "Well, it's an honor for me too. And next time," Sang-yoon added, "I hope we get a chance to have a proper conversation." She finished by looking him directly in the eye with a charming smile on her lips. Sang-jun let out a hearty laugh. "I'd love to." Tyree raised an eyebrow. Surprised. "Very well. Then maybe someday." The two shook hands enthusiastically while chatting. But Miso, who was nearby, was clearly not thrilled about it. She quickly stepped forward and gently separated their hands, smiling as she reminded them, "Hey, excuse me. The gate raid is about to begin." Hearing this, Tari finally snapped back to reality. "Ah, right," but Miso's irritation wasn't over yet. She frowned and muttered under her breath, "And don't forget, we still have to submit a report to the guild about what happened today. Do you realize how reckless that was?" At Miso's stern tone, Tari could only let out a sigh of helplessness. I know, I'm sorry." With that, the hunter casually waved goodbye. "All right, Miso, good luck with the raid, and let me know how it goes." "Okay." Miso replied dryly, Yeah, take care." "Very well," Sang-yoon. However, she kept her eyes fixed on Cherry's receding figure, letting out a small sigh of disappointment. Still, this is my first real defeat since I regressed. If Centauri had gone serious from the start, I wouldn't have lasted a single move. This encounter was unexpected, but now I've found another mountain to climb. A little later, after walking some distance, Terry looked back over her shoulder, with a playful and mysterious smile on her lips, and sang. Jun saw it. A knowing smile formed on his face. She's saying, let's see if he can surpass me. Later that day, at the still unidentified gate, number 727, in Georgia Kunui, several people had already gathered, applauding cheerfully. Miso smiled. Very well, let's start with introductions. These are the people joining us today, she added cheerfully as soon as she finished. Taezio Ken Hoj stepped forward with a friendly greeting. Sang-yoon responded enthusiastically. I am Sin Seon Yong. It's an honor to work with such talented people as yourselves. TCO Klo politely dismissed. Oh, don't mention it. I actually just read an article about you, Sanjung. Impressive, truly. Next, he properly introduced himself, Soypar T-Sok. I am a mage-type player, specializing in the fire skill. His current level was 120, rank A. As soon as Sanjung heard the name of his skill, he became curious, Blaze. It's a fire-type skill, right? Tisioka nodded with a smile. Exactly the same type of skill Cho Yang Chul used in that recent incident. But his voice dropped a bit as he raised both arms, and a huge blue flame erupted in front of them. I have dedicated almost all my game time to developing my fire magic, so my power output should be much higher than his. Everyone's eyes widened at the overwhelming pressure radiating from the flame. After a few seconds of showing off, Taka quickly extinguished it, but I've only reached the blue flame level so far. I still have a long way to go. Sang Yang chuckled. Trust me, you already seem reliable enough internally. He thought it was a smart decision. Focusing on one thing until your skills stabilize is undoubtedly the best approach. The only reason I handled Choyoung Chul so easily was because, instead of specializing, that guy spread himself thin across multiple elements. A classic jack-of-all-trades player, master of none. Suddenly Misu spoke, pulling him from his thoughts. She pointed to the greenish-blue-haired girl next to Teiji. Saki said, and this is Kanhui. She is a mage-type player, specializing in space magic. Her main skill is Special Link. He spoke up timidly. Yes, just as Misu said, since Tisiok has already shown his skill. I'll show you mine too, but before she could start, Miso tried desperately to stop her. Hoang. Wait. Her warning fell on deaf ears. Hoang. The spell had already activated. A gust of wind swept through the area, blowing things everywhere. Sanjun let out a deep sigh, already exhausted by the unfolding scene. Miso could no longer contain her frustration and yelled, Hoei, how many times have I told you not to do that? Are you embarrassed? Hoei quickly apologized, but San Hyun was now focused on something else. The strange wind swirling around her. What is this wind? Didn't she say she was a space magic user? The wind intensified, growing stronger, until finally, a giant mirror-like circular portal materialized in front of him, inside which the image of a distant city came to life, leaving Sang-yoon stunned. Hui shyly spoke, anyway, that's my skill, please take care of me. Everyone, she bowed deeply and clumsily, taken aback by her overflowing enthusiasm. Sang-yoon was surprised. No, I should be the one saying that to you. At that moment, Sang-yoon couldn't help but marvel internally. Kim Miso has really formed a perfectly balanced team. I handle the close combat. Kim Miso covers the long range, Park Taexiok fills the firepower gap, and Kang Hui adds strategic flexibility with his space magic. Apart from not having a dedicated healer, this squad is practically perfect. But most importantly, our teamwork flows naturally. It's obvious they've practiced together more than once and honestly, in survival situations. That kind of chemistry is more valuable than any elaborate strategy. I used to have that too. His eyes rested on the group, and memories of his former teammates flooded him. A faint smile formed at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, Miso appeared in front of him, snapping him out of his thoughts. She asked him with sincere concern, Sanjian, are you okay? Did you get hurt earlier while training with Tidy? The unexpected question caught him off guard for a second, but Sanjian quickly dismissed it with a cheerful smile. I'm fine, just a little distracted, that's all. He reminded himself, silently, thinking about the past, staying in the present, thinking less and concentrating more. The next moment, he looked toward the gate standing before them and asked the group, Shall we go in? As soon as they passed through that unfamiliar gate, an infernal icy landscape awaited them. Snow fell incessantly, but the four moved forward without hesitation. Suddenly, Sang-yoon's voice called from behind. By the way, thank you so much, Tai Seok. Hearing this, the fire mage seemed a little bewildered. Sang-yeon chuckled and added, if it weren't for your improvements, we'd be ice pops right now. At that moment, the entire group was protected by the blessing of the flame, a spell enveloping them in comforting warmth, and significantly boosting their resistance to the glacial cold. Miso walked behind them. She completely agreed with the hunter's words, seriously. It wasn't even half as cold on our last expedition. By the way, Sang-yoon, do you carry any other weapons besides that greatsword? Why didn't you use them last time? Sang-yoon looked at her and replied indifferently for this raid. I thought we would need a more flexible approach. That's why I brought this, he said as his hand rested naturally on the sword by his side. Hearing this, Miso let out an "oh." Impressed. So you know how to use multiple weapons. Oh. His comment made the hunter tense up slightly. His gaze drifted as he mumbled. Yes, I had planned for it beforehand. But deep down, Seon-jun couldn't help but feel a little fed up. This is probably the only annoying side effect of regression. I've become so lazy that I don't even bother making up excuses anymore. Suddenly, Miso called out to her mage from behind. Hey. Oh, The girl immediately perked up. Yes, Sani. At that moment, a fierce demon appeared behind Seonjun, and its threatening presence tensed the atmosphere. Miso, always quick-thinking like an archer, shouted orders, execute Plan C. Without hesitation, Yugi sprang into action, and her two hands began to glow as she concentrated her magic. The demon, seeing its prey, lunged at them like a hungry beast. He raised his weapon and struck with brutal force, sending snow flying in all directions. But Miso and Sang-yoon had already anticipated its move and swiftly moved aside to avoid danger. Now the two of them floated just above the demon's head, ready to strike. Miso shouted loudly, "Give the order, Sang-yoon, no time to hesitate." Sang-yoon replied, "Understood." Then support fire. Now a look of confidence spread across his face as he charged toward the demon. The demon quickly noticed his approach and turned its head with a growl. Sang-yeon froze for an instant, surprised it detected him so quickly. But he wasn't alone. Miso had his back. The moment the demon turned, her sharp voice resonated. She raised her bow and drew an arrow, shouting loudly, "Taeseok." The mage didn't need to be told twice. As soon as he heard his name, he conjured a large ball of burning blue fire. "Got it," he yelled, ready to unleash hell. The moment Miso's sharp arrow was released, Tai Seok's burning fireball enveloped it, merging the two into a single, devastating projectile that shot directly at the demon. At the same time, Sang-yeon charged with his unsheathed sword, turning their coordinated attack into an unstoppable onslaught. The demon froze, unable to react to the perfectly synchronized attack, and with the arrow lodged in its head, the creature let out an agonizing, deafening scream before it could regain its senses. Sun-yun was already there. His sword flashed in the air with a single clean strike, slicing the demon's body as if it were paper, splitting it into pieces as blood splattered everywhere. Without losing a second, Sun-yun called for Kang-hui the moment his name was mentioned. Ho-hee responded quickly. She immediately activated her magic circle. The demon, battered and unable to defend itself, finally saw a fleeting chance to counterattack. In an instant, it twisted its huge body, launching its arm toward Seon-jun in a desperate attempt to grab him. Its clawed hand slammed into the snowy ground, causing a violent tremor throughout the area. But all it managed to grab was snow and stone. Seon-jun was nowhere to be found. Only his greatsword remained planted vertically in the frozen earth. The demon, oblivious to reality, let a smile of satisfaction and victory spread across its face. Convinced it had turned the fight around, but its moment of triumph was short-lived. A familiar voice sounded directly behind it, cold and mocking. "What's wrong? Did you think you had me?" "No." The demon's eyes flew open in surprise. It turned its head quickly, only to find San-jin standing next to it, one hand casually resting on the hilt of the sword stuck in the ground. Behind them, Taeseok readied another crackling fireball and called out to their mage Hui, "Get ready to follow up." "Understood," she replied quickly, preparing her next spell, sensing the danger approaching. The demon roared in frustration and activated its level 2 demonic combat skill. Its body trembled with raw, violent energy, but Sang-yoon only smiled wider, with the thrill of battle lighting up his face. Without hesitation, he closed the distance and swung his sword in a brutal arc. The blow landed cleanly on the demon's skull, splitting its head and body in two. Hui and Tae-seok looked up silently, stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Sang-yoon landed gracefully on the snow, exhaling casually. Well, that took a bit of effort. Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and blurted out. What the hell was that? Sang-yoon looked at them indifferently. Tae-seok stood frozen, his face etched with surprise as he awkwardly tried to explain. That wasn't part of our plan. It definitely wasn't supposed to go down in a single blow like that next to him. Huya nodded enthusiastically, clearly agreeing with the nervous mage. Sang-yoon scratched the back of his neck a bit sheepishly. "Oh, I see. Sorry." From behind, Miso stepped forward and quickly dismissed the apology. No, you don't have to apologize. Didn't I already tell everyone? I reacted the same way the first time I saw him fight, probably even more exaggeratedly. Honestly, she suddenly directed her teasing gaze towards Sanjin. And that wasn't all you had up your sleeve, was it? The gentleman hunter, caught off guard, Sanjin, stammered with his words. He finally gave up and just laughed sheepishly, but inside he was silently screaming. Why does he keep setting me up like this? It's like he's forcing me to show off even more. What is he trying to do? Never mind. Still, for our first time running a party together, we're working surprisingly well. So this is what experienced players feel like. It's promising. After exchanging a few more banter and laughs, Sang-yoon slung his sword over his shoulder. He took a good look at the group and prepared for the second round. Shortly after, they set off again, finishing off demons one after another along the way. Tae-seok could no longer contain his excitement. He let out an excited shout. "You're seriously crazy, man. You're the best swordsman I've ever teamed up with." Sang-yoon couldn't help but feel grateful for that trust. Behind him, Miso laughed softly, teasing. "Try not to get too flustered. Sang-yoon hasn't even revealed his true trump card yet, thanks to you holding the front line so well. He can finally let loose and enjoy himself. So of course, he's very excited." Hearing this, Sang-haeun's expression turned a bit sour, right? For mages, if they don't have a reliable swordsman in front, they usually have to waste resources casting spells aimlessly on themselves. But this guy is putting a lot of pressure on me with all this praise. As he thought about it, Sang-yoon recalled Tae-seok's bright and cheerful smile. The more he remembered it, the more it made him shudder. Suddenly, Miso interjected, curious. "By the way, Sang-yoon, what skill did you use earlier?" But Sang-yoon was still absorbed in chatting with Taeyak and didn't notice her question. He turned around with a confused expression, and seeing his distant gaze, Miso could only sigh with an exasperated smile. "Seriously, one would think I'd be used to it by now, but you keep finding ways to surprise me." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted deep in the forest. Blood splattered the air higher than the surrounding pines. And, without further ado, Sanjun's group set off once more to continue their relentless demon hunting. Suddenly, Miso's eyes flew open, as if she had just realized something. In the distance, a group of demons charged towards them, snarling and roaring like wild beasts. Miso panicked and shouted a warning. Armored nodded as soon as he heard. Tae-seok's face darkened with worry. "What do we do?" The timing couldn't be worse. The archer completely agreed. Her expression was tense. "Exactly. We have to hit them with everything we have. First, we need to maintain distance." But before Miso could finish the sentence, another person's voice interrupted her. "Ms. Kang-hyu, can you open a portal leading directly in front of those things?" "Right in front of me." Sang-yoon's reckless suggestion left everyone paralyzed with surprise. Sang-yoon, those monsters have incredibly high defense. It's impossible, but she stopped mid-sentence, surprised by Sunjun's actions. What is he planning? But in moments like this, trusting him just this once might not be such a bad idea. Making a decision, Miso quickly called out to the mage Ho-edu. As Sun Hyun had told her, Ho-edu hesitated for only a second and then nodded. "I'm opening the portal right now." The moment the spatial gate materialized, the armored ogre stood right in front of Sun Hyun, completely oblivious to the ambush awaiting it. Sun Hyun planted his foot firmly on the ground and launched himself toward the portal, disappearing through it at breakneck speed, his movement skill at full power activated. The force of his takeoff caused a strong gust of wind behind him. On the other side of the portal, the armored ogre barely had time to realize what was happening. Its monstrous face twisted in surprise as Sun-yoon burst out of nowhere. Without hesitation, Sun-yoon landed a devastating strike with his sword, slicing the creature in half before it could even process the situation. On the other side, Miso and Desak were left utterly speechless, eyes wide, and mouths agape. Taesak seemed unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Looking at Seon-jun's calm and confident figure, he mumbled, "Is that for real?" After landing gracefully, the group resumed their journey. Miso walked beside the hunter, still trying to wrap her head around it. "That's a movement skill, right? But I've never seen anyone with that kind of raw power." Sang-yoon replied naturally, "Well, it's because I trust all of you. That's what gives me the confidence to use it." Just then, Hoi's expression changed drastically. She suddenly gestured frantically, her eyes filled with alarm. "Silence, everyone." The entire group froze, confusion reflected on their faces. The young mage gathered everyone and gestured for them to take a look at what had made her react so suddenly. It seemed like we had reached the bottom of the cliff, where a large beast covered in thick green fur lay motionless. Ho tilted her head curiously. "Is it sleeping?" It was the mid-boss of the icy hell, the Hellhound. Taeseok's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing the creature. "Perfect. Let's start planning." The mage beside him analyzed the situation. "We don't have much backup equipment. Maybe I should open a few more portals for support, or strike it with fire as soon as the fight begins." Throughout that time, Sang-yoon hadn't said a word during the strategy talk. He just sat there smiling enthusiastically. "Finally, there you are. My personal punching bag." Without wasting any more time, Seon-yoon activated Twilight Convergence, a unique dungeon effect with no cooldown. The moment the moon appeared inside the dungeon, players' HP and recovery speed increased by 5%. But that wasn't all. Regardless of whether the moon physically appeared, canine-type monsters, like wolves or dogs, entered a fear state, and the player carried a blue moonstone. And if the moon appeared, those monsters wouldn't even dare to attack the player carrying it. Sang-yoon fixed his gaze on the sleeping hellhound below and let out a thunderous laugh. His confidence filled the air. Miso turned to the group and suggested, "All right, let's go with Plan F." But before anyone could act, she noticed Sang-yoon, who had silently stood up. With an unreadable expression, and concern filled her voice. "Sang-hyun, what are you doing?" Instead of answering, Sang sketched a mocking, almost arrogant smile that left Misoy and the others paralyzed with surprise. The archer couldn't believe her eyes. Sang-jin was doing it again. Should I trust him? No matter how much she looked at him. Taeseok, clearly confused, chimed in. "Sang-jin, you already have a plan, right?" With a nonchalant tone and steady hands, he unsheathed his sword. Sang-yi replied, "Yes, I think you guys can just sit back and watch." His words left them utterly stunned. Miso protested immediately. "Seon-hyun, I don't understand, but at least explain," before he could finish. An unsettling silence descended upon the group. Sang-hyun's sharp, focused gaze fell upon them, cold and decisive. "There's no time to explain everything. There's no time for strategies. For the Twilight Convergence effect to work properly, the moon has to be fully visible. Even the slightest cloud can cut its effectiveness in half." "Sorry, guys." Without another word, Sun-yoon ran toward the Hellhound, leaving the others behind. Miso's worried voice echoed behind him, calling his name, but he never looked back. The commotion had already woken up the Hellhound. The beast's eyes snapped open immediately, locking onto Seon-jun, who was right in front of it. For this hunter, asking for forgiveness was faster than asking for permission. Without hesitation, he charged at it, fully aware that the creature had seen him. And with a mocking smile, he greeted it. "Well, hello up close. You're even uglier than I imagined." The Hellhound sensed the danger emanating from him and leaped to its feet. Its entire body was tense and on high alert. Meanwhile, Misor rushed to organize the others. "We need to get ready to support him quickly." Taeseok nodded, already preparing his magic, but Ho hesitated, her voice filled with uncertainty. Wait, something is weird. Why isn't the Hellhound reacting?" Her words immediately caused Misorek and Taeseok to look toward the battlefield. The archer couldn't hide her surprise. "You're right," she muttered. She then thought to herself, is it just assessing him? No. The last time we encountered it, it went berserk immediately. On the other side, the frost-fanged Hellhound faced Sang-jun, growling nonstop. Finally, it started to move a little. Seok's eyes widened. It's moving. You quickly chimed in. I must have misjudged it earlier. We need to step in and help. But before the mage could finish, Miso realized something. Wait, that posture, it's not aggressive. It's a submissive posture, just as she had suspected. The frost-fanged hellhound slowly knelt before Sang-yoon, showing no signs of hostility. Then the system notification rang loud and clear. The frost-fanged hellhound recognizes you as a superior being. It has entered a state of total submission. The message left Sang-yoon visibly stunned. His gaze grew colder as he muttered, "What the hell? You're prettier than I thought. Let's finish this quickly." Shortly after, the hunter had no trouble defeating the mid-level boss, the frost-fanged hellhound, and he stood before its body as it slowly faded into nothingness. Sang-yoon let out a silent sigh in thought, something that obedient feels a little wrong. But if he hadn't done that, the plan wouldn't have been able to proceed. The system sounded again. You have obtained the title Dawnbreak Rank C. A system panel appeared next to Sang-yoon with the details. Dawnbreak Rank C allows the user to designate one skill and reduce its cooldown by half. Seeing this, the hunter slowly clicked on the screen. This will combine nicely with recovery. The recovery skill instantly removes all abnormal status effects. At that moment, the rest of the party rushed to meet up with him from a distance. Milo called out Sang-yoon, "Wait." He turned around, curious about what was happening before she could finish. A bright orb appeared behind him, emitting a strong blue light that illuminated the entire area. Startled, he quickly turned, heart pounding, "Damn it, don't tell me we forgot to discuss how we'd split the loot. I've been playing solo for so long that I screwed up. She probably wants this." "No." As panic set in, Miso's calm voice beside him froze his blood. "Sang-haeun," she said in a dry tone. "No way. She's not going to say what I think she's going to say." "Right." Contrary to Sang-yoon's worries, the archer spoke quietly. "You took care of the frost-fanged hellhound by yourself, so go ahead, take everything." Sang-yoon could only let out an awkward laugh. "What a relief. I means thank you, but do the others agree with that?" Misu looked at the two mages and stammered with her words. "Are you guys okay with it?" "Well, check for yourself. It looks like we all agree." "No." Looking over, Sang-yoon immediately noticed the eager expressions of Yue and Seok, who were practically urging him to keep the reward. Faced with their generosity, Sang-yoon couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Thank you, everyone." At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. I need to get better at clarifying loot rules beforehand. Once he finished speaking, Miso quickly turned away to leave. "It's fine, we'll give you space. Do what you have to do, as usual," she told him. Sang-yoon was slightly confused. As usual, what does that mean? Seeing how oblivious he looked, the archer sighed and explained, you know. Every time you get a relic, you always do that." Hearing this, Sang-yoon felt like he got hit by reality. He quickly asked, "That thing, you mean that?" Miso smiled knowingly. "Yes, I've actually known for a while now, right after we cleared that quest area. I was preparing to leave first, but I turned back, curious about what you were doing. And I saw your little secret." Sang-yoon, the more Miso talked, the more Sang-yoon's eyebrows furrowed, and a heavy feeling settled in his chest. So that day had come. Damn it. A unique skill is as precious as a player's life. And now it had been exposed. Dai Sang-yoon called out to Kim Miso, "My skill is..." But before he could finish, Miso interrupted him. "You're just doing some kind of player ritual, right? There are players who do that sometimes, so don't worry about it. Relax. If it were me, I would keep that kind of thing secret too." It seemed like Miso had completely misunderstood him. Every word that came out of her mouth only left Sang-yoon more bewildered. After finishing her rant to the hunter, Miso threw an arm around Hoi's shoulders and walked away, unable to contain her curiosity. The young mage looked up and asked, "Sister, is Sang-yoon really that kind of person?" Miso replied calmly, "Yes, but it's something we have to keep between us." Watching the two girls walk away, caught up in what was clearly a huge misunderstanding about him, Sang-yoon could only stand there completely paralyzed. This is turning into quite a serious misunderstanding. But honestly, it's still better than the truth getting out. If my unique skill comes to light, it's going to be a huge mess. Putting that aside, Sang-yoon refocused his attention on the icy heart, a support item with a special freezing effect. It held the brutal cold of the icy hell, a cold so intense that it yearned to freeze the entire world. After that, the group of 4 continued their journey. Hoi was now in the middle of casting her spatial magic. All right, this should be the last one. Miso walked up to her to cheer her on. You've done so well. Hoi, we wouldn't have gotten this far without you. Sang-yoon felt. In a warm tone, he said, yes, we owe it all to you. Hoi. Hearing this, the mage pouted slightly as she looked at him. Sang-hyun, are you sure this is going to work? I only tried it because you said so. Do you really think stacking the corpses of those armored ogres we just killed will lure out the real boss? Sang-yoon let out a silent sigh. Don't worry, the boss goes crazy for any kind of meat after this long. He raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? To her question, Sang-jin only managed a half smile and diverted his gaze upwards. Suddenly he pointed to the sky and shouted, T's shack lighted up. We need the boss to catch the scent without losing momentum. T's Seok sprang into action. Miso, for her part, grumbled from the side. Hey, he's ignoring me again. The ogre corpses began to burn under Seok's blue flames, and the smoke and strong smell of roasted meat started drifting into the cave. The group remained stationed just outside, watching for any sign of movement. Taja couldn't hide her nervousness. 20 minutes had passed, and Sang-yoon calmly reminded her that he could attack at any moment. And just as he finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the cave. From the shadows, a massive bear began to emerge. Slow, deliberate, and terrifying. Sang-jin instinctively took a combat stance, reaching for the grid sword strapped to his back. All right, everyone get ready. After all their effort and patience, the time had finally come. The final boss, the titanic gray bear, had arrived. Kim Nizo adopted a combat stance, drawing her bow and preparing to strike. With sharp and focused eyes, she thought to herself, it's true, thanks to Sang-yoon's plan. Everything has gone well so far, but as she watched Sang-yoon battle the titanic gray bear, a shadow of doubt crossed her mind, still in the icy air, with snowflakes gently floating around her. The beast let out a thunderous roar, showing its crimson eyes and massive claws. Sang-yoon gritted his teeth, trying to withstand the crushing pressure of its killing intent. Despite the danger, he remained firm in his thoughts, no matter the situation. But the more cornered he became, the more excited he felt. He smiled slightly and murmured to himself, to hell with this whole setup, and immediately set off. It was too dangerous to stay put. His mind briefly flashed back to a few minutes earlier, when the team had gathered to discuss strategy. With a worried look on her face, Miso asked, what did you just say? Sang-jung replied calmly, exactly what you just heard. She blinked, clearly shocked. Are you really going to act as bait all by yourself? But Sun Hae-yeon maintained his composure. There is no other option. He continued, if we want to clear this phase quickly and safely as a team, this is the best option to help you all understand the nature of the enemy you face. He patiently explained, most giant monsters usually have one thing in common. When they lose a certain amount of health, a special condition is activated. He paused for emphasis. It's called Devour mode. Sang-jun further elaborated that, in that state, the monster's physical strength increases significantly. It becomes tremendously aggressive, completely unhinged. He pointed to the scene where the creature was tearing apart a corpse earlier, explaining that they start trying to consume everything around them. He then clarified that this was precisely why they had piled up the ogre corpses to serve as bait. Although his words seemed straightforward, the truth was that the tactic carried an enormous risk. He thought to himself, if we hadn't done that, we would have been the first to suffer its attacks. But thinking from another angle, Sang-yoon pointed something out in a cunning tone. What if it gets curious? He added, what if we do something with that bait pile? Immediately after Sang-yoon, Misu and Park Tiseo started gathering dry wood while working. Sang-yoon elaborated, based on that idea, while Kang Hoi stacked the ogre corpses through the teleport gate. He clarified his reasoning. We secretly mix pine wood, infused with a potent sedative effect, into the bait pile. That's when a new concern arose. Park. Taechuk frowned and asked, hesitantly, but there's still a huge problem. How are we supposed to lower its health enough to trigger Devour mode? He asked, clearly anxious. Miso's expression shifted in surprise, but she stayed silent and listened. Sang-jun smiled and calmly answered Park's concern. Exactly, that's why we have to create the right environment, so everyone can hit it hard right from the start. Hearing this, Park Taechuk became even more confused, but then Sang-yoon grinned and said excitedly, "That's where I come in." He proudly beat his chest and declared, "Just this once, trust me." Let's return to the present moment. Sang-yoon was on the defensive, constantly dodging the attacks of the giant gray bear. He found himself second-guessing the very decision he had relied on so heavily before. How the hell am I supposed to achieve that? His heart pounded in his chest. At this rate, with every scare, I'm about to cross over to the next world. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and narrowly avoid being crushed under the relentless pressure. He cursed himself. Haven't I become much stronger than I used to be? He recalled his previous reasoning. I thought I could take a few hits and hold out long enough, but before he could finish that thought, the bear's grotesque claws slammed down hard again, and this time it opened its maw in a terrifying lunge. Reacting on instinct, Sang-yoon raised his sword and jammed it into the beast's throat to block the bite. The force was immense, so strong that the ground beneath his feet cracked from the impact. That clash alone made him groan in pain. Internally, he screamed, "Why the hell is this stupid thing so ridiculously strong?" He kept wondering, is my strength still not high enough? Or is it something else? The ground beneath Sang-yoon suddenly cracked and shattered, gritting his teeth. He thought to himself, if I keep trying to face this thing head-on, I'm going to die right here. But then, thinking of all the effort he had made to be resurrected, his eyes hardened with determination. I didn't come back to life just to die again. Resolved, he made a decision. From now on, he would dodge everything. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The ice shattered into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. A bright flash broke through, blindingly brilliant. The giant gray bear kept attacking relentlessly, but this time the fight was different. Sanahora easily dodged the beast's deadly blows. His agile dodging only fueled its rage. The creature roared furiously. Gruer with a sharp gaze, the bear quickly spotted Sang-yoon's weak point, and its deep growl rumbled again. Glurobo. The tide turned once more. Sang-yoon's eyes widened in alarm. It's moving too fast. Before he could react, the bear lunged forward with its jaws wide open, showing fangs and roaring. Rivers. There was no time to escape. His heart sank as he thought, crap, maybe jumping was a terrible idea, but at that moment, sharp arrows whistled through the air and struck the bear with a single, precise shot. The beast staggered in agony and roared in pain. Ruizer, sensing his opportunity, Sang-yoon charged like the wind, but something in the distance caught his eye. Perched on the cliff, it was Kim Nizo taking advantage of the perfect moment. She shouted with unwavering determination. At that moment, Sang-yoon, seeing his teammates' flawless support, couldn't help but smile. And he waved back at her. Kim Nizo, without hesitation, leaped into the air, her sword cutting through the wind with fierce momentum. Returning his support, she shouted, "I owe you my life for saving me." The gigantic gray bear recoiled in panic, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. And its eyes, once wild and blood-red, were now filled with surprise and fear. Then Sang-yoon unleashed his full-thrust technique, gliding like lightning across the beast's huge body. His strike shattered its thick ice armor, sending fragments flying everywhere. Wherever he moved, ice followed. The deep wounds left by his sword were now jagged with ice. Sealing them in an icy grip, Sang-yoon loudly explained his technique. The giant gray bear is frozen for 1 second thanks to my full-thrust skill. He landed back on the ground, his face lit up with excitement. It had worked. The next skill was ready. The freezing skill I obtained from the frost heart. Sang-yoon thought excitedly. I've already combined it with the full thrust. His lips curved into a grin. Honestly, I thought skill interference would mess it up, but it turns out it works perfectly. Seizing the moment before the beast could react, he rushed toward its leg and shouted. Excitedly, Sang-yoon let out a wild laugh. Now it's my turn. His sword cut through the air like a gust of wind, piercing through the beast's thick hide and splattering blood everywhere. The bear recoiled in pain. Gruera immediately activated his next move. Level 2. Demonic Battle Skill activated. High atop the icy cliff, Kim Nizo called out to Tishiok. Hearing her shout, the mage calmly replied. Understood. Park Tixiok instantly shifted into combat mode. A wave of blue energy erupted from his body, completely engulfing him. He declared confidently, I'm going to use my best base, concentrating his energy. He shouted a warning. Sang-yoon, move aside. Startled, Sang-yoon quickly turned his head, managing to narrowly dodge sideways. Sang-yoon watched as Park Tae-suk, unleashed his most devastating spell directly at the giant gray bear. The skill illuminated the battlefield. Blue flame, crimson roar. Tassiok roared. The beast, bombarded by relentless attacks, howled in agonies. Gyuraba. From a distance, Sang-yoon couldn't hide his surprise at the overwhelming display of power. This firepower is far beyond what I expected. The blast radius was so large that even Sang-yoon had to brace for the shockwaves at this level. There is no doubt. Indeed, the giant gray bear collapsed, defeated by the attack. Sang-yoon smiled in relief. We've done enough damage. But suddenly the bear's eyes snapped wide open. Its pupils fractured into layers of brilliant golden slits. Something strange was happening. The energy around the giant gray bear was changing. Its fangs multiplied rapidly, becoming long and sharp like blades. The creature let out a terrifying roar. That will go there just as he had planned. Sang-yoon smiled. It had worked. He clenched his fist with satisfaction. The damage threshold had been reached. From that moment on, everything changed. The giant gray bear had entered divorce mode. Sang-yoon's smile widened with excitement, just as he had planned. Divorce mode. Battle ready. Nice Solo called out, "Hey." Sang-yoon narrowed his eyes as he realized the giant gray bear had started devouring everything around it. With its new, wilder appearance, it fixed its hungry gaze directly on Sang-yoon. His face was now filled with visible anxiety as Sang-yoon thought to himself, "Oh, is divorce mode always this brutal?" He couldn't help but wonder, where the hell did that clumsy bear from before that tried to stick to the plan go? Sang-yoon reminded himself that the finishing blow was Hoi's job, but the overwhelming fear made it hard to focus. Can I hold out until then? To the side, Park Taesok watched in horror that this was truly divorce mode. His thoughts raced with panic. It had practically turned into a completely different monster. Suddenly from above, Miso descended, her voice high and urgent. "Tosio, how is Hui?" Startled, he called out to Miso, looking up at Hui. He replied quickly, "She is still preparing in the sky." Hui floated steadily as a swirl of green energy surrounded her. Her eyes shone with a deep emerald color. Her face was calm, yet focused with intense concentration. Seeing this, Miso hesitated, her expression worried whether she would make it in time, pale as a ghost. Taesiok replied bluntly, "Now is not the time to worry about that." Back on the ground, Sang-yoon was still desperately dodging the beast's razor, with sharp fangs screaming in panic. "Oh!" As he ran for his life, his mind raced. Can Hui? It's not over yet. Fear for his life overtook him. If this keeps up, forget the ambush. I'll be the one lying dead on the ground. His eyes widened, completely horrified by the scene before him. The beast had sped up, closing the distance in the blink of an eye now. Sang-yoon faced imminent danger head-on, with no other options. He swung his sword behind him, ready to defend himself. There's no way I can dodge this, he realized, gritting his teeth. Sang-yoon shouted, "Damn it, if it had come to this." He couldn't afford to keep playing it safe anymore. A blue lightning flashed intensely in his eyes as he declared with grim determination, "Then I have no choice but to charge in head first." The next skill was ready to activate. Illusion skill activated, and the time finally came. Hui made her move, and a massive green vortex of energy sprang out of nowhere, spinning violently under her control. Blood gushed from the gigantic gray bear's mouth as its eyes, large and trembling, stared out in agony. Gyuruk, it suddenly stood up from the pool of blood, gripping the rocky cliff with its claws while letting out a fierce roar. Gyuruk, the three of them froze, stunned by the beast's current state. It pressed a paw hard against its old wound. Suddenly, its eyes swelled unnaturally, and it let out a guttural growl. And painful. Guk. Then a system notification appeared. "Congratulations. You have defeated the final boss." The blood-soaked gigantic gray bear collapsed. Its massive weight crushed the icy ground, sending fragments of ice scattering everywhere. Sang-yoon and Miso instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces. Another notification appeared. "Congratulations. You have cleared the unknown gate prison chart." Miso laughed softly and said, "Good job." Sang-yoon. He laughed and exhaled deeply. "Hahaha, it's nothing much. It's me who insisted on doing this from the start." One more notification flashed, "Level up," after all the hardships they had endured. Sang-yoon flashed an iconic smile. His face was a bit pale. He thought to himself, this dungeon has been really tough. Moreover, he remembered that there were many moments when they were on the brink of the abyss. From the teleport gate, Hui finally emerged, looking exhausted but offering sincere praise. You guys were amazing. She awkwardly added, I'm sorry I couldn't help much upon seeing her appear. Sang-yoon was momentarily surprised, realizing Hui was blaming herself, and gently reassured her that it was okay. With a teasing smile, Sang-yoon added, no, thanks for being part of my little and reckless plan. Hearing that, Hui sighed defeatedly, thanks to you, I think I've officially found my limits. But Sang-yoon just laughed warmly, hahaha, well, I'll be counting on you again. However, deep down, his feelings were sincere and grateful. I'm honestly so grateful that my teammates trusted me enough to go along with such a ridiculous plan. But that didn't erase the conflict still lingering within him. Still, he imagined an alternative scenario, even if no one had followed me. I would have gone ahead alone anyway. Suddenly, an image popped into his mind. Memories of a gate he had faced once before. He pictured terrified civilians running in all directions. Someone's voice echoed in panic. Here we need a medic. Sang-yoon's expression darkened as he thought about the gates he had faced in his previous life, and his voice turned cold and deep. They always ended in tragedy. He remembered the time his body was severely injured, the time others had to take care of him for a change. The memory of someone running over in concern echoed in his mind. Are you okay? Sang-yoon's thoughts drifted to the survival rate of the gates. He used to aim for those with attractive rewards. It was always ridiculously low, but he quickly told himself that when the raid party consists of people who really know what they're doing, the chances of coming out alive increase significantly. He still vividly remembered being carried, completely exhausted, while desperate voices shouted. Look here too, his eyes darkened with helplessness, but even so, in that raid, he hadn't made it. The image of that girl's tear-streaked face haunted him. She was devastated, barely able to speak. How could that have happened? Sang-yoon clenched his fists at the memory. There's always a 10% mortality rate, and it usually falls on the weaker links in the team. But this time, his eyes sharpened with determination. This time that person won't be me. The bitter truth loomed over him like a shadow. Death lurks for every player. Every second of every day, returning to reality, Zhang thought to himself, right. Getting stronger is important, but his expression softened slightly as a new thought arose. If there is one more purpose I must pursue in this life. A faint smile escaped him as he looked at his teammates. Sun Jion's eyes reflected a quiet determination. It is to prevent the meaningless deaths of my comrades. The group was still laughing and joking amongst themselves. Hui, still pale, groaned softly. I'm so dizzy. Immediately, both Miso and Tiseo called out to Hui worriedly. Sion Haiyun's face lit up with excitement as he approached them. All right. Then with a playful smile, he continued, the reward we've worked so hard for. A bright crimson flame erupted before them, crackling fiercely as it burned. Sang-yoon smiled as he spoke. Let's see what awaits us. A system notification announced the gate's final reward. The special reward has appeared for the first time. Surprised, Sang-yoon laughed to himself. I'm finally going to face it for real. The special reward for the first time. The notification continued. When you place your hand on the special reward for the first time, you will be granted each of the corresponding rewards. Slowly, Sang-yoon reached out his hand. Suddenly, another hand gently grabbed it. Surprised, he turned and saw that next to him stood the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck says you are about to witness her true power. A playful smile spread across Sang-yoon's face. Her true power. With all that drama, his hand moved towards the reward as excitement bubbled inside him. Still, I can't lie. I'm really looking forward to seeing what appears. A new interface appeared before his eyes, making him pause and look surprised. A system message appeared. Player Sang-yoon has acquired a unique grade relic. The system immediately responded. You may choose one item from the relic list. Sang-yoon's eyes widened in disbelief. Behind him, the goddess of luck stood with a satisfied and smug expression. Although he had foreseen this possibility, Sang-yoon couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He knew it was going to happen, but the feeling of seeing unique grade with my own eyes is truly different. He thought it must be, because unique grade is considered the fourth highest level. The goddess of luck chuckled proudly, while Sang-yoon remained paralyzed with awe. A brilliant light flashed before his eyes as a new message appeared thanks to the goddess of luck's power. All unique grade or higher relics will be automatically unlocked and inherit their hidden effects. Sun Jones' expression changed to one of realization. All right, I completely forgot about that. He quickly thought. That was written in the contract. No. Another message appeared concerning the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck asks you to sincerely call her Enwana, older sister. Upon hearing that, the goddess laughed delightedly, while Sanium practically panicked. Enwana, goddess Numina. A mischievous smile drew across his face. I could call her that 100 times if this keeps up. Looking around, he let out a soft sigh. Perfect. It seems my teammates are too busy checking their own rewards to notice anything. With his hands still extended toward the bright light, his excitement returned. All right, I guess it's time to make a decision. Without hesitation, Sang-yoon reached his hand forward without further ado. An explosion of radiant pink light erupted around him. Immediately, a heavy two-handed sword materialized in the air. Sang-yoon's face lit up with excitement. It was exactly the relic he had in mind. The system presented the item, Grette's Ward Warrior Sword, a two-handed weapon classified as a heavy sword relic. Along with it, the detailed stats and offensive power of the weapon were displayed before him. Sang smiled to himself, as expected of a unique relic. These stats are insane. Slowly, he reached out towards the sword's hilt, thinking to himself. From now on, gripping it tightly, he laughed enthusiastically. I'm counting on you. The immense destructive power radiating from the weapon stunned him as he tried to lift the sword. His face contorted. What? Why is this thing so heavy? He quickly realized. Where is that? Weight reduction effect. A new message appeared. Weight reduction. Passive effect. Always active. Suspicious. Sang-yoon narrowed his eyes to look at the effect panel. Another notification appeared due to the Boar skill relic. All mana costs for your current skills have been removed. All equipped relics will not weigh more than 100 grams. However, effects of the same type of relic cannot be stacked multiple times. Seeing that, Sang-yoon couldn't help but groan in frustration. What is this? Some kind of new, hidden clause. He narrowed his eyes. Since when was that in the contract? At that moment, Misu approached with a curious look. Something's wrong. Sang-jin froze for a brief second before laughing. Oh no, it's nothing. Ha. Looking at the group, Sang-jin finally realized. Wait, but seeing everyone's radiant faces around him, he asked. It looks like everyone is very happy with their rewards. Misu nodded enthusiastically. Of course, we all got relics that perfectly fit our class abilities. She gave him a knowing smile and added, and all thanks to you, Sang-yoon. He dismissed it a bit nervously. Oops, I really didn't do that much, but Miso stood firm, smiling with determination. There you go, being modest again, but it can't be denied that we couldn't have done it without you. Miso kept smiling as she added that the team had discussed it. We've decided to give you all the extra loot. The boss is still there, the magic stones. It's all fine, Sun Hyeon. The words hit him like a truck. He was left completely speechless. What? No. Seriously, you don't have to do that. But Ho didn't immediately interrupt, with surprising determination. No, these things must be handled properly. We have already taken everyone's contributions during the fight into account, so don't argue. Helplessly, Sang-jun could only exclaim, oh. Seeing Sang-jun frozen, everyone immediately panicked. Miso called out to Sang-yoon. We told you it's fine. Really? So we looked worried. Please don't cry. Even Tseo, who was clearly worried, simply called Sang-yoon by his name. But inside, Sang-yoon felt overwhelmed by an emotion that was hard to describe. I can't believe my teammates think so highly of me. His voice cracked slightly, and his eyes welled up with tears as he thought. The monster corpse alone is worth 600 million. If we add the other materials, it must exceed 1.5 billion. Suddenly, a playful and mischievous smile formed on his face. This is incredible. Miso watched him with her head down. She nervously called Sang-yoon, but inside, Sang-yoon could barely contain himself. I can't stop smiling. Later, they exited through the gate of the frozen prison. Sang-jin, still looking a bit defeated, told Miso, yeah, let's leave the celebration for next time. Mai turned to him with a teasing smile. Oh well, what a shame, but I guess there's no other option. She added playfully, it would have been nice if you came to eat with us. However, seeing the excitement reflected in Sang-jion's eyes, I can't wait to see the results of this run. And the three of them left in opposite directions, waving goodbye. See you later. Sang-yoon, Misu added. I'll message you. Okay. Sang-yoon smiled and replied, yes, thank you for everything today. But it seemed Misu wasn't quite done yet. Oh. She paused and then looked at him with a curious expression. Sang-yoon, do you mind if I speak to you a bit more informally? She asked with a kind smile. Sang-yoon, slightly taken aback, he flashed an awkward smile and said, sure, I guess. He laughed inwardly. What am I going to say? How dare you speak informally to your elder? And Miso's lips curved into a soft, playful, radiant smile. She chirped, okay, then get home safe. San-jin opao. San froze for a moment, completely blank, but then a faint smile drew across his face as he softly replied, yeah, you get home safe too. Inside, a nostalgic feeling washed over him. Oppa, how long has it been since someone called me that? Perhaps, just perhaps, things between them would become a little sweeter from now on. Meanwhile, Joe and Tisiak, to the side, exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. But deep down, both silently reacted to that single word, APA, and a subtle warmth lingered in the air as Hoey and Tisiak silently processed what they had just heard, feeling that something had become a little sweeter among their teammates. After a while, in a narrow alley behind the Chunwai station gate, Sang-yoon placed the enormous sword before him and began channeling his mana. Immediately, the system issued a notification. You have absorbed Rusty Gridsworn. The conditions for the effect have been met. Light and charge. The effect has been activated. As the sword slowly dissolved into fragments of light, he watched it disappear and let out a weak, clumsy laugh, just as he thought. Since it didn't come with any additional stats, I couldn't get much out of it. Still, considering it was my favorite spicy tuna jimbab, I guess I'm pretty happy with it. San-jun slowly raised his hand and reactivated the system. All right, then everything is ready. Now let's see the results so far. He pressed the confirm button with anticipation, a wide smile overflowing with excitement, with his entire face practically glowing with excitement. The player info window immediately appeared. His current level was now 51. His strength stat had increased by 150, and his agility was up by 50. He also possessed a few skills, one of which was Knockback Burst, a technique that repels enemies backward at the cost of 27 mana points. Furthermore, Sang-yoon had obtained the title of Wise Hunter, which allowed him to recover 1 health point every time he killed a monster by draining its life force. Observing the fruits of his progress, Sang-yoon flashed a smile of deep satisfaction. He couldn't believe it, just by changing to a new sword. My stats have gone up so much, plus I got 2 titles and 1 skill. This gate is truly a treasure. If I further increase my luck stat, acting immediately, Sang-yoon tapped the screen, and the system quickly announced that the player's luck stat had exceeded 200 points, and that the critical hit rate had been recalculated to be approximately between 120% and 600%. Seeing those astonishing numbers, the young hunter's eyes widened in disbelief. Up to 600% critical damage. So if I get lucky, you could be 6 times the normal hit. I've come much farther than in my previous life. In just 2 weeks, I've reached level 50, something Yunda King took years to achieve. In the end, San-jin could only laugh quietly to himself. All right then, still brimming with joy. He clenched his fists and declared, I have to keep this pace, just you wait. Demon Sword, do Kyungso, this time I will catch up to you. But as he rejoiced over his progress, a disturbing wave of mana began to creep up stealthily from behind. The system urgently warned him, the atmosphere around you is becoming increasingly unsettling. However, San-jin seemed oblivious to it and mumbled indifferently, I should go look for Centauri now and settle that score. Mid-sentence, the crimson glare of the sinister aura flared so brightly that it finally caught his attention. The moment his eyes locked onto it, the smile froze on his face. What is this familiar feeling? The system's voice sounded again. 3 new constellations are approaching you. The Lion King has taken an interest in your swordsmanship. The Bearer of Beauty and Flames recognizes the fierceness of your fighting spirit. The Shadow Hunter questions your very existence in this world, stating that you do not belong here. When the 3 constellations suddenly manifested before him, all at once, Sang-yoon could not hide his surprise. Then came another update. The Goddess of Luck commented that some pretty decent constellations had appeared this time. and that Sang-yoon's coins were skyrocketing. The hunter let out a groan of exhaustion. Where on earth did you learn to talk like that? For a moment he froze, staring intently at the newly arrived constellations. He forced a smile as his heart struggled to process the surreal sight. He didn't expect the next wave of constellations to appear so quickly. It must be because my growth rate is ridiculously abnormal. The goddess of luck's kindness and connections are probably the main reasons. Stop acting like you can read my thoughts. That thought had barely crossed his mind when the goddess smiled and gave him a thumbs-up gesture. Sion Hai unblinked in disbelief. Wait, can she really read them? Looking up, he muttered, all right, let's see who appeared this time. The Lion King and the Bearer of Beauty and Flames. Both were legends, real-life heroes who had ascended to godhood and became constellations. Sang-yoon felt a pang of doubt. It might be that they see the qualities of a warrior in me, but perhaps the real reason is that his eyes inadvertently met those of the Lion King and the Bearer of Beauty and Flames. Both constellations flinched, their brows furrowed almost instantly, and their expressions darkened with indignation. The system immediately followed up with another notification. The Lion King scolds you for glancing at your elders. The Bearer of Beauty and Flames states that if this were when he was still a general, your head would already be rolling seeing how their anger rises. The young hunter could only laugh awkwardly and offer a half-hearted apology. Inside, although cursing his situation, this is exactly why ancient heroes are so annoying. If I were to sign a contract with them, I can already imagine how much they would scold me and lecture me endlessly. And now an incredibly dangerous presence has appeared. When that thought crossed his mind, Sang-yoon cautiously averted his gaze elsewhere. This time, his gaze shifted to the shadow hunter. She was watching him with a teasing smile, and of all the constellations he could have run into as a player, she was the last person he would have wanted to meet. She constantly monitored the dimensional rifts in real time, moving ceaselessly from one place to another in search of players who had gained excessive benefits due to system glitches. Moreover, she was a bounty hunter, specializing in taking down cheaters who had crossed the line. Suddenly, Jin sang, recalling something from his past life. There was a similar incident back then, except in exceptional cases like the Goddess of Luck. A rank sand player signed a double contract, and she relentlessly hunted them down until they were completely destroyed. It was terrifying. The more he thought about those horrors, the more his fear grew. All the color drained from his face. Damn it, there isn't a single constellation here that's good for me, but the Lion King would increase my stamina, and the Bearer of Beauty and Flames would increase my strength. Of course, forming a contract with a constellation is crucial. It's a choice that can change a player's entire life. But for now, having the Goddess of Luck is enough. I think if I wait a little longer, maybe they will offer me something even better. Suddenly, his thoughts drifted to the throne gods, so legendary that, throughout history, only a handful of players had forged contracts with them. As Sang-yoon was not one to gamble, but at that moment, he had no other choice. Slowly, he looked back up at the constellations and gave his answer without hesitation. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm choosing anyone today. His words left the constellations completely stunned. The system immediately intervened. The Lion King is surprised and declares that they have never been treated like this before. The Bearer of Beauty and Flames lives, saying he can visit you 3 more times. As if bound by a brotherly pact, Sang-yoon stood still, watching them leave one by one, listening to the system message. He could only manage an iconic smile, even if you come back 3 more times. My answer won't change. Then something caught his attention, and his expression changed. His eyes widened slightly. The shadow hunter was entering the dimensional gate. Just before completely disappearing, she turned her head to look at Sang-yoon one last time. Her eyes burned with desire, fixed on him, and her lips curved into a sharp and predatory smile. At that moment, the system announced, the shadow hunter warns that one day she will reveal the secret you are hiding. The words, along with that piercing gaze, sent a chill down Sang-yoon's spine, leaving him momentarily stunned. The whole experience left him exasperated. God, I'm so tired. For a moment, the hunter looked helpless. I really want to stay away from trouble, but I guess there's no remedy. From now on, I'll have to be very careful about those constellations. He let out a long sigh. Well, everything should be fine now. No. That being said, Sang-yoon pulled out his phone and turned it on. After the tense confrontation with the constellations, he finally realized the time. Almost 11:30, he mumbled to himself. He said, "Perfect. If I leave now, I won't be late." Glancing at his phone's information, Jean smiled. The monsters that will appear in the next rift are a pack of kobolds, just like Cerberus before. They will also be influenced by the transition between day and night. I can't afford to miss this target. Without hesitation, he slung the sword over his shoulder and stepped out of the alley. 3 runs in a single day. It won't be easy, but let's try, at least until one of the throne gods takes an interest in me. Just thinking about it, a smile drew across his face, and his mood brightened with excitement. Meanwhile, in the quest area near Hamsel Station, inside the management office of the Korean Player Association, the staff was working at full capacity at that time. An employee answered a phone call. Yes, this is the Korean Player Association Management Division. We are listening. Whatever was said on the other end of the line made her expression twist in horror. Her eyes widened as she screamed, "What?" The information hit her like lightning. She turned to the others, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Impossible. A rift has opened at Bupian Station, Exit 1. All combat staff prepare to deploy immediately." She quickly replied on the phone, confirming, "We will request help from nearby players." But however, before she could finish, the caller interrupted her. "But there is already someone fighting here." The employee froze, her voice cracking with surprise. "What? What did you just say?" The caller repeated, "I said there is already a player here." The employee snapped back to her senses. "What? How did they get there?" The girl on the other end replied, "I don't know, but he is fighting the monsters alone." Hearing this, the employee became frantic. "Alone? That's too dangerous. Make him evacuate immediately." The girl hurried to reply, "Understood." But her voice faltered as her eyes fell upon Sang-yoon, who was tearing through the monsters with wild abandon. After a brief pause, she said clumsily, "Actually, it doesn't look that dangerous." The employee, completely bewildered, looked at the phone in disbelief, as if unable to believe what she was hearing. "What did you just say?" From inside the fissure, monsters began to emerge, pouring out one after another. Rifts in reality. They first appeared 11 years ago, following the initial dungeon outbreak. Unlike dungeons or gates, these are an unpredictable catastrophe. Gates that allow monsters to invade our world. A sound like breaking glass was heard, and an irregular crack opened from the fissure. The creatures' heads began to push through. Entering reality, one of the beasts froze, as if it had noticed something. It opened its eyes in surprise, and before it stood Jin, sword slung over his shoulder. His face radiated confidence as he held the monster's gaze. "For me," he said coldly, "it's not that unpredictable." Just 10 minutes prior, Sang-yoon had exited the subway station with his sword on his back. Halfway there, he turned to look back. It was about time, if he remembered correctly. He just had to go out that exit. Something nearby caught his attention. Strange flashing lights began appearing before his eyes, scratching his head with an awkward smile. He muttered, "There it is, the rift, right where I expected it to be. That's why I remember this part so clearly." He remembered how, in his previous life, monsters had poured out of this very spot. All for one particular reason, this rift, it was a tragedy. The memory of that scene sharpened his resolve. Countless civilians died here, but this time I am here. That will not happen again. With no expression, he let out his true feelings. "I am grateful to have been given the chance to return." His mind briefly wandered to his past. "I grew up in an orphanage, so I never knew what my parents were like. But still, I never felt despair." He remembered a photograph he once took with the other children at the orphanage. Now torn up and gone. "Still, I know what it feels like to lose someone." The image of monsters mercilessly massacring civilians was once again etched into his memory. "That's why I will never forget it." At that moment, a girl's silhouette appeared nearby without turning toward him. She simply asked, "Are you all right?" Sang-yoon's confidence never wavered. Sword in hand, he took a step forward to face the monsters. Alone, he faced the enormous creatures emerging from the rift. Their guttural growls and roars filled the air, and their feral eyes gleamed with hostility. But before they could attack, Sang-yoon landed his first blow at the intersection between day and night. The wolf-type monsters were paralyzed under this effect. The pack growled, tensing their muscles, but their bodies refused to move, locked and rigid under the strange phenomenon. Satisfied with the result, he flashed a smile of approval. "Great, it worked better than expected, but then he sang. Jaehyun's eyes drifted to the side. His thoughts sharpened even further. It doesn't seem as effective as when I fought Cerberus. The starry sky stretched overhead, but there was no trace of the moon. He understood the reason. So that's it. The moon is completely hidden without it. They won't completely submit to me yet. Instead of discouragement, excitement shone in his chest, which actually makes things more fun. The monsters remained paralyzed, unable to move, their throats rumbling with frustrated growls, gripping their sword tightly. Sang-yoon charged directly at the pack and activated a new skill. Full burst mobility. Level 1 skill, concentrate a large amount of energy and then dash forward in an instant to strike the enemy. The longer the charge, the greater the distance and damage. All other movements are restricted during the charge. A bright blue beam of light flashed past the monster's face, thinking it had narrowly dodged the strike. The beast sneered proudly, but then next to it, a small blue orb appeared. The orb rapidly expanded its weight, forcing the monsters back. Knockback hidden skill, forces enemies back. Consumes 27 mana per use. Success rate and distance depend on the target's resilience. It can consume up to 183 mana to increase both success and distance. With just his initial strike, Sang-yoon had already knocked the monsters back, forcing them toward the rift. Even he was surprised by the overwhelming power of the skill. The knockback effect has much farther reach than I thought. And combined with full burst, the damage is brutal. The monsters were left coughing up blood. Battered by the impact, this alone slightly increased my area of effect attack power. They staggered, gasping for air. Their wounds were severe. And with my luck, my critical damage stats increased. I have a critical damage potential of 120% to 600%. The creatures trembled as Sang-yoon advanced again, eyes wide with fear. He smiled. Still alive after that. I guess I haven't reached the maximum critical damage yet. Sword raised, he prepared for another strike. The monsters panicked and turned to flee. Good. Then he said, eyes shining, let's see how high that damage ceiling really goes. Meanwhile, a car was speeding down the road, heading towards the rift with the driver's eyes fixed on the glowing fracture. There it is. I found it. The car screeched to a halt a few yards from the rift. It drew the curious stares of passers-by. Lee Ha-yoon was the first to get out and introduced himself in a firm voice. We are from the Player Association that made the call. I am Lee Ha-yoon from the Korea Player Association, level 110, rank B. A young woman quickly raised her hand and stepped forward, pointing towards the battlefield. That was me. The monsters are over there. After hearing her report, Lee Ha-yoon nodded firmly. Understood. Find a safe spot. We will take care of this, but before she could move, someone beside her called him. Jian, it was Lee Jun, with a sharp gaze, saying, I think we should scout the terrain first. Lee Jun, Korean player, association level 90, player rank B. The two men directed their gaze towards the rift where Sang-yoon was already engaged in combat. Facing the monsters alone, the sight left both of them stunned. What the heck? They muttered, unable to hide their disbelief. At that moment, one of the beasts roared and threw a massive punch straight at Sang-yoon. With their weapons already drawn, Lee Hun and Lee Jun stepped forward to help, but then Lee Hun saw the creature and froze for a second. It was a kobold warrior, so this rift is a kobold type. Quick, let's finish it. Understood first, Lee Jun replied, but before they could charge, Sang-yoon's voice resonated from the battlefield, calm and authoritative. I'm fine. Don't come any closer. His confidence was unmistakable. As he declared, I will take care of them myself. Leha and Unkasi couldn't believe what they were hearing. Wait, are you saying? But Sang-jin had already activated his powers. Title: Confrontation. Activated. Condition: Isolation. Target: the kobold warrior has no allies within a 5-meter radius. Except you. Effect: all skills increased by 20%. Now let's combine it with body enhancement. Physical stats activated, amplified speed increased. The Cobalt warrior growled and raised his sword, ready to attack. But Sang-yoon was unwilling to give in, channeling the energy he had been accumulating. He steadied his sword recoil, stored all this time. Let's see what happens now. Two forces of immense power clashed head-on in the air, which trembled from the impact. But the Cobalt was no match for him. Overwhelmed, he was thrown into the air, and sent flying across the battlefield by San-jun's blow. San-jun led the charge, taking down monsters to clear the path, while Lee Hun and Lee followed closely behind. Bupian Station rift mid-ground. With a quick, casual slash, San-jun split a monster in half, sending its body crashing to the ground behind him. Lee Hun and Lee Jun were running with difficulty, panting heavily. Lee Jun couldn't help but complain between breaths. Why on earth is he running so fast? Is he really supposed to be a low-level player? Forget his level. Just keep up with him. You saw how he fought before outside the rift. Exhaustion weighed on them, but Lee Hun was determined not to fall behind. There is something different in his sense of combat, or maybe it's something else entirely. We have to observe him closely and learn all we can. Lately, I haven't been able to progress much in my strengthening. Lee Jun expressed the doubt that had been gnawing at him, but seriously, isn't it strange how much he has left even after that fight? Hearing this, Lee Jun also realized. Now that you mention it, I always believed my stamina was superior to most players. But in the battle earlier, he fell down, unable to shake off the unease. 30 minutes later, at the entrance to the Vapyong Station rift, the three of them went deeper inside. Suddenly, something appeared before them, so surprising that both Lee Hun and Lee Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. A huge crowd of monsters waited, lurking like an army on the upper level. Others had already aimed their bows directly at the three intruders. Without hesitation, Sun-jin grabbed a nearby monster corpse and raised it as a makeshift shield. Stay behind me. Dragging this body was precisely for situations like this. The monsters roared as arrows rained down. Cruel. But all the arrows struck harmlessly against the monster corpse. Saving the three players huddled behind him, Lee Young was trembling, gripping his arm tightly as he watched the arrow impact dangerously close. San-jian looked back at the two behind him, his mind filled with thoughts. Perhaps bringing them had been a mistake, as he had to deal with those monsters and protect them at the same time. This is going too far. His face showed no emotion, calm yet silent. However, inside, his determination hardened. Why am I complaining again? I have to learn to handle situations like this. He turned the sword in his hand, reminding himself, if I don't do this, I will never reach the highest ranks. Right. At that moment, one of the monsters raised its bow and aimed directly at Sun-yun. Bad luck for him. Sun Haeun's sword was already flying, piercing its skull. The creature instantly collapsed backward, and seeing its companion fall so easily, the monster next to it froze in terror. Seizing the moment, Sun Haeun gripped his sword tightly and charged towards the monsters. Don't get distracted, the arrows have stopped flying right. At the same time, he unleashed his skill, and his sword cleanly sliced through the necks of the creatures in front of him. In the blink of an eye, their bodies slumped to the ground, looking back at his companions. He announced with calm firmness, "All right, next stop, the second floor." But before he could move forward, a huge shadow loomed before him, a gigantic monster blocking his way, and its brute force made San-jun stumble backward. Where the heck did this thing come from? His face tensed, though a flicker of relief could be seen underneath. Good thing I reacted in time. If that hit had connected, my body would have been shattered. What he had before was no ordinary enemy. It was colossal. It exhaled heavily, and its presence was suffocating. A kobold champion. He did not expect such a powerful monster to be guarding the second floor. The cobalt champion raised its shield and charged forward with a guttural roar. Its intention was clear, to crush Sun Hyung. It's coming at me again. Doubt crept into Sun Hyung's mind. Can I repel it with repel? No, I can't risk something that uncertain. Which meant, after weighing his options, he made a decision in an instant. I will take the hit head-on and do my best to minimize the damage. He lunged forward, sword in hand, and drove it straight into the champion's shield. To his surprise, the blade not only pierced the shield, but cleaved it in two, cutting off the champion's head in a single blow. Even Sun Hyun froze, stunned by what he had just done. What the hell was that damage? It didn't just pierce the shield. The monster's head rolled on the ground, lifeless. He had, in fact, one-shotted a kobold champion renowned for its defense. Impossible. My stats shouldn't be this high. So this must be the true power of Gretzwar's spirit. The severed head rolled to a stop in front of the remaining monsters, instilling deep fear in their hearts. Sang-yoon's lips curved into a malicious grin. His mere presence sent shivers down the horde. So that's what it is. Ha! With one sweeping blow, Sang-yoon cleared the entire second floor. Lee Yun and Lee Jae-un looked up, completely astonished. The floor above was now covered in the shattered remains of monsters. Among the corpses, something was glittering, a new pair of boots. Boots of speed. A platinum relic. Common grade equipment boots, with an imbued effect from the will of an assassin who once longed to run faster. Blessed by a minor spirit, these boots triple movement speed on natural terrain and double it in normal conditions. San Ji-un quickly sat down and slipped on the boots, a smile on his lips. Bingo! Kobolds are much tougher than goblins, but I heard they sometimes drop rare relics. As the boots perfectly molded to his legs, energy welled up from them. He looked down and raised an eyebrow. They automatically adjust to size. These kobolds don't exactly have athlete's foot. I suppose things just got a lot easier. Raising Sanjian approached the railing of the second floor and looked down. Lee Hun and Leon had just finished off the last of the monsters after a tough fight. Seeing them, Sanjian couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. Those two fight even better than I do in a party. The three regrouped and hurried upstairs. This run has already been profitable. 5 silver coins, 4 gold, and 1 platinum. That's around 1.5 billion won. Just from clearing the kobolds along the way. At this rate, with my HP at max, even the boss won't be a problem. The health bar above his head was full, and confidence washed over him. And with my new title, Sage Hunter, I have even more to rely on. The title effect restores 5 health points upon blood absorption whenever I kill a monster of small grade or higher. But then something caught his attention in front of him, causing his pupils to sharpen. A door stood before him, radiating an intense crimson aura, a strange energy. So that's where it comes from, the deepest chamber of the rift, the king's treasure. Without hesitation, Sanyeon advanced and entered, and then a blinding glare filled the chamber, momentarily leaving him speechless. What is this? How is this possible? Before him now stood a mountain of gold. What the hell is this? Sanyeon's eyes lit up like a predator spotting its prey. He immediately crouched down, staring intently at the shining pile of coins. Forget that strange energy. I'm sorry, my dear treasures. But what is going on here? Can I retire early now? But while he was distracted, a monster had already aimed an arrow at him. But San Jim remained unperturbed, keeping his eyes fixed on the fortune beneath him. Forget getting stronger or whatever. With this much money, my life is already set. No, from above. The creature loosed its arrow straight towards San Jun. The shot struck the pile of gold beneath him, and sparks flew from the impact. What the monster didn't expect was that San Jun had been on guard the whole time. He jumped up, sword gleaming, and lunged at the enemy. Another ambush. Hey, growled the Kobold King, turning its head. San Jun's sword came down hard, and his voice mocked as it struck. Always the same trick. How boring. The Kobold King quickly rolled to the side, dodging the deadly blow. Even San Jun was surprised. How did it dodge from that distance? What kind of move was that? The creature spun around the bowstring, already drawing another arrow aiming straight at him. It seems like it deliberately lured me here. Sun Haeyeon, he muttered, realizing the situation. The last enemy standing in his way was none other than the boss himself. The Kobold King. The Kobold King drew its bow, and the arrow tip gleamed as it aimed directly at Sanjun. With a guttural growl, it loosed the shot straight towards him. Luckily, Sanjun sensed the danger just in time. He turned his head quickly as the arrow flew. The Kobold King's shot whistled through the air, but Sanjun managed to dodge it at the last second. The move he used was none other than total evasion. Seeing the arrow deeply embedded in the stone floor, Sang-yoon exhaled in relief. If I hadn't used total evasion in time, that thing would have pierced me. Both he and the Kobold King stomped the ground at the same time, making it tremble under their feet. Sang-yoon narrowed his eyes at the beast before him. That thing gave him no breathing room. He plucked a single hair from the nape of his neck. In an instant, that hair transformed into a deadly arrow, brimming with power. San Jun's expression darkened, concerned. This is going to be a problem. Meanwhile, Li Jun and Li Sen had finally arrived at the rift's gate. It has already begun. They rushed in and shouted, San Jun, we're sorry. We were late. The moment they entered, the Kobold King turned towards them with a thunderous roar. Its body swelled, bigger than before, fangs bared and a murderous gaze. It unleashed its skill. Emperor's gaze. Status effect. Immobilization activated. A voice echoed in their minds. Lion's face contorted in fear. What kind of boss is this thing? He finally realized something was terribly wrong. In my bodies, I can't move. But at that very moment, Sang-yoon had already slipped behind the Kobold King, sword raised, ready to strike. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he taunted it. Dare to look away from me. Recovery. LV1 activated. Immobilization nullified via healing. The Kobold King's gaze flickered upward, growling as Sang-yoon's sword came down. The strike connected, severing the beast's arm. It fled in pain, clutching its injured limb, but then an unexpected message appeared. Skill. War Demon failed. Target resistance too high. Sang-yoon clicked his tongue in frustration. I got the chance thanks to recovery, but with such high resistance. I can't even stun it. What a waste. Still, he looked over at Lei Hun and Lee Jun. Both were crouched helplessly under the pressure of the intimidating aura. Their faces were pale with fear. Sang-yoon, however, smiled. If two level 100 players are reacting like this, then this thing is definitely stronger than the Goblin Lord I fought before. Sang-yoon's lips curved into a confident smile, as if he had already decided his next move. Last time I couldn't withstand it, but fortunately, once again, he grabbed his sword and charged straight at the Kobold King. His face radiated absolute confidence. This time, I'll make sure to intimidate it. The Kobold King was not willing to be outdone. From behind its back, arrows materialized one after another, forming a deadly rain. But Sang-yoon showed no fear. His movements were unwavering. His stance was as firm as an unmovable ice wall. He lunged forward with relentless momentum. The Kobold King raised the stakes. This time, the Kobold King used multi-shot. Countless arrows shot out in a relentless wave, but Sang-yoon dodged them all. He even swung his sword to deflect the arrows in midair. Sparks flew. As steel met cursed magic, damn it, he muttered under his breath. Then suddenly, the Kobold King leaped high into the air. More arrows sprouted from behind it, dozens, perhaps hundreds, filling the upper space like a deadly storm even sung. Un had to open his eyes in surprise, just as he thought. It's too smart. It doesn't resemble any monster I've seen before. But what the hell? Are its arrows infinite? It's insane. It maintains distance, turning this into a war of attrition. And with my cooldown at max, analyzing the battle's development, Sung gritted his teeth. The Kobold King's cooldowns reset faster than mine. If I recall correctly, its intimidation skill has a longer cooldown than my recovery. But if it ever finds out my weakness, he swallowed, then there is only one outcome for me. Death. I cannot allow it to drag me into a prolonged fight. From below, he looked at the Kobold King suspended in the air, a grimace of pain on its face. Damn it. If only I had some kind of long-range attack, this would be much easier. It was then that his gaze fell upon the pile of gold coins glittering beneath his feet. An idea struck him. His eyes lit up. That's it. Meanwhile, Lee Jun turned to check on his companion. Jun, are you okay? I've never been hit by an effect like that before. It scared me, but I'm starting to feel better now. The Kobold King roared and unleashed another storm of arrows, each sharper and faster than the last. It was relentless, brimming with confidence as it pressed the attack. Lee Jun watched Sang-yoon move through the storm, bewildered. But how the hell is Sang-yoon still fine? Don't tell me he has some kind of purifying skill. Lee Han narrowed his eyes, studying Sang-yoon intently at first glance. Yes, it wouldn't be surprising if he had one or two skills like that, but his voice trailed off uneasily. This strange feeling. What the hell is it? Suddenly, Lion's eyes widened, as if he had just realized something horrible. He stared at the arrows the Kobold King had shot earlier, now embedded deep in the ground. Wait, those arrows, they are sinking deeper into the earth. A chill ran down his spine as he realized. He screamed a warning. Shit, damn it, I should have noticed sooner. Sang-yoon, it's a trap. Meanwhile, Sang-yoon descended toward the pile of gold coins beneath him. His expression remained calm, almost mocking. You're done shooting now. His boots touched the shining mound of treasures. In that instant, the coins squeezed around his ankles like shackles, immobilizing him. The Kobold King's lips twisted into a sinister smile. It raised its crossbow, putting all its strength into a single shot, and aimed at the immobilized Sang-yoon. The arrow, brimming with the beast's power, was launched with a crackling burst. Sang-yoon couldn't move, his legs were stuck. His eyes locked onto the oncoming strike. The arrow pierced his stomach. The Kobold King landed on the pile of coins with a resounding crash. A laugh rumbled in its throat. It reveled in the sight of its impaled prey, but the moment was short-lived. A voice cut through the air, "Fool." Sang-yoon stood up, the arrow lodged in his body, but his expression was completely unperturbed. There wasn't a trace of injury on his face. "Did you think you were the only one who knew how to set traps?" he said in a voice full of scorn. "Thanks to the sacrifice effect, your attack has been nullified. My HP has been completely restored." The hunter jammed his sword into the ground and glared at the Kobold King with mocking eyes. You should have wondered why he was so easy to hit. Then his eyes shifted. The irises turned completely black, radiating a menacing aura. "The illusion has been activated now. My body is enhanced. My movement speed has shot up," gripping his sword with renewed vigor. Sang-yoon charged forward, his face illuminated by fierce confidence. "Now it's your turn to take a beating." A new skill erupted from his sword. Recoil burst. The gold coins scattered on the floor suddenly shot up and flew towards the Kobold King like a storm of bullets. They dug into its flesh, tearing its skin, and the beast roared in pain, shaking the cavern with its howl. Outside the fray, Lee Jun's eyes widened in surprise as he understood the strategy. The coins are like shotgun pellets. Damn it! How much power does his recoil burst have? Lee Hun's face went slack with disbelief at the sight before him. "No, that's not what matters. I have faced countless players before, but the Kobold King's body was enveloped in glittering gold coins, tied so tightly that its movements were restricted." Lee Hun was stunned by Sang-yoon's display of power. He had never seen anyone with such developed combat instinct. The coins stubbornly clung to the Kobold King's body, but the creature forced itself to remain upright, unwilling to fall, even wounded, and baring its fangs in defiance. "You are as tenacious as a lech, aren't you?" In response, Sang-yoon only curved his lips into a sinister, almost demonic smile. He gathered energy into his sword, and his presence radiated killing intent. "All right, then I'm ending this." The Kobold King roared with a thunderous bellow that shook the cavern, but before the beast could launch its counterattack, Sang-yoon moved with a clean strike, slicing off the king's weapon, and then lunged forward. His body split into afterimages. As he closed the distance, the attack was so fast that the Kobold King didn't even have time to realize what happened when he noticed Sang. Jin had already pierced its body. "Congratulations." The system voice resonated coldly. "You have defeated the Kobold King." The Kobold King had fallen. Its tongue lolled out as it slumped lifelessly to the ground. Sang-yoon jammed his sword into the earth. His battered body radiated new power. A system message sounded. "Your level has increased significantly. You have obtained a C-rank title before the drink cools down, before the wine cools down." Title description: a title born from her memories, carrying beauty. Enflame for 2 hours after entering a dungeon. You and all allied players are immune to the intimidation effect. A radiant glow burst from his body, bathing him in light. The constellation's words faintly resonated in his mind. "In my youth, I proudly declared, I decapitated my enemies before the wine in my cup had time to cool. This is the first time I have received a title related to one of the constellations I have met." Sang-yoon thought, gazing at the glow shining behind him. Finally, on the ground before him, lay the spoils of his victory. Loot acquired Scroll of Despair, Platinum, Sacred Relic, Support. Equipment type, Special Effect Intimidation, the lingering roar of the Akkades. The Cobalt tribe carries its deepest grudge. Enemies hit by this aura will rapidly lose the will to fight. Boots of Divine Speed, Gold, Sacred Relic, Common Equipment, Footwear, Special Effect Evasion. Designed for high-speed, evasive maneuvers. These boots allow for faster backward movement than forward, creating perfect opportunities for counterattacks when enemies leave an opening. Discovery Necklace, Gold, Sacred Relic, Accessory Equipment, Special Effect Detection. Created by the Kobold King himself to eradicate threats. It detects killing intent and reveals enemies within a 100-meter radius as bright red silhouettes. As Sang-yoon crouched down and picked up the Scroll of Despair, unable to hide the glint of excitement in his eyes, and simply looked at the rest of these items. They are enough to make me drool just by looking at them. I'll put them away for now and absorb them later. There's no point in drawing too much attention while people are watching. At that moment, a voice called out to Sang-yoon from behind. It was Lei Hung and Lei Yoon running towards him. Hey, why are you so distracted? We need to get out of here right now. The rift is starting to close. Sang-yoon's expression shifted in surprise at the news, but almost immediately, he let out a long sigh of resignation. Of course, everyone knows that once a rift closes, it seals immediately afterward. Still, why do these two look so terrified? Then he realized and his eyes shot open. Wait, don't tell me. Clutching his newly acquired loot to his chest, Sang-yoon looked at the mountain of coins and treasures glittering on the cavern floor. His heart filled with remorse. That means all this wealth, all this fortune is going to disappear. He stared at the gold and jewels with desperation written across his face. But what about all this? Before he could act, Lehun and Leon grabbed him and dragged him toward the exit as the collapsing rift began to shake violently. Let go of me, damn it, let go of me. Don't pull me out, not yet. All that treasure is mine. Damn it. Even as he was forcibly dragged out, Sang-jun's voice echoed inside the dungeon, filled with frustration and reluctance. Outside the rift, a crowd had gathered, including some reporters filming the scene from inside the rift. 3 figures slowly emerged, causing everyone present to gasp in surprise. Those watching from outside let out a collective sigh of relief. Their joy was practically overflowing. It looks like they made it. Damn Seon-jun, what an epic look. The rift is already starting to close. But then the crowd froze, their faces blank and confused. Sang-yoon trudged forward, clutching the loot in his arms, his expression dejected at not being able to claim the golden treasures inside. Why is everyone behaving like this? He muttered with a mix of disappointment and irritation in his tone. A microphone was immediately thrust towards him. A reporter stepped forward politely. Hello, Sang-hyung. We are reporters from Player magazine. With a friendly smile, the reporter tried to gauge his thoughts as the hero who saved Georgia. Bu Pyong, would you mind sharing a few words with us? Sang-yoon managed a small, awkward smile, shrugging indecisively. Hero, what are you talking about? Meanwhile, in the Player City, Tower, Advanced Training Room B1, 2 girls were fighting monsters. Hoi Ji-yeon firmly grasped her staff and began to act by summoning the B-rank golem. Now in the name of the Korean Players Association. Ajo Ai-jun, level 120, summoning mage, player rank B. Summoned the stone monster that lunged at Terry as the simulation began. Terry remained completely calm, showing not an ounce of fear, her sharp gaze fixed on the approaching creatures. A stone monster lunged at her, only to be cleaved in 2 by her sword, and its body instantly exploded upon impact. Another stone creature stared at her, its expression one of bewilderment. Tari swung her sword in a wide arc, her movements precise and fluid. Seizing the right moment, she clenched her fist, preparing for her next strike with her quick agility. She methodically cut down every stone monster, landing countless blows as they screamed in pain, and their bodies began to crumble and fracture with a single push against the ground. Terry sent the last stone monster flying behind her. They instantly shattered upon impact, and the fragments of the shattered stone monsters quickly fell behind Terry. She turned to look at the debris left behind, not forgetting to praise Ian for her technique. You did great. I came here to revive the feeling of that day, but in Cherry's mind, memories of a past battle with Sang-ji surfaced. She thought, I want to fight him again. I should have exchanged contact information back then, but Miso got in the way. At that moment, a news broadcast behind her caught her attention. Breaking news, a rift breach occurred at the Bupian station today. According to witnesses, a single player took care of everything solo. Hearing this, Cherry's expression shifted to one of curiosity. A rift? We should go interview that player. Suddenly, her eyes widened, as if she had just realized something. The broadcast showed footage of Sang-jun being interviewed. The reporter asked him, how does it feel to have cleared the rift without casualties? Sang-jun replied calmly, I just did what needed to be done. Seeing him on the broadcast, Cherry couldn't help but smile. Humble as always, incredible. I never expected to see him like this again. The reporter, maintaining a composed demeanor, asked another question. Did you face any difficulties? According to the Players Association, the monsters were approximately level 150, and your level is still slightly lower, right? You must have faced a great challenge. Sun Jian replied modestly, yes, level is important, but I don't think it's the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. Seeing him on the screen, Teria silently felt admiration welling up inside. He is right. If he can speak with such confidence, it's clear he knows his own limits. I've sensed it for a long time, but he has truly matured like a player who has returned from hell. Char's curiosity grew. Who is his mentor? I wonder if his constellation is the god of war. She also considered another possibility about Sun Jian's constellation, or perhaps he has a pact with the radiant god. Like me. The next day at Sin San Jun's house, he was completely focused on absorbing the items he collected the previous day. His hair immediately turned white, shining with infinite energy. He opened his eyes and looked at the items scattered on the floor. His excitement was palpable. Finally, it was time to consume them. San Jun is clearly excited at the prospect of absorbing these treasures. Yesterday, I obtained the intimidation, tracking, and evasion relics. Each of them is very useful. It must be thanks to my luck stat. Alright, let's move on. I can become stronger exactly as I want. Since the beginning of the player era, most swordsmen have looked like this. He thought, recalling the stereotypical image of muscular bodies, with bulging veins on their limbs. Swordsmen are forever stuck in this mold, focused on power and physical strength, but then a huge octopus-like monster wrapped its tentacles around the swordsman's muscular body. With the appearance of monsters employing various attack methods, those who blindly pursued brute force started down the path of ruin. The burly swordsman froze at the sight before him, and the swordsman paused, perhaps to reevaluate his stance, but the sudden appearance of a single figure sliced through all the tentacles of the monstrous octopus. From the moment the magic swordsman Du Kaiyang Su arrived, the entire mentality of the swordsman community changed. He abandoned heavy armor to maximize speed. Instead of focusing on defense, he opted for evasion. Instead of focusing solely on destructive skills, he chose support skills. In other words, he became a swordsman capable of handling any situation. With that cold and unwavering expression, Kwamsu became the pioneer of the current swordsman phenomenon. Essentially, he is the creator of the versatile swordsman concept. This time, Sang-yoon was determined to approach things differently than he had in his previous life. Even before, I never changed my fighting style out of pride, but this time will be different. Pride alone won't get me anywhere. At that moment, the system issued an announcement: absorption, preparation, total despair. Amulet, speed boots, and discovery necklace. A feast was laid out before him, each dish crafted with exquisite detail: fresh forest mushrooms, cobalt soup, cobalt steak with spicy pepper. San Jun's mouth watered as he saw it, almost drooling at the mere allure of how delicious it looked. So this time, the cuisine style is inspired by the Kobold King. At first, he thought the latter was simply clever, but apparently, he also has refined taste. His stomach roared at the anticipation of the appetizing dishes, but he couldn't help but wonder, why are there only 2 dishes? Then another dish appeared before him, emanating a dark and sinister aroma. Live larvae wriggled on the plate, swamp orange cobalt larva salad. Forget the previous compliment. This one is not right, definitely not right. Outside Sin Sen Jun's house, 2 bodyguards were preventing anyone who tried from entering. A man with a camera demanded, "We told you last time that you gave us permission to open the door properly." The guards remained unyielding and shouted firmly, "How many times do we have to tell you that you are wrong?" San Jun approached the window and looked at the crowd, causing a commotion below. He could only offer a wry smile to himself. How are we supposed to make a living? Oh, is that really my problem? What the hell are they doing down there? But thinking about it, how did they even get to this area? Last time I spent money to avoid precisely these kinds of incidents. He recalled the plate of worms still on the table, and his face turned pale with nausea. Going out for some air isn't just for resting, but after seeing that scene, it just makes me feel more dizzy. That worm dish really crossed the line. All right, better go back inside and rest. Sang-jian stretched, turned around, and went back into his room, still mulling over his next move. I don't have any other plans. What should I do now? Maybe I should rest today. I'm still nauseous from yesterday's stuff. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pants pocket. He quickly took it out and answered, "Hello, hello, Sang-jun." A female voice introduced herself on the other end of the line, and then got straight to the point. "I am Kim Hai, Player Management Department. We met before in the mission area. Do you remember?" Sang Jin replied, "Yes, I remember. But why are you calling me?" Hyen didn't beat around the bush and explained the reason for her call. "Ah, it's nothing urgent. I just wanted to reach out to you to tell you about a reward for your work in the rift that appears on the title card. Yes, honestly, achievements like this are so modest that I'm almost embarrassed to offer them." Sang-yoon thought of the other more powerful swordsmen he had faced in the past, and felt small compared to the players who will face and avert disasters in the future. "The rift I cleared is just a drop in the ocean, refusing to rest." He politely declined Hai's offer. "I still don't feel worthy of such praise. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. At the very least, grant me priority access to the dungeon I requested earlier." Upon mentioning priority dungeon access, Sang-yoon's expression darkened. "I'm talking about outside the dungeon, the Silent Earth." He didn't expect his request to be approved so quickly, but it was approved. Yes, thanks to this achievement, the higher-ups immediately recognized it without any obstacle. The Silent Earth, a dungeon where almost all elite monsters use status effects like silence. He glanced over and saw the blonde boy sitting next to him, a monster they had already defeated. Lying behind him, he silently reflected, still looking at pictures of my little sister. "Hey, it's just a habit. I always look at her pictures when things calm down. It's been about 10 years since I lost her." Sang-yoon was curious why the blonde boy had lost his sister. "What dungeon did your sister enter last time?" The blonde boy gazed at the cheerful image of his sister before him and did not hesitate to answer the Silent Earth. She relied heavily on her skills as a player, so once she entered, she couldn't accomplish anything there. He contemplated the photo with deep regret. "But now I can clear that place easily." Regretting now won't change anything. The only thing he wished for was one thing, to be able to go back to the past. Returning to the present, Sang-yoon felt a surge of excitement upon hearing he could receive priority access to the Silent Earth. "All right, then prepare it for me immediately. This is the dungeon I must enter without fail." The car was speeding down the road at an astonishing rate. Sang-yoon was at the wheel, sitting in the driver's seat. He couldn't help but marvel. Driving a new car was truly incredible. "I initially thought about spending my money on antiques," though he recalled the image of himself carrying his long sword through the subway. "All eyes were on him, but last week, when I went to the Bupian station to enter the rift, I learned a painful lesson. I like being the center of attention, but not like that. I will never take public transportation again." At that moment, the phone mounted on the dashboard rang. He picked it up immediately. "Yes, I'm listening." "Ah, hello, Sang-yoon. I'm calling to confirm that today's raid on the Silent Earth is underway. I am on my way and will be there shortly." The person on the other end, after assessing the situation, replied quickly, "Understood. There will be more personnel on site to assist you, as it is outside my jurisdiction." Sang-yoon sighed inwardly, thinking time flies. He recalled how intensely he had trained previously. "I have been completely focused on training to check my accumulated progress. It has been a week since I cleared the rift." Finally, Sang-yoon allowed himself a smile and hummed a tune while driving. "I can't wait any longer to test my new skills. My hands and feet are itching to move." Suddenly, something caught his attention, leaving him stunned. Ahead, several police officers were diverting cars. They were trying to control traffic and prevent a jam. Could there be traffic at this hour? Go straight ahead. I deliberately avoided rush hour, but inside the car. Sang-yoon grumbled in frustration. It will take a while for the road to clear up. What the hell could really be opening up here? Once again, his eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. Numerous reporters had gathered around a young man in the middle of the street. The man being interviewed was none other than Kyung-soo. Sang-hyun, surprised by what he saw, muttered to Kyung-soo. At that very moment, a rift appeared once more behind Kyung-soo in the Jean dungeon. Grades 21, at the intersection of Uidu, the girls outside were excited to see him, and repeatedly shouted his name. "Kyung-soo, I love you, just look at us once." The reporter next to him, eager for more information from Kyung-soo, did not forget to flatter him as well. "You are still as charismatic as ever." "Kyung-soo, how do you feel about receiving so much admiration?" However, Kyung-soo responded in a way that had nothing to do with her question. "It is an honor for me." Hearing this, the reporter felt a bit disappointed, but managed a forced smile, and moved on, hoping to get more news. "What about that dry response, acting superior because you are famous? All right then, how do you feel about the next dungeon raid?" She gave him a hint to guide his answer, mentioning his fighting style. but Kyung-soo maintained his indifferent tone, as always. He briefly looked at the reporter in front of him and replied succinctly, "I just finished the monsters. That's all." Hearing this, the female reporter couldn't help but admire him. Okay, now that I think about it, that straightforward way of answering is quite convincing. At that moment, the cameraman next to her reminded her to focus. Somehow, Sen-jin had already peeked out of his car window to watch them. "Look at that," he muttered. The crowd outside immediately began whispering among themselves. "It's Sin San-jun. He is looking at Do Kyung-soo. He's been staring for so long that I didn't even realize he came by car. I guess even I am easy to spot." Other reporters quickly turned their cameras toward San-jun. Breaking news. The encounter between the god and the man. He is challenging the demon sword king. The bodyguard next to Kyung-soo leaned over and whispered to him. "He is the person who recently soloed the rift. From what I hear, he is a swordsman with a similar style to yours." Kyung-soo, hearing this, did not get angry. Instead, he put on a rare smile. "Yes, I know. My apologies." Meanwhile, Sang-yoon got out of the car to face the reporters, who immediately began bombarding him with questions. "Sang-yoon, why did you come all this way? Was it just a coincidence? Or are you here to challenge Do Kyung-soo?" The rapid-fire questions momentarily made him flustered. "Why are you asking me about my car? It's fully equipped. Can I reveal how expensive it is? Is it just a coincidence? No, I mean, it has all the options. Damn it. I don't want Do Kyung-soo to notice me like this." From a distance, Kyung-soo was also looking towards Sang-yoon, which made him even more nervous. Kyung-soo gave him a rare fleeting smile, but it was a sarcastic smile with a subtle mocking tone. Seeing him smile at him, Sang-yoon was instantly stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He just smiled. It was a mocking smile. No. So did he borrow money to buy that car, or did he pay for it himself? At that moment, Sang-yoon no longer cared about the reporter's questions. His mind was completely focused on Kyung-soo's smile. "I don't know what that smile meant, but whatever it is, I am sincerely happy to see it." For a brief moment, their eyes met, and in that gaze, both felt a tacit understanding. Seeing him like this reminds me how long the road ahead of us still is. Finally, Kyung-soo turned around and walked away, calling his bodyguard. "All right, we should go now." "Yes, sir." However, for a moment, he let out a silent sigh and thought to himself, "I have met many promising players, but this one is different." He recalled the looks Sang-yoon had given him and realized he wasn't looking at him with admiration. He sees me as someone he must surpass. As the demon sword Do Kyung-soo walked away, his mind held onto the name Seon-jeon. Sin Seon-yeon, no, I will remember it. Wait for me. We will surely meet again. Meanwhile, in Dungeon N, rank 661, Ma Dan in the Silent Land, another rift opened. A figure emerged from the vehicle and stopped upon seeing it. Sang-yoon closed the car door, but his thoughts remained there. Do Kyung-soo is truly extraordinary. He stood there. However, I couldn't detect any weakness in his presence. He's still here. His face now shone with unwavering determination. The bigger the target, the more exciting the chase. Just wait. I will catch up to him soon. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. Hey, are you serious? What do you mean by that? Outside. Two people were arguing with GI, clearly furious about being denied entry. Today was clearly our turn to raid the Silent Land. Please calm down. Why does everything have to go to Sin Sang-yoon? At that moment, Sang-yoon stepped forward to assess the commotion. Is there a problem? Sin Sang-yoon, how timely. The red-haired girl who had been arguing before turned to scold him as well. Just because you are famous doesn't mean you can act like this. Even as a player, you have to follow the basic rules. Has this happened before? Seeing the red-haired girl, Sang-yoon seemed to vaguely recognize her. Thank God it really is her. I'm not entirely sure. My memory is a bit fuzzy. The girl in front of him was none other than the red-haired sister of the blonde man he had fought in his previous life. Today is the anniversary of your sister's death in the Silent Land. Hey, are you listening to me? Recalling her gentle older brother, Sang-jin, I couldn't help but compare the two. I didn't expect her to be so wild and reckless. She's the complete opposite of him. No wonder he had a hard time with her, the red-haired girl, unable to contain her anger. She shouted as loud as she could in a situation like this. No need to hold back. Hey, Sin Sang-yoon, Sang-jeon looked down at her, His tone was mocking, so what, sometimes you have to be firm with others. He immediately seized the opportunity to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. Even if you are angry, don't take it out on me. I'm just following the schedule set by the guild. Is there a problem? After scolding her, he turned around, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. Well then, I'm heading to the dungeon. I don't have much time. Fine, just stay put. The red-haired girl was steaming with anger and relentlessly threatened him. Do you think I'll let this go? Be careful. Sang-yoon, be careful tonight. Understood. I should have taken the day off. What a pain. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Silent Land, everything had become old and worn out by time. Sang-yoon passed through the rift into the Silent Land and immediately frowned at the nauseating stench. The smell hits you as soon as you enter. Well, it makes sense, since most of the monsters here are. Suddenly, a mysterious light shone beneath his feet. Two hands emerged from the ground and grabbed Sang-yoon's legs. A monster with its mouth wide open crawled up, growling incessantly. A living corpse that grabbed Sang-yoon's legs, preventing him from stepping back. Sang-ji drew his sword from his back, ready to strike when the system notification sounded. You have been affected by the silence status from the east wind. Targeted skills cannot be used for 0.5 seconds. You only touched it and you're already silenced. Even under silence, his hands and feet moved as usual. He raised his sword high. With a single blow, he split the ghoul in two, but there wasn't just one. More crawled out from under the ground. The ghoul's hands reached out towards Sang-yoon, eager to strike him. In short, don't get hit even once and try to limit skill usage. The hands of the undead almost reached him, but Sang-yoon remained unfazed. Seriously, it seems I have to play by the basic rules. If there is one thing I am confident about, it's this. South Korea Player Association. Reconnaissance Team 4. Tactical Conference Room. An association staff member was briefing the team about a player. The next player we need to discuss is Shin Seon-jun. Someone replied and his image filled the screen. A team leader let out an impressed, "Oh, so that's the guy. The one who completed an entire dungeon." Right. Very impressive, he expressed his skepticism. Still, I heard that he only awakened his ability a month ago, and that before that. He was just a simple worker. No, someone else nodded with a scoff. Then one person remembered who Sanjun was. Him, the one Jian reads and Hyun reads praise incessantly. That voice belonged to Aekyeon, captain of Reconnaissance Team 4 of the South Korean Player Association. Another team member chimed in. Agreed, yes, he has been getting a lot of attention lately. Ikayam raised a specific concern. His growth rate is clearly ahead of other players, but we should categorize him as one of those extremely unusual cases. Like Kim Masu, Sinturi, or Do Jiansu, I have some suspicions. Someone else agreed. I share that concern. It was Sin Min-hai, vice captain of Reconnaissance Team 4. Min-hai glanced at the report and warned, there are always players who show amazing growth. The way he handled the rift deserves a high rating, but since we cannot accurately assess the true level of danger, we must be cautious in evaluating his achievements. Maybe he's just good at manipulating publicity. He objected suddenly with a voice. The meeting room groaned with exasperation. There she goes again. It's the 100th time Ligay has contradicted the vice captain and interrupted him before he could finish a sentence. The vice captain snapped, barking silence everyone, and turned towards the dissenting voice and asked, what do you mean? Ligay. Guy stood up and frankly replied, yes, sorry for interrupting, but he is a player I have been personally following. Ligay said she was an intelligence scout for Reconnaissance Team 4. She walked up to the screen and explained, I've been gathering data on Shin Seon-jun for the past few days. It took me longer than expected, but I think it's necessary, because that's the only way we can understand that Shin Seon-jun is not just any player. She gave an example, as everyone knows, this is the growth chart for a normal player. We set the parameters at level 50, assuming Shin Seon-jun had reached that point on the screen, and the chart only showed slight fluctuations. He clicked again, and now this is Shin Seon-jun's projected growth chart. The line shot up almost vertically like a steep cliff, leaving the entire room stunned. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Minhee sharply interrupted her. Impossible. He pressed her. Ligay, what do you think you are doing? Have you lost the ability to objectively evaluate the player you were assigned to monitor? Don't forget your role as a scout. The number of skills can be ignored. Sure, but look at the number of titles. What is your conclusion at that rate? Are you suggesting he's growing as fast as Sword Demon? Du Jian stood firm. This is the conclusion I reached after objectively analyzing the data. It is undeniable. She continued. I personally met everyone who has fought alongside Sin Seon-jun. The man who had been interrupted earlier, he muttered helplessly. She interrupted me again. He had prepared a series of questions. The first was whether Sin Seon-yoon had any unusual traits. One of the interviewees replied, Seon-yoon. I would say there are two things about him that most people would consider strange. She urged him to be more specific, asking him to focus on his abilities, his combat, his intuition, and his influence on the battlefield. The man laughed heartily. Oh, his skills are amazing. I've never seen anyone use stun like that. I doubt anyone can even come close to him. Then he sighed. But if that's all there is to it, then that alone wouldn't make him special. The reason he is special at this very moment is that Sin San-jun was recklessly charging at a swarm of the undead in the Silent Lands. The man's words exactly matched his actions. It must be his natural instinct for combat. His second question was about his impressions of his battle intuition. Tazik had replied enthusiastically. His fundamentals are on a completely different level. Hui had interjected. Yes, Sanian is great. The vague answers forced Gaia to specify. So compared to other players of the same rank, he is better, right? Hui immediately responded. It's more than that. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even be alive to talk about this. Tazik added cheerfully, it's hard to explain, but I think the difference between him and the other players comes from how hard he trains. It's as if I'm fighting alongside a battle-hardened veteran, and indeed, Sang-yoon was wiping out the undead like an experienced assassin. That comment caught his attention. What do you mean? Could you elaborate more clearly? As if to prove it, Sang-yoon carved his way through the undead, finishing them off with brutal efficiency. Tai's 6 words came to life. It's as if he knows what's going to happen. His intuition for predicting the enemy's next move is incredible. But no matter how many he killed, the undead horde kept emerging from all directions, lunging at him. Seon-jun didn't hesitate for a second and charged straight into them, moving in perfect sync with Tai 6's explanation. I think for most people there will always be moments where they show a weakness. Gaia fully agreed with him. Unless someone has excessive experience to lean on, they will inevitably show some kind of opening. Tai 6 continued, but that is not the case for San-jun. It's as if his body reacts, even before he has time to think what to do. As he spoke, San-jun was already slicing through the undead with quick strikes, and fluid, moving forward without pause, even when one suddenly lunged from a blind spot behind him. He slipped away effortlessly, untouched, clarifying Tazik's words in other words. It seems he has an incredibly sharp combat intuition. That's exactly what Tazik meant. Yes, perfect, his instincts are honed to an extreme degree, no matter what situation he finds himself in. Tazik continued, even when multiple enemies attack at once, he always finds a way to handle it. Indeed, Seon-yun was dispatching them with ease. Based on his study, Ji summarized in the meeting that, simply put, what sets Sin Seon-yun apart is an intuition bordering on precognition. Furthermore, his combat instincts are on par with most rank plus players. If we include that in our analysis, I think he has what it takes to be recognized as rank S. Meanwhile, observing the piles of corpses, Seon-yoon sighed tiredly. Seriously, they are a bunch of dead monsters. Back in the meeting room, Min-hae was still stubborn. Incredible. He challenged Gae. Do you even understand what it means to be evaluated as rank S? She didn't back down. Of course I understand. Her temper flared even more. Then what the hell are you saying with precognition? Are you suggesting that Sin Seon-yoon knew the rift would appear beforehand and just took advantage of it to gain the title? Her voice rose to almost an explosion. Why don't you just say he went back in time? Since you're at it. Guy tilted her head, almost enlightened by the regression. Actually, it's a compelling idea. She knew the vice captain would. Guy Minhee barked, interrupting her. Ikki rubbed his temples. Exasperated. Silence, everyone. Why? Every time we meet, it turns into an argument. Are you children? I understand why you insist. Sin Seon-yun is not a normal player. He gave his order. Li Gai, starting today, your only mission is to watch Sin Xian-yun. Min-ha immediately objected. Captain, but Ikayan did not yield. However, she will work alone. Understood. Gai got exactly what she wanted and replied cheerfully. Yes, I will do my best. Inside the silent land, Xian-yun continued to explore the area. As he walked, he muttered, irritated, I hate the smell of monster blood. But the blood of ghouls can be even worse. That's why I bought new clothes. These things keep popping up out of nowhere. It's really annoying dealing with them. Also, they don't even drop any relics. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Wait a minute. Xian-jun rubbed his forehead helplessly. Now that I think about it, I don't have that ability. A golden gleam flashed in his eyes. I should have used it from the start. Skill Locator Support Skill Active LV1 activates the Eye of Detection. If you possess another support skill of the same type, its effect will be nullified. Marks all monsters within a 100-meter radius with a separate marker tracks monsters that leave the area up to a maximum distance of 500 meters suddenly. A swarm of monsters. Undead and ghouls crawled out scratching from the ground before him, and a chill ran down Sun Yun's spine. What the hell are there still so many? He thought he had already eliminated most of them. Maybe I should just leave some alone. Something strange appeared in his field of vision, shining at him unwittingly. Oh, a crimson speck was floating in the air. He frowned. It was a fly. Does that count as a monster? Why did the locator mark that thing? He reached out to touch it. Boom! The fly exploded in a violent detonation. His eyes widened in realization that they were suicide flies upon seeing the burn marks on his hand. Sun Jun let out a relieved breath. Good thing I reacted fast. Otherwise, I would be armless right now. If there are more of those things nearby, then there must be some kind of magic monster controlling them. Sure enough, a swarm of suicide flies buzzed towards him. If he didn't escape from there, the creatures detonated in the air, causing huge explosions visible from a great distance. And in the distance, he saw them, the undead mages. They were the ones pulling the strings, controlling the fly swarm. In the Korean Player Association's meeting room, Min-hae had calmed down, and he called out to Legi, causing her to look at him surprised, and he pressed her with a serious look. I understand that you hold Shin Xianjun in very high regard, but apart from his combat intuition, do you have any other information about his abilities, his titles? Because, from what you've said, there is a possibility that he has some special method for obtaining them. Am I correct? Dee replied firmly. No. In fact, I thought about that too, but it's just my hypothesis. At that moment, one of the undead mages on Xian-yung's side seemed to realize something. His flat voice echoed. Even if only partially true, Xian-yung stepped forward, shield raised against the undead swarm. Seriously, you bastards, do you not value life? Or what? He activated Guardian Sword, a defensive skill that channels energy into the blade, and conjured a barrier that blocked attacks directed at the sword. As long as the barrier remained active, he could only retreat, not advance. It consumed 2 mana points per second, and if the barrier broke, he would have to reactivate it from scratch. The undead mage insisted coldly. Sin Xian-yun is on the other side. His voice sounded sharp and resolved. I guess it's my turn now. And in perfect synchrony with his declaration came the words, a player who breaks all ordinary limits. A few days earlier, deep inside the underground training chamber of Building C in the player city, a lone figure relentlessly perfected his swordsmanship against a rain of arrows. The arrows fell ceaselessly, but he countered with unwavering determination, and his sword shone with precision as he cut each one down. That figure was Sun Jun as he trained, his thoughts accompanying his movements. It seems I've been following this training routine for 3 days, aside from special cases like consuming holy relics. The method for obtaining new skills is quite simple. It is based on repetition. If you follow well-known guidelines, unlocking basic passive skills is relatively easy. But when it comes to acquiring active skills like full swing, those methods don't work. They require repetitive actions that align with very specific conditions. And players who discover these methods almost never share them. They treasure them as personal secrets, making it nearly impossible to acquire such skills, unless you stumble upon them by sheer luck. Back to the present, he braced for the shockwave of a massive explosion in the Silent Lands. He assessed his own growth, I'd say I've accumulated quite a bit of experience as a player now. He activated Sword Guard, a defensive skill that conjures a barrier around the blade and intercepts all attacks directed towards it. While active, the user cannot advance, only retreat. The skill consumes 2 mana points per second, and if the barrier breaks, it must be reactivated from scratch. The undead mages tensed as they realized Sang-yoon had emerged and spat out. Their vigilance immediately increased, and they conjured swarms of suicide flies. One of them let out a piercing shriek, as if giving an order with its skeletal hand. And Bony, a blackish-purple magic sphere took shape, spawning even more swarms. Then, like a living tide, thousands upon thousands of flies rushed towards the advancing swordsman. At the same time, Sang-yoon analyzed his skill in the midst of battle, Sword Guard, something I worked very hard to unlock. It is, without a doubt, a solid defensive skill, but its biggest weakness is that it prevents me from advancing. However, the swarms exploded one after another, detonating with a conclusive force that stirred the smoke. Dust and dirt into a choking haze, but Sang-yoon pushed forward undeterred. Cutting through the thicket, a spherical barrier glowed around him, protecting his body as he moved forward. With unstoppable momentum, he charged forward, sword raised, ready to strike the undead. Panic spread through their ranks, and he called out loudly to both the undead mages and himself. There is always a way to overcome any limitation. A group of undead sorcerers raised their hands and simultaneously cast a rain of hellfire spells. Flames rained down on him relentlessly. Sang-yoon did a somersault in the air to evade them, and a mocking laugh escaped his lips. He shouted at them, his voice rising above the chaos, "It's too late for you now." He then activated a combat skill. His sword swept out in a devastating arc, splitting the undead mages in half. Before they could finish their cries of agony, their screams echoed, drawing the attention of something lurking not far away. The creature began to move, heading towards the source of the noise. The undead mages collapsed, one after another, dissolving into nothing more than echoes of their own pain. When the dust settled, all that remained was a single crystal, radiating a strange violet glow. Sang-yoon picked it up and examined it closely. It was a purple mana crystal, so they were finally starting to drop higher quality loot. A single high-level mana crystal like this has an average market value of over 100 million wons. And once I delve into deeper dungeons, the rewards will only get better. He set the crystal aside to keep it safe. When I'm done here, I'll come back for it, with his next destination in mind. He declared it's time to head to the deepest part of the dungeon. He then summoned his tracking skill. The system emitted a sound, indicating a monster had been identified through tracking. And the system window left him frozen. Only one monster. Where had the entire swarm from before disappeared to? What does that mean? Where is that monster? His thoughts were interrupted as a massive presence materialized right behind him. It sang in his senses. He shouted in alarm. There's something back there. The monster was already mid-swing of its greatsword, slicing through the air. There was no time. He could only bet on his instinct. Too late to fully react. Left, right, down. Damn it. Forget it. I'll trust my instinct to guess its strike. He jumped straight up. Please let me guess right. An instant later, the ground where he had been standing shattered into huge chunks, collapsing with a thunderous crash. He looked down, horrified, going mad. Then he understood. Now I get it. Of course, the monsters hadn't vanished. They all scattered, running for their lives because this thing appeared. A monster that kills friends and foes alike without hesitation. The Death Knight, the creature, seeing its first strike miss, lunged at him again. Its sheer aggression pressed down on his chest with dread. Why? Why would a monster that should only exist in the deepest recesses of the dungeon crawl all the way out here? And then the memory came back to him, but facing it now, I understand. Yes, it's because of this thing. He recalled his former teammate and his teammate's younger sister. This monster killed my teammate's little sister. With a surge of rage, Sang-yoon raised his sword to meet the incoming attack. Before him stood a mid-level dungeon that brought the night of death. Regret and anger, he always reminded himself. In this life, I won't let that happen again. The clash of their swords erupted with explosive force. Shockwaves spread across the battlefield. Sang-yoon gritted his teeth as he parried blow after blow, each one threatening to crush him. Damn it, every swing of its sword carries terrifying power. The Death Knight. It truly lives up to its name. An undead monster, a knight born from deaths. More precisely, it is the soul of a fallen swordsman reborn within an immortal body. Its signature skill is the Silent Swamp, a skill that is always active. Anyone who touches the black miasma beneath its feet becomes silenced. The association claimed at the time that it could be easily defeated by a ranged party. In setting Gull's oralization as a reference monster, they raided the Silent Land dungeon at level 120. And that was the association's biggest mistake. The Death Knight's true strength does not lie in the Silent Swamp. It lies in the swordsman's soul dwelling within it. In other words, if that swordsman was highly skilled in life, then the Death Knight becomes exponentially more dangerous. The association realized this too late, and only then did they upgrade the Silent Land's threat rating. Sun-jun recalled this harsh reality as he struggled against the creature's relentless assault. Damn it! After confirming that the Death Knight of the Silent Land was ranked among the plus danger level, and that the monster's greatsword fell again like divine judgment. Sun's guard faltered. His body crashed to the ground under the crushing weight of its blows. Pain shot through him. His eyes swelled and blood streamed from his lips. This is bad, very bad. He watched the Death Knight slowly advance towards him and let out a bitter laugh. So this time I might actually die. He fell silent, letting the thought hang in the air, awaiting the inevitable. Then irritation overflowed, and he spat out. Damn it, this is making me mad. He forced himself to stand up, leaning on his sword. He glared furiously at the monster. Every time I think I'm about to die, it just gets harder and harder. People can't change easily, can they? Whenever things get even slightly more dangerous, those weak thoughts are always the first to resurface. If I keep going like this, I'll never change. Sang-yoon yelled at the Death Knight, "Bastard, what the hell are you looking at? Come at me, you piece of trash." He threw his taunts straight at the creature. The Death Knight froze for a moment, as if absorbing the mortal's words. Then its expression twisted and rage flashed in its face as it fixed its burning gaze on him. Two forces became locked in a deadly confrontation. On one side, the monstrous Death Knight, and on the other, the lone swordsman, Sang-yoon. The silence between them was razor-sharp. Every breath was loaded with tension. The Death Knight let out a guttural roar in response to his taunt. Sang-yoon moved with quick, calculated steps, looking for an opening to strike the creature. Instead, he didn't rush in. He deliberately studied it, as if measuring its worth. Then, with a sudden stomp that shook the earth, it lunged towards him. Looking back at the monster pursuing him, Sang-yoon thought sadly, well, it's chasing me without hesitation, but with my current stamina. Fighting this thing would be suicide. I need to find some way, any way, to recover at least a little bit of strength. The system voice chimed, tracking complete. Monsters located 17, 18, 19. A group of undead emerged in front, blocking his path. A cunning smile played on Sun Wyan's lips just as he recalled the moment the Death Knight disappeared. Jalot tried to press the advantage. That's why you hid deep inside, to avoid that fight. A door flashed before him with a quick kick. Sun burst it open and lunged through. Inside, dozens of undead turned their vacant eyes towards the intruder, their enraged howls filling the chamber. Sun-jun's expression hardened as he prepared, and he charged forward. His sword tore through the swarm, slicing them into mangled pieces as their dying screams echoed in the chamber. Behind him, the Death Knight burst into the room, unwilling to let him escape. The system chimed again. Title unlocked. View rank. Cunning Hunter. Description. With every small monster killed, its blood is absorbed to restore stamina. Sang's lips curled into a smile. Perfect. The message continued. Cunning Hunter effect. Activated. Restores 35 horsepower. Everything was going according to plan, just as he predicted with the relic I claimed from the rift. Increasing my speed. Losing him for a moment was child's play. As long as I keep recovering like this, I'll make it to the deepest part of this dungeon. But the Death Knight did not slow down. It broke through the order, its pursuit, closing the distance with relentless ferocity. Finally, Sang-yoon burst into the very heart of the Silent Land. The sight that greeted him left him paralyzed. His face tightened with surprise. An endless army of undead awaited him, swarming the chamber in a suffocating tide. He felt even more relieved. There's still plenty here. If things keep going like this, I'll be able to recover most of my stamina. All right then. Next. Before he could do anything, the monster behind him was about to catch up. He froze for an instant and then jumped away. Damn it, the unlucky undead, who couldn't get out of the way, was cut in half by the Death Knight's sword. Sun-jun stared, astonished. Wait, so that attack just now wasn't aimed at me. It was. The monster continued to attack the surrounding undead. Then Sun-jun realized what was happening. He realized that he was recovering energy, so it's killing its own kind. That's insane. He dodged another strike from the creature and attacked it with his sword. The system warned him to prepare for a counterattack in case the monster guessed his intentions. It was too late. It doesn't matter, I've recovered enough mana. The window opens. I'll use counterattack and face it head-on. But the skill suddenly turned gray. Unusable. Just as Sun-jun prepared his attack, the system explained to him, you are inside the Death Knight's silent swamp. You cannot use any skills here. He cursed under his breath. In that instant, the monster's blow hit him with full force. The impact sent him flying backward. He crashed onto the ground. Blood erupted from his mouth. He reassessed the situation. Stupid mistake. I swore to always be mindful of the silent swamp, but all the stamina I just recovered vanished in a single blow. If I hadn't raised my sword to block it, I would be dead. He couldn't accept it. Damn it. I can't. He thought of those who had already fallen. I will not give up like this. Sang-yoon recalled the moment in his past life when he held a dying teammate in his arms. The young man, struggling to speak between gasps, whispered his final request. Young, I only want to ask you for one thing, just one thing, where my little sister is buried. Sang-jun, please bury me next to her. The older teammate tried to keep him awake, shaking his shoulders. Don't you dare say something so cursed. You feel like dying, idiot. The collapse is almost over. Hold on a little longer, and the rescue team will arrive. But the dying man only managed a faint smile of relief. Seriously, that makes me feel better. He forced out a last call. Young and Sang-jun, trying to reassure him, firmly replied, yes, bastard. Stay conscious and wait. But then came the nightmare that Sang-jun feared most. His teammate, having found peace in those words, slipped away forever, leaving Sang-yoon alone in the ruins. Now, in the present, the Death Knight stood motionless in its stance. After slamming him to the ground, it waited silently, listening for any sign of movement from its prey. But then Sun-yoon's voice echoed, startling it. Yes, I think I was wrong from the start. He emerged from the shadows, bloody but unyielding. Maybe I focused too much on saving strength for the final fight against the robot. I miscalculated everything. I repeated the same mistakes over and over. And this time it really is the end. He raised his sword and let out a bitter laugh. So now it's all or nothing, bastard. The system message flashed. Skill frenzy activated. A flame reignited in his eyes. That's right. I can't give up here. Not because I'm obsessed with my goals, nor because of my past. It's because he closed the distance between himself and the Death Knight. The two collided at lightning speed. Steel clashed against steel in a brutal, relentless exchange. Sang-jun reminded himself, with every blow, I cannot live by turning a blind eye to the things I can still protect. Pain shot through him as he pulled his sword out again. Just blocking the blow tore the flesh from his palms. If this is purely a test of brute strength, I will never defeat it. But in that final exchange, I discovered something. I discovered the one thing I can do better than it. His eyes locked onto the monster before him. As the Death Knight swung a killing blow, Sun-jun slipped past it. Disappearing from its sight, the creature turned its head to counter. But he was no longer behind it. He was already right beside it. The Death Knight didn't stand a chance to dodge. What came next? Sang-yoon yelled in its face. No matter how strong you are, it's useless if you can't even hit me. His sword struck the monster directly. The system chimed, critical hit inflicted. Critical damage varies based on player luck, with a current rate of 120% to 600%. Gripping his sword with both hands, Sang-yoon roared. The Death Knight was thrown backward, crashing into the wall before falling to the ground. The system chimed again, critical damage amplified by 600%. Before the monster could recover, Sang-yoon charged forward and struck it again, pinning it to the ground. The knight lay on the ground, panting. Sang-yoon paused to catch his breath. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and yelled at it, "Stop pretending and get up." I know this won't end as easily as expected. The creature slowly put its hands on the ground and started to get up. It let out a furious roar. The system immediately announced, the Death Knight has sacrificed its final vital flame. All physical stats are drastically increasing. Sang-yoon tightly gripped his sword as he began to avenge his enemy. The Death Knight was about to give it its all. He frowned and clenched his teeth. Even when countering a Death Knight's abilities, there is always one thing in common. Every time its HP drops below 10% within the next 10 seconds, they self-destruct. It's called the definition of death. A huge surge of power erupted around the monster, flooding the chamber, and the Death Knight lay on the ground. Sang-yoon knew very well that it couldn't be defeated that easily. He coldly ordered, "Stop pretending and get up. We both know this won't end that easily." The monster jumped to its feet, and with it came the system voice, "The Death Knight has sacrificed its final vital flame." All physical stats are drastically increasing. Sang-yoon narrowed his eyes. "So it begins," the system continued. In exchange for this power, the Death Knight compared to what Sang-yoon already knew. This was not a surprise, although everyone has different skills. There is one thing that Death Knights always have in common: when their HP drops below 10%. After 10 seconds, they self-destruct. It's called the definition of death. Just as expected, the creature's body swelled with volatile energy, radiating a massive surge of power. Sang-yoon sternly calculated that, with its current HP, a single hit would kill him if he tried to engage it in a duel. That was nothing short of suicide. In this situation, I have completely become its prey, but I cannot let it devour me whole. Even prey has its role to play. Only 10 seconds left. I will run like the devil. He bolted straight towards the monster. 10. The two prepared to collide. 9. The Death Knight swung a blow at him. Sang-yoon narrowly dodged it. The sword slammed into the ground, tearing up the earth. He froze for a fraction of a second, shocked by the destruction, clenching his jaw to suppress the primal fear gnawing at him. He turned around and started running. Behind him, the Death Knight gave chase. 10-9. Then the Death Knight began channeling power into its palm. Sang-yoon's eyes widened. Don't tell me that energy linked to the sword he had been disarmed of earlier. The floating blade slowly rose in the air, returning to its master. 9-8. Sang-yoon couldn't allow that. He landed a heavy blow in its direction. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" The blow interrupted the connection. The floating sword spun out of control and shot far away. 8-7. The Death Knight, enraged that its weapon was snatched away just as it was about to reach it, let out a furious roar and abandoned the sword entirely. It lunged at Sang-yoon with reckless fury. 7-6. Sang-yoon gritted his teeth and pushed his body harder, running for his life. Damn it. That was foolish. There's still too much time left. He could feel it in every fiber of his body. His lungs screamed as if they were about to burst out of his chest. Just a little longer. He encouraged himself. Hold on just a little longer. Damn body. He swung his sword backward to stop the monster chasing him. 6-5. Bursting into a chamber, his legs finally gave out and he collapsed onto the floor. Panting, he grabbed the floor and dragged himself backward with sheer willpower. 5-4. The monster, of course, was not going to waste such an opportunity. It lunged directly at him, intent on finishing him off. The system repeated its ruthless reminder: you are inside the Death Knight's silent swamp. No skills can be used. Panic washed over him. Damn it, damn it. Think up something. If you can't think of anything, you're dead. The monster's hand was already reaching for him when a sword strike tore through the battlefield, splitting a ghoul in two. The only word that escaped his mouth was, "You." The corpses of the dead ghouls littered the floor. In his memory, the song from the past rose above them, panting. Finally, finally, I killed those damn ghouls. How many times did they think they could silence me? From a distance, his old teammate shouted, "Young, are you done? Are you coming back?" Sang-yoon replied dryly, "I'm just finished." He frowned when he saw the young man's spotless face. "But why the hell are you so clean? Don't you have even a speck of dust on you?" The boy scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. "Oh, well, honestly, it wasn't that hard." "What the hell did you just say?" Sang-yoon snapped, indignant. He confronted the boy, venting his frustration. "Haven't you run into those damn ghouls? Haven't they stopped silencing you? How the hell is that not difficult? They bombarded me so much that I couldn't use a single skill. And you call that fair? It's like telling a swordsman like me to go die. The boy laughed and reminded him, "That's why I told you to bring an anti-CC relic. Don't be so stubborn." "It's not about being stubborn," Sang-yoon retorted. "What's the point of carrying a relic with a 2-hour cooldown only to be silenced again? It's useless." His teammate shook his head patiently. "That's precisely why you have to use it carefully, even if it's unfair. You can at least use it once. And you take advantage of that one time. You use it to create an opening, right? To set the stage for a perfect performance with the scene you've been given. That's what it means to be a true player." "No." Sang-yoon stared at the light radiating from his teammate. Unable to articulate a word, Sang-yoon lunged forward and pinched the younger boy's cheek. "You little brat, trying to act all high and mighty with me. If it were that easy, I'd already be a rank player instead of being here." The boy protested bitterly. "Why are you like this? I was just telling the truth." Sang-yoon retorted. "Hey, do you really want me to punch you, kid? Who do you think you are to talk like that?" For a moment, memories of the past replayed in his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. "Who am I kidding? I don't think I'm in a position to criticize others." The system chimed, Level 1, Recovery skill activated. Recovery has removed the silenced status. Sanchan spoke in a low voice, "Retreat." Suddenly his foot filled with power. When the movement skill activated, he lunged backward. His retreat, guided by the foot touching the ground, the wider the contact, the farther the retreat was. If he synchronized it with the opponent's opening, he could create a huge advantage. Thanks to this, Eva delivered the brutal blow, although the force still sent him flying backward due to sheer inertia. For 3, the Death Knight roared from above. Its roar brought with it a violent gust that threatened to sweep him away. 3-2. Luckily, he managed to grab onto the chandelier hanging from the ceiling just in time, or he would have been dragged along. "Disgusting bastard," he cursed internally, gritting his teeth. That last move had already drained all his mana. He had nothing left to play with, not even a crumb. The monster charged directly at him. Sang-yoon let go of the chandelier. The Death Knight couldn't change direction fast enough and smashed the chandelier into hundreds of pieces, while a Jun dropped just in time. 2-1. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he could do nothing but let his body fall freely to the ground. Blood streamed from his mouth as his sense of time blurred. "I don't even have the strength to lift a finger anymore. How long? How much time do I have left?" He glared furiously at the frantic monster building up power, cursing to himself. Damn it, is this really the last scene of my life?" Sang-yoon wondered, where did everything start to go wrong? No, it wasn't just one mistake. It was one mistake after another. From the beginning, I underestimated my opponent's strength. In the end, I let myself take huge damage for nothing, and then I kept stacking up mistakes. I have walked straight toward my own demise. The monster's hand loomed right over his neck. Helplessness washed over him. I should have made better use of this supposed opportunity to be reborn. Damn it. Just as the monster's hand hovered barely 5 centimeters from his throat, his body began to disintegrate. The Death Knight had exhausted its final moment. Its form dissolved piece by piece. Sang-yoon, who barely survived, let out a bitter laugh. "I really thought I was done for," he muttered to himself as he watched the creature fade away. And he wondered, does this mean I've been reborn again? The system message chimed, "Congratulations, you have defeated the mid-level bot, the Death Knight. You have gained a large amount of experience points. Your level rose rapidly." It was followed by another message, "Your level has significantly increased, HP completely restored." He burst out laughing. "I completely forgot about HP recovery upon leveling up. It actually saved my life. But stamina and HP are not the same thing. My stamina hasn't recovered yet." He looked at his trembling hands and realized something else. The side effects of that frenzied skill are still in effect. I can't drag all these debuffs forward. The last bot of the Silent Land won't be easy. Sure, the Death Knight was incredibly strong, but continuing like this isn't realistic. He came to a conclusion. There was only one option left: cancel the frenzy. There's no other way but to endure the side effects and recover my stamina. The frenzy state disappeared immediately. He reasoned, since I didn't take any critical hits while it was active. It should be fine. He had barely uttered those words when his body exploded in agony. Pain shot through him from head to toe. He screamed, clutching his body. The system voice merged with his screams. Due to the removal of frenzy, you have fallen into extreme fatigue due to accumulated damage. Warning: accumulated damage has tripled. Fatigue level has drastically increased. Warning: prolonged exposure to this state may result in player death. He wanted to scream at the system, "Why didn't you warn me sooner?" But he couldn't. The only thing he felt was his consciousness fading away. No, my mind. My mind is fading. At the entrance of the Silent Land, the Guardian frowned. Huh, that's strange. According to guild data, he should have already overcome it and exited. The blonde man next to him, Seon-jun's deceased teammate's teammate, mused. Could something have happened in there? Another woman added, uneasily, so what do we do? Do we report it or not? The younger sister, feigning arrogance, flatly refused to report if he is so confident. Let him take responsibility. One of the others disagreed. Still, something doesn't add up for me. The girl groaned annoyedly. Ugh, what a mess. In the silence, a voice asked loudly, what the hell is going on here? Looking at Sang-yoon lying on the ground, unable to do anything, that voice became even more dubious. What the hell did he do to himself? The truth is we have here the way our Cetos has colored control of the 1941 that people have many eyes. And it really has a result of no cardinals.